I used to believe I had a firm grasp on what love meant, a steady and comforting certainty that guided my days. That illusion shattered when I stumbled into the bleakest chapter of my existence. A suffocating nightmare that stretched across months, cloaking me in a haze of ignorance. I placed my trust in a woman who, unbeknownst to me, was weaving a web of betrayal with every fleeting glance and whispered word. The sting of her deception cut deeper as I watched her, radiant and carefree, laughing over drinks and swaying in the arms of a man I never could have pictured her choosing, a shadowy figure with a criminal past, his presence a jagged tear in the fabric of my reality. That night, everything I knew unraveled before my eyes. I trailed them through the dim streets, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum, witnessing every damning moment as my world crumbled into dust. Yet, instead of collapsing under the weight of it, something fierce ignited within me. I didn't break, I schemed. I mapped out every step with cold precision, vowing she'd never erase the memory of the day she turned her back on me. This is my tale of retribution, a fire kindled in the ashes of trust. It was a crisp Monday morning, the first day of a fresh pay cycle at the General Motors assembly plant where I earned my keep. The air buzzed with anticipation as most of our crew lingered near the quality control station, eyes flicking toward the clock, waiting for the sharp blare of the buzzer to jolt the assembly line into motion. We were down a man, a gap that threatened to throw off our rhythm. Murmurs rippled through the group. Would we pull our relief guy from his post, or would we all grit our teeth and double up to cover the shortage? Just as the alarm pierced the air, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind the towering parts rack that framed our workspace. "Hold up, guys, I'm here," a familiar voice rang out, brimming with energy. Around the corner bounded Trevor Martin, his broad grin cutting through the morning's tension like sunlight through fog. "What's good, Trev? Back on nights already? Has it really been 3 months?" I tossed the words at him with a playful smirk. He chuckled, brushing off the tease with a shrug. "Hey, Ken, you know it, time to switch things up again. Keeps the boredom at bay and lets me dabble in some new gigs." With a fluid motion, he snatched a pair of torque wrenches and a clipboard, vaulting over the creeping assembly line to claim his spot. Trevor and I had been thick as thieves since we both punched our first time cards at the plant 3 years back. Our paths had converged after the army spit us out within months of each other. Our tours in Germany overlapping like shadows cast by the same flickering light. I'd been a buck sergeant in a combat engineer unit, stationed in Schweinfurt, barking orders amid the clang of machinery and the bite of winter winds. He'd been a Spec 5, a tracked vehicle mechanic in Würzburg, coaxing life into hulking machines under the same gray skies. We'd roamed the same cobblestone streets, downed beers in the same smoky taverns, and endured the same brutal training stints in Grafenwehr and Hohenfels, shivering through snow-crusted winters and swatting mosquitoes in the sticky summer heat. Yet, somehow, our paths never crossed until fate tossed us together on this factory floor, 50 miles of German soil once separating us now a distant memory. Marriage had shaped us both before the army claimed us, though our stories diverged sharply. I'd met my wife, Donna, at a community college back home. Her Nordic blonde hair and quiet intensity catching my eye across a crowded lecture hall. She was a year older, wrapping up a 2-year medical technician program, and within weeks of our first date, I was hooked. Love hit us fast and hard, a whirlwind that swept us up before I drew a low number in the selective service lottery. With the draft looming like a storm cloud, we tied the knot, figuring it'd anchor us through the chaos. Then came the surprise. Donna was pregnant before I even laced up my boots for basic training. They say the pill's 99% effective, but we landed squarely in that unlucky sliver. I made it back for Samantha's birth, cradling her tiny form as Donna's tired smile lit up the room. When Sam hit 3 months, they joined me in Germany, turning cramped quarters into a home. Trevor's wife, though, had chosen a different road. She stayed stateside, vowing to squirrel away cash while he sweated out his 18-month tour. He'd flown back for a 30-day leave halfway through, but when he returned for good, the ground shifted beneath him. She was 6 months pregnant, the savings he'd sent her vanished. And the truth slithered out, she'd been tangled up with one of his buddies the whole time. The divorce was a jagged mess, leaving him with scars deeper than he let on. Trevor wore his charm like armor, a magnet for women from all walks of life. Race, background, none of it mattered, unless they were married or separated. Then he'd back off faster than a cat from water, his trust in women frayed beyond repair. "Been there, done that," he'd say with a wry grin when anyone asked about remarriage. His tone light but his eyes shadowed. His flings flared bright and burned out fast, sparks that never caught into anything lasting. We'd grab beers after work once a week when our shifts aligned. Or meet up at the American Legion a couple times a month, swapping stories over the clink of bottles. Our talks orbited around army days in Germany, our grind through school, and the occasional gripes about union politics. I'd beam about Donna and Sam, my voice softening with pride, while Trev spun tales of his latest romantic escapades, each one a fleeting chapter. 2 years back, Trevor snagged the assistant union steward gig, half joking it was a slick way to chat up the women in final assembly. Despite our shared history, we rarely hung out beyond work or the Legion. He was neck-deep in his associate's degree at the community college, gunning for the skilled trades program, while I chipped away at a BS in civil engineering at Michigan State. The Army had lit that fire in me. Watching combat engineer officers wield their skills with precision left me hungry for a career that mattered. Balancing school, family, and a night job at the plant was a tightrope walk, though. VA benefits and part-time pay kept us afloat, but barely. I switched to part-time classes year-round, working nights while Donna stayed home with Sam until she was 2. Then Donna picked up a part-time gig as a cardiac tech at the hospital, easing the strain on our wallet. We were inching closer to our dream, me wrapping up my degree, her quitting once I landed an engineering job. Maybe adding another kid and building a house out in the country where the air smelled of pine instead of motor oil. Donna was a vision, tall and lean. Her blonde hair and sharp features a nod to her Swedish and Finnish roots from Michigan's Upper Peninsula. She'd been a gangly kid, towering over boys who shied away, leaving her with a quiet insecurity she hadn't shaken when we met. By college, though, she'd blossomed into a graceful beauty, and I couldn't believe my luck. Calling her the love of my life wasn't just some sappy line, it was the truth, carved deep in my bones. We weren't virgins when we married, but experience that we built together. Fumbling and laughing through it in Germany, Samantha's arrival sealing us tighter. She had Donna's blonde locks and my stubborn chin, and we doted on her shamelessly. Donna was a natural mom, and I'd catch myself daydreaming about another daughter, imagining her giggles filling our home. That evening, as the assembly line hummed along, Trev and I shouted over the noise. Lunch creeping closer. "You got plans?" he called, wiping sweat from his brow. "Brought a sandwich, gonna eat by the locker room," I yelled back. "Cool, I'll join you," he said. And soon we were sprawled at a chipped table, digging into our food. He'd finished his associate's degree last semester and was stoked about the skilled trades program, expecting his apprenticeship not any day. I had my own news. Michigan State had waived my last elective thanks to my Army stint, and with 2 finals down, Tuesday's exam would cap it off. We toasted our wins with lukewarm coffee, grinning like fools. "Donna know yet?" he asked. "Nah, mail came while she was at work. Figured I'd surprise her after I aced this test." I'd already prepped my resume, a stack of envelopes ready for engineering firms and county road commissions across the state. Talk drifted to women, as it often did. Trev had just ditched a 2-month fling and was now seeing Vicky from the paint shop's first shift. "Dunno how long it'll last with me on seconds," he said, unbothered. We swapped gossip about plant folks, then the buzzer blared, pulling us back to the line. But that night, everything shifted. I'd see her with him, and the revenge brewing in me would take root. Dark and unyielding. In the bustling break room of the factory, where the hum of machinery was a constant companion, the air buzzed with the chatter of coworkers catching up after weeks apart. Amid the clatter of lunchboxes and the faint smell of coffee, Trev leaned back in his chair, his voice cutting through the noise with an easy, offhand tone. "Hey, Ken. You still got that picture of your wife hanging up in your locker?" he asked, a faint grin tugging at his lips. "A couple weeks back, I saw this woman who reminded me so much of her, same vibe. You know?" I chuckled, wiping my hands on a napkin as I leaned against the table. "Yeah, I've still got one up there, but the one you're thinking of is old, over a year, at least. I've swapped it out for some newer shots. Where'd you think you saw her, anyway?" Trev's eyes flickered, his grin faltering just a touch as he shrugged. "Can't place it right off the bat," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "It'll come to me, though. Mind if I take a look at those new pictures?" I felt a familiar swell of pride bubble up inside me. Showing off my family was something I never tired of. My locker door was a gallery of captured moments, proudly displayed for anyone who cared to see. We'd had a fresh batch taken right after New Year's for the church directory, a little tradition the company offered. They'd set up a backdrop and snapped us in all sorts of poses, me, Donna, and little Samantha together, then Donna and Sam as a pair, Donna solo, radiant as ever, and a couple of Sam alone. Her 4-year-old charm shining through. In the shot of all three of us, I stood tall in a dark sports jacket, my short, dark brown hair neatly combed, my open-collared shirt giving me a relaxed air. My darker complexion stood out against Donna and Sam, who shared the same fair skin and golden hair. Donna wore a deep maroon V-neck sweater that hugged her frame just right, her long blonde locks cascading loosely over her shoulders. She looked stunning, vibrant, alive, and though the photo didn't show it, I could picture her legs, long and graceful, completing the image in my mind. Sam was her miniature twin, right down to the pale complexion and the bright, identical smiles that lit up their faces. Trev took the photos from my outstretched hand, his eyes lingering as he studied them. "Man, your girls are something else," he said, his tone warm with admiration. He paused over Donna's solo shot, his brow furrowing slightly as if weighing something in his mind. Then he looked up at me, his voice tentative but firm. "Ken, you mind if I borrow this one of Donna? I want to show it to Vicky, see if she agrees this is the woman I think I saw a couple weeks ago." I raised an eyebrow, a little puzzled. "I guess that's fine," I said. "But I don't get the mystery here, Trev. You don't even remember where you saw her." He waved a hand dismissively. I know, but Vicky's got a sharper memory. She might pin it down. I'll bring it back tomorrow, or the day after, tops." Just then, the harsh buzz of the lunch-end signal sliced through the room, and we scrambled to our feet, rushing back to our spots on the assembly line. The photo slipped from my mind as the rhythm of work took over. The next morning, I woke with a knot of nervous energy twisting in my gut. My last final exam loomed ahead, and I spent 3 grueling hours hunched over textbooks, cramming every last detail into my brain. By the time I stepped onto the university campus, my head was buzzing, but I powered through the test, emerging with a quiet confidence that I'd nailed it. Glancing at my watch, I realized I had hours to spare. Sam didn't need picking up from preschool for a while yet, and today was Donna's day off. A spark of anticipation flickered in my chest. Lately, our time together had been squeezed thin, frayed by the relentless demands of my job and school. The assembly line had been running overtime, 3 or 4 days a week, 6 to 8 extra hours. plus 3 out of 4 Saturdays. The paychecks were fat, but the toll on us was heavier. On top of that, I'd been juggling 3 classes this semester. A load that left me buried in books when I wasn't at the plant. With Donna working days and me on nights, our overlap was a measly hour or so during the week, barely enough to exchange tired hellos. Let alone truly connect. I knew she felt the sting of it, even if she didn't always say it outright. When we did talk, she'd put on a brave face, insisting this was all for our future. That the strain would ease soon. But her mood had been off for weeks, snappish and distant on weekends, only softening as the days wore on. By Thursday or Friday, she'd be herself again. But that didn't help much when the weekends were supposed to be our lifeline, our chance to recharge. I'd confronted her about it a couple weeks back. Frustration spilling over as I pressed her to explain. She'd grimaced, her voice tight. "It's just the schedules, Ken, it's getting to me. I'll shake it off." But she hadn't, and I'd let it drop. Figuring I'd wait out the semester. Now, with my exams behind me, I strode through our front door, a hopeful grin tugging at my lips. "Hello." I called out, my voice echoing through the house. "In the kitchen," Donna shouted back. I rounded the corner and found her at the sink, sleeves rolled up, hands busy prepping dinner. It was one of our little rituals, on her rare weekdays off. We'd carve out time for a family meal before I headed to the plant. I dreamed of making it a daily thing once I left the assembly line for good and landed a steady day job. Slipping up behind her, I wrapped my arms around her waist, a quiet gesture of affection I hoped she'd lean into. Instead, she twisted away, her shoulders stiffening as she kept her eyes on the sink. "What do you think you're doing?" she said, her tone sharp enough to cut. I stepped back, forcing a lightness into my voice. "Last finals done, I just wanted to celebrate a little with my wife." "Anything wrong with that?" She didn't turn around, her hands still moving mechanically over the dishes. "I don't know what there is to celebrate," she snapped. "You've still got a whole semester left. And I'm still here alone with Sam practically every night. I'm not in the mood, so keep your distance." Her words landed like a punch, and I stared at her back, searching for some clue to unravel the wall she'd built. "Donna, what's with this attitude? It's been a month, 2, maybe. What's eating at you?" She didn't budge, her voice flat. "Not a thing." Frustration flared in my chest. "Donna, turn around and look at me," I said, reaching gently for her arm. She pivoted slowly, her eyes meeting mine for a fleeting second before darting away. That brief glance held a storm I couldn't decipher, anger, exhaustion, maybe something deeper, and I felt utterly lost trying to make sense of it. Later that evening, the 3 of us gathered around the table for dinner, and for the first time in weeks, Donna's mood lifted. She teased me playfully about being worn out from our early morning routine. A spark of her old self shining through. Sam, oblivious to the tension, chattered away about her preschool friends, her little voice filling the room with light. Sitting there, the 3 of us together, a warmth settled over me, a quiet promise of the life I wanted, the one I was working so hard to build. I headed to work with a few minutes to spare, setting up my station as Trev wandered over. He looked worn, his usual easy grin replaced by a somber edge. I nudged him with a laugh. "Burning the candle at both ends, huh?" He managed a faint smile. "You got plans after work? Maybe grab a drink?" I nodded, liking the idea, and we settled into our spots as the line roared to life. 8 hours later, we stumbled into Gino's Bar and Grill. The clock ticking toward 1:45 a.m. Gino locked the doors at 2, but for regulars like us, he'd stretch the night to 4 if we tipped well, and we always did. The place was a cozy dive, with a jukebox humming softly in the corner and the low murmur of conversations weaving through the air. We claimed a booth, ordered drinks, and settled in. Trev reached into his pocket, pulling out the photo of Donna I'd lent him. He slid it across the table, his face tightening with something heavy. "Ken," he said, his voice low, "I need to talk to you about this." I laughed, brushing it off. "No big deal, Trev, I don't mind you kept it a couple days." He shook his head, his eyes locking onto mine. "No, Ken, that's not it. I wasn't straight with you about where I thought I saw Donna. I had to show it to Vicky to be sure." I tilted my head, curious now. "Okay, so what's the deal?" He cleared his throat, took a slow sip of his drink, and set the glass down with a dull thud. "Last Friday night, Vicky and I went out with Tony Williams. You remember Tony, right? High school buddy. Worked final assembly before he moved to Plant 3? I nodded. "Yeah, sure." Trev pressed on. "We were with him and his girl, Vanessa, at a club. And we saw Donna there." I frowned, letting that sink in. Donna going out wasn't news. She'd been grabbing a night a week with her work friends for years, a break I never begrudged her since I'd been stuck on second shift so long. Dinner, sometimes a drink or two at a club, then home with a sitter for Sam. She was always asleep by the time I rolled in. "Okay," I said slowly, "she goes out with the girls sometimes. What's the big deal?" Trev hesitated, his fingers tightening around his glass. "Ken, it was at the Black and Tan." The name hit me like a cold wave, my stomach lurching as heat crept up my neck. The Black and Tan was a notorious spot down by the riverfront, in a part of town you didn't wander into lightly. It drew a mostly black crowd, and if you were a white guy, the unspoken rule was to steer clear. Too many fights, too many cops called to break up the chaos. The city council had been gunning to shut it down for years, battling over its liquor license. But the club's lawyers always came out on top. Still, it had a pull. Didn't matter who you were, at some point, you'd end up there, drawn by its gritty allure. I shook my head, disbelief clawing at me. "No, Trev, you're wrong. There's no way Donna would go there." He looked at me, his eyes soft with pity. "Ken, you couldn't miss her in that crowd, those blonde locks stood out like a beacon." The late morning light filtered through the dusty blinds of the diner where Trevor and I sat, casting jagged shadows across the chipped formica table. I stirred my coffee absent-mindedly, the spoon clinking against the ceramic mug, while my mind churned with unease. Trevor had just dropped a bombshell. He'd seen her, that woman with the striking complexion. The one who stood out like a flare in a sea of gray. I'd shown him her picture earlier that day, and when I did, his eyes widened with recognition. Even Tony, who'd been nursing a hangover and a plate of greasy eggs at the counter, perked up and confirmed it. She wasn't alone, either. There was another woman with her, long brown hair cascading down her back. Her frame so slight she seemed almost fragile, like a reed swaying in the wind. My thoughts spun wildly, a tornado of doubt and disbelief tearing through me. She couldn't have been there. It didn't make sense. But Trevor's voice was steady, his gaze unwavering, and I knew deep down he had no reason to lie, not to me, not about this. I tried to anchor myself, focusing on his description of the second woman. "Long hair, brown, slim, you said?" I asked, my voice tight. Trevor nodded, leaning back in the booth, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. "Yeah, almost as tall as Donna, but thinner, really thin, like she hadn't eaten a decent meal in weeks." A sudden shiver ran through me, a half-formed thought clawing its way to the surface. Did she look distinctive? I pressed, my pulse quickening. Trevor tilted his head, considering it. "Yeah, I suppose you could say that." "Why?" I didn't answer right away. Instead, I pushed my chair back and started pacing beside the table, my boots scuffing against the worn linoleum. Frustration simmered in my chest, bubbling up like steam trapped under a lid. That woman, that woman from our past, her name hit me like a punch, Connie Johnson Felgenhauer Wilkerson. I muttered it under my breath, the three surnames a bitter litany. You know her? Trevor asked, watching me with a mix of curiosity and concern. Yeah, I said, my voice rough with agitation, I know her. Memories flooded back, unbidden and sharp, dragging me to a time a couple of years ago, before we settled into the little rental house we call home now. Back then, Donna and I lived in a cramped townhouse on the south side of town. The kind of place where the walls were thin and the neighbors' lives bled into yours whether you liked it or not. Trevor nodded as I spoke, his expression softening. Sure, I remember that place. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. Connie was our neighbor. She had 2 kids, nice kids, really, around our age, maybe a little younger. She'd been married twice, divorced twice. Hence the string of last names I tack onto her like a warning label. 1 kid from each marriage, a boy and a girl, both with her sharp cheekbones and quiet demeanor. She didn't pay them much mind, though. Every weekend, like clockwork, she'd ship them off to their dads, her ex-husbands, who somehow still bent over backwards for her. I paused, staring out the diner window at the gray March sky. The air outside heavy with the promise of rain. We were friendly with her at first, I continued, my voice dipping low. She had this easy charm, you know. Donna even watched the kids a couple of days a week for a while, kept them fed, helped with their homework, the whole bit. Connie worked as a cashier at Old State Bank back then, or so she said. I always figured most of her money came from child support checks. She wasn't exactly the responsible type. After work, she'd hit the bars, lose track of time. And sometimes not stumble home until dawn. A couple of times, the kids ended up crashing at our place because she didn't show up. When she finally did, she looked like she'd been dragged through a storm, hair a mess, makeup smeared, clothes wrinkled like she'd slept in them. I clenched my fists, the old anger flaring up. The second time it happened, I put my foot down. I told Donna, no more. Connie could find someone else to play babysitter. It was too much, those kids deserved better, and so did we. Trevor tilted his head, his brow furrowing. Sounds like a mess. Is that why you're still worked up about her? I shook my head, the motion sharp. No, that was just the beginning. The last year we lived there, things got worse. I sank back into the booth, the vinyl cushion creaking under my weight. When we first met Connie, she seemed normal enough. But then she got breast implants, big ones, way more than I thought anyone needed. I made the mistake of saying so once, just casually, and she lost it. Yelled at me like I'd insulted her whole existence. After that, she paraded those things around like they were a trophy. Tight t-shirts, low-cut tops, she couldn't stop showing them off. She'd strut around, chest out, beaming with pride, like it was the best decision she'd ever made. And then she got it in her head that Donna needed them too. Started filling her head with nonsense about how it'd boost her confidence, make her feel like a new woman. I glanced down at my hands, picturing Donna, tall, graceful, perfectly proportioned. Donna didn't need that. Last time we talked about it, she told me her measurements, 35-25-36, I think she said. She's stunning just as she is, always has been. I told her I loved her exactly that way. No changes required. But Connie wouldn't let up, and before I knew it, Donna was pleading with me, asking if I'd support her if she went through with it. It took everything I had to talk her out of it. Around that time, she decided to go back to work, probably wanted her own money, her own say in things. I didn't mind. I just wanted her happy. I exhaled heavily, the weight of the next memory pressing down on me. But the implants weren't the worst of it. There was this guy, John Preston, old high school buddy of mine, a year behind me. We started working at the plant around the same time, him on the night shift. He and his wife, Tracy, had a little girl, same age as our Sam. The four of us, me, Donna, John, and Tracy, used to hang out sometimes, let the kids play together. After the baby, though, Tracy let herself go a bit. Gained a lot of weight, stopped taking care of herself. John wasn't shy about complaining, arguments loud enough we could hear them through the walls. One day, he dropped by while Connie was over. I introduced them, thinking nothing of it. I leaned forward, my voice dropping to a near whisper. A week later, I'm driving home from work, it's 2 a.m, streets dead quiet, and I see John's pickup parked outside Connie's place. Another week goes by, and he's gone. Left Tracy, moved in with Connie. Told me he was in love with her, wanted to marry her. I told him he was throwing his life away, but he wouldn't listen. Less than a month later, he gets off work early one night, comes home, and finds Connie with some other guy. They have it out, screaming, cursing, the works, and she kicks him to the curb. Tracy files for divorce, takes him for everything he's got. Now he's stuck in a crummy studio apartment, barely scraping by, only seeing his daughter 2 weekends a month. Neither of them has spoken to us since. I rubbed my temples, the ache of that time settling into my bones. That was the breaking point. Right after that mess, we packed up and moved to the house we're in now. I cut Connie out of our lives, or so I thought. Trevor leaned in, his eyes narrowing. So how'd she worm her way back in? I stared at my coffee. The steam long gone, and felt my stomach twist. About 5 or 6 months ago, I came home from work on a Friday night, same as always. Found Donna in the bathroom, sick as a dog. Reeking of whiskey and cigarettes. She'd told me she was going out to dinner with work friends. I got her into bed, cleaned her up as best I could. The next morning, I dropped Sam off at my parents' place and waited for Donna to wake up. When she finally stumbled out of the bedroom, we had it out. I swallowed hard, the bitterness of that day rising in my throat. Turns out Connie had been calling her at work, trying to patch things up. Donna figured one night out wouldn't hurt. Connie picked her up, took her to a couple of bars. Introduced her to some new friends. Donna's never been much of a drinker, liquor hits her hard, and she said she smoked something that night, though she couldn't remember what. Last thing she recalled was Connie dropping her off, paying the babysitter. I was furious. Told her Connie was poison, that I wanted her gone from our lives for good. It turned into the ugliest fight we've ever had. Donna swore she regretted it, promised it wouldn't happen again. I believed her. We didn't talk about Connie after that, until now. I slumped in my seat, my beer untouched, the realization crashing over me like a wave. But it did happen again, didn't it? And she didn't tell me. The words hung heavy between us. And a cold dread settled in my chest. Donna had never lied to me before, not that I knew of. We'd always been open, honest. After that night, she'd made a point of telling me who she was meeting. Where she was going. I trusted her implicitly. Last Friday, she'd said it was dinner with work friends again. I hadn't thought twice about it, until this moment. I looked up at Trevor. His face etched with sympathy, but there was something else there too, a flicker of unease that sent a jolt of fear through me. There's more, isn't there? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He nodded, muttering something I couldn't catch, then hesitated, his fingers tightening around his beer bottle. Tony's a regular at the Black and Tan, he finally said. There most weekends. Knows everyone who comes through. He told me Donna's been in there with this woman, Connie, I assume, for at least the last 3 or 4 Fridays. I stared at him, my mind refusing to process it. No, I said, shaking my head. That can't be right. Trevor took a slow sip of his beer, his eyes dark. It gets worse, Ken. I pressed my hands over my ears, as if I could block out what was coming. My thoughts spiraling into chaos. Did I even want to know? I forced myself to sit up, meeting his gaze. Tell me. His voice was low, reluctant. They've made some new friends, 2 guys, late 20s. One's Curtis Heck, works at UPS in the sorting facility. Got a sketchy past, trouble with the law, a reputation for being rough. The other's James Martin. A corrections officer over at the Ionia prison. Divorced twice, 3 kids from his second marriage, pays child support. He's got a history too, nothing good. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. Trevor's expression softened, pained. I'm sorry, Ken. It's a lot. What else? I croaked, barely audible. He looked miserable. Curtis has been talking, says they've been hanging out with these women a lot. James has some old ties to Connie, rumors are they've been slipping off together some nights. Tony knows James, ex-brother-in-law from years back. Doesn't think much of him, says he treated his sister like dirt when they were married. Curtis might be exaggerating, but, he trailed off. Locking eyes with me. Ken, they looked real comfortable together when we saw them at the club last Friday. I'm sorry. My vision blurred, tears stinging my eyes. I mumbled an excuse and stumbled to the restroom, locking myself in a stall. I sank onto the cold tile, buried my face in my hands, and let the sobs come, raw, wrenching, unstoppable. Everything I thought I knew about my life, about Donna, was unraveling, and I didn't know how to stop it. I leaned over the sink, splashing cold water onto my face. Feeling the droplets cling to my skin before they slid away. When I straightened up and caught my reflection in the bathroom mirror, I barely recognized the man staring back at me. My complexion was ghostly pale, as if all the blood had drained from me overnight, and my eyes were rimmed with a raw, stinging red, an unspoken testament to the sleepless hours I'd endured. Beyond that, though, there was nothing in my features to betray the storm raging inside me. No one would have guessed that I was a man teetering on the edge. Watching the life I'd built unravel thread by fragile thread. With heavy steps, I shuffled back to the kitchen table, my legs feeling like they were slogging through wet sand. I sank into the chair. The wood creaking faintly under my weight, and let my gaze settle on Trev. He sat across from me, his broad shoulders hunched slightly, his fingers drumming an uneven rhythm on the tabletop. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The silence stretched taut between us, thick with unspoken questions. Finally, I forced the words out, my voice low and rough. I need to know for sure, Trev. I can't keep guessing, I have to see it with my own eyes. Trev's head snapped up, his dark eyes widening in disbelief. His mouth opened slightly, then closed again as he processed what I'd said. Ken, that's a terrible idea, he said at last, his tone sharp with warning. You know what could happen if you go down that road. It's not worth it. His concern was palpable. But it only fueled the fire smoldering in my chest. It doesn't matter, I shot back, leaning forward, my hands clenching into fists on the table. I don't care about the risks. I have to know. Are you going to help me, or am I doing this alone? My words hung in the air, a challenge laced with desperation. Trev shook his head slowly, his jaw tightening as he stared at me. You know how I feel about betrayal, he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of his own past wounds. People who break trust, they don't deserve a second chance. There was a flicker of something in his eyes, anger, maybe, or disappointment, and it stung more than I cared to admit. For a few minutes, we sat there, locked in a silent standoff. The faint hum of the refrigerator filled the room, a mundane sound that felt absurdly out of place given the gravity of our conversation. I could see Trev wrestling with his thoughts, his brow furrowing as he rubbed a hand over his stubbled chin. Finally, he broke the silence, his tone reluctant but resolute. "Okay, Ken. I'll help you. But you've got to promise me something. You'll follow my lead, do exactly what I say. Can you handle that?" I nodded, a quick, jerky motion. "Yeah, I can do that. It's your call, I respect your world." My chest tightened as I said it, a mix of gratitude and dread coiling inside me. "All right, then," Trev said, exhaling heavily. "Let me mull it over tonight. We'll hash it out at work tomorrow." He pushed himself up from the table, and I followed suit, my limbs stiff from sitting too long. As we stepped outside into the cool night air, Trev clapped a hand on my shoulder. His grip firm but reassuring. "Stay calm, Ken. I know it's eating you up, but you can't let her see it. Not a hint of what's going on in your head." I dipped my head in acknowledgement, unable to muster a reply. The weight of his words settled over me like a shroud as I turned and trudged toward my car, the gravel crunching under my boots. The drive home was a blur, my thoughts spiraling in a chaotic loop I couldn't escape. When I got there, I didn't bother turning on the lights. I sank into the worn cushions of the living room couch, letting the darkness swallow me whole. Time slipped away as I sat there, staring into the void, my mind replaying every moment, every doubt. Eventually, I dragged myself up and wandered through the house, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. I paused at Sam's bedroom door, nudging it open just enough to peek inside. There she was, my little girl. Curled up in a tight ball, her stuffed dog tucked under her chin like a shield. The sight of her, so small, so innocent, pierced me straight through. I stepped closer, brushing a kiss against her soft cheek, my fingers lingering in her tangled hair. A deep, aching sadness bloomed in my chest as I thought about the changes I feared were coming. The cracks in our family I couldn't yet prove. Leaving her room, I drifted toward the bedroom I shared with Donna. She lay there, sleeping soundly, her blonde hair fanning out across the pillow like a halo caught in the faint glow from the hallway. I stood in the doorway, watching her chest rise and fall, her face serene and untouched by the turmoil tearing me apart. She looked so familiar, so beautiful, and yet so distant. My heart ached with the love I still felt for her, warring against the suspicion gnawing at my insides. Unable to bear it, I grabbed my pillow from the bed, easing the door shut behind me with a soft click. Back in the living room, I sprawled across the couch, pulling a blanket over myself as I stared into the shadows, waiting for exhaustion to claim me. The next thing I knew, someone was shaking me awake. "Ken, come on. Wake up. What are you doing out here?" Donna's voice cut through the haze, sharp with impatience. I mumbled something incoherent, my throat dry and scratchy, and she sighed. "I've got to get ready for work. Go back to bed, and don't forget to take Sam to preschool." Her footsteps retreated as I stumbled to my feet, the world tilting slightly as I made my way to the bedroom. I slid under the covers, the mattress cool against my skin, and sleep pulled me under again in an instant. When the alarm jolted me awake later, the weight of the coming days pressed down on me like a physical force. I lay there for a moment, trying to shove aside the emotions threatening to drown me, fear, anger, betrayal. I couldn't let them win, not yet. I needed something good to hold on to, something pure. That's when I decided to spend the day with Sam. I rolled out of bed, padded down the hall, and gently roused her. She blinked up at me, her sleepy smile lighting up the room as we went through our usual breakfast routine, cereal for her, coffee for me, the clatter of spoons against bowls a comforting rhythm. "Hey, kiddo," I said, crouching down to her level, how'd you like to skip preschool today and hang out with me instead? Maybe hit the zoo?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. And she launched into a breathless chatter about lions and elephants, her small hands waving in the air. I pulled her into a hug, her warmth seeping into me. "Then that's what we'll do. Just you and me." She tilted her head, her brow scrunching. "Is Mommy coming too?" "No, honey," I replied softly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Mommy's got work today." Her face fell for a second, but then she brightened again. "We can tell her all about it when she gets home, right?" she asked, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. I chuckled, ruffling her hair. "You bet, sweetie. You can tell her every single detail." The day unfolded like a gift I hadn't known I needed. The spring sun hung high and golden in a cloudless sky, warming our skin as we strolled through the zoo hand in hand. Sam's laughter rang out as we watched the giraffes stretch their long necks and the penguins waddle clumsily across their enclosure. When her little legs gave out, I hoisted her onto my shoulders, her giggles vibrating against my back as I carried her through the winding paths. Later, we stopped at McDonald's. Her favorite Happy Meal clutched in her hands, ketchup smudged on her cheeks as she chattered about the monkey's antics. By the time we got home, she was spent. Curling up on the couch with her cartoons flickering across the screen before drifting off. I busied myself in the kitchen, chopping vegetables and stirring pots. Anything to keep my mind from drifting back to the night before, to Trev, to the plan, to the truth I wasn't sure I wanted to face. The front door swung open just as I set the table. And Sam sprang awake, bolting into Donna's arms as she stepped inside. "Mommy, guess what? Daddy took me to the zoo today, and we had McDonald's, and it was so fun." Donna's eyes flicked to me. Then back to Sam, a smile tugging at her lips. "Wow, honey, that sounds amazing. I wish I could have been there." Her tone was light, but when we sat down to eat, a subtle edge crept into her voice. "You know, Ken, you could have waited for the weekend. We all could have gone together." I kept my expression neutral, swallowing the bite of food in my mouth before replying. "Well, Donna, if you think back, the last few weekends you've just wanted to stay home and unwind. I figured this was a good chance for Sam and me to have some fun." Her gaze darted away, landing on Sam as our daughter launched into an animated retelling of the monkey exhibit. The tension lingered, unspoken but tangible, as we finished the meal. Later, as I cleared the plates, I decided to probe a little. "Hey, you haven't mentioned Josie or Mary from work in a while. What's new with them?" I kept my tone casual, but I saw the brief flicker of caution in her eyes. "They're the same as always," she said, shrugging. "Actually, we're planning dinner tomorrow night." "Oh, nice," I said, leaning against the counter. "Where are you guys going?" "We haven't settled on a place yet," she replied, her voice tightening slightly. "Why do you want to know?" I gave a small shrug, playing it off. "No reason. Just curious where you've been hanging out lately." She rattled off a few names, upscale spots with good wine lists and cozy bars, nothing too flashy but definitely a step above casual. "Sounds like you ladies have been keeping busy," I said, forcing a grin as I stood to kiss her and Sam goodbye. "I've got to head to work." Her eyes followed me out, a hint of suspicion lingering in them, but I didn't look back. At the factory, I was pacing near the line when Trev burst in, late as usual, his work boots scuffing the floor. The guys in our section razzied him good-naturedly, and he waved them off with a grin. As he passed me, he muttered, "Lunch. We'll talk." I gave a quick nod, and we clocked in, the hum of machinery drowning out everything else. When the lunch whistle blew, we joined the smokers outside, the air thick with cigarette haze and the faint tang of oil. Trev kicked at a pebble. his expression grim. I still think this is a bad move, Ken. You're playing with fire. I don't have a choice, I said, my voice hard with resolve. I need to know if it's true. If it is, there'll be consequences, big ones. I can't afford to get this wrong. He studied me, his eyes narrowing. You've been chewing on this hard, haven't you? I met his gaze, unflinching. If it's real, Trev, it's not something I can live with. Not for a second. He let out a long breath, running a hand through his hair. Fine. Here's the plan, call in sick tomorrow. Meet me in the Goins parking lot at 8. I'll drive us to the Black and Tan in my car. No loitering at the bar, no distractions, I need you sharp. Got it? Got it, I said, my pulse quickening. Good. You've got that dark complexion, don't shave tomorrow. The stubble'll help. Wear dark clothes, the darker the better, and some shades. Doesn't matter if it's night. Half the guys there rock sunglasses anyway. You got a hat, Panama, fedora, something with a brim? I shook my head. No, nothing like that. Alright, I'll bring something. Tony's meeting us there, he'll smooth things over with the bouncer. He and I will watch your back, keep you covered. This is low-key, Ken. We get in, see what we need to see, and get out. No messes. Sounds like a damn spy mission, I said, half joking, but Trev's face stayed serious. It's risky every time we go there, he replied. I don't want you getting caught up in something ugly. If it goes sideways, it's not just you, it'll blow back on all of us. We do this clean, okay? Okay, I said, clapping his shoulder. And Trev, thanks. I mean it. He smirked faintly. Hell, Ken. You know my ex pulled her own stunts. I'd hate to see you stuck in the same mess. The rest of the shift flew by in a haze of noise and motion. When I got home, I forced myself to climb into bed beside Donna, her warmth a stark contrast to the cold dread in my gut. I couldn't tip her off, couldn't let her sense anything was wrong. She was gone by the time I woke up, her faint goodbye floating back to me as she left for work. I hauled myself out of bed, got Sam to preschool, and then drove to the university. Wandering through the College of Engineering, I checked the exam results pinned to the professor's doors, 2.5 and 3.0s. Normally, that 2.5 would have nodded me, but it barely registered now. At the admin office, I confirmed my credits were locked in, my degree secured. One part of my life was moving forward, at least. Back home, I dug through my closet, pulling out a black jacket. A polo, dark jeans, everything Trev had asked for. I stuffed them into a bag and tossed it into my truck. Donna came home late, flustered, muttering about an emergency EKG at the hospital. I told her I had to get to work, half the crew was out, and we were short-handed. She nodded, distracted, as I kissed her and Sam goodbye and headed out. With time to kill, I ended up at the mall. Buying a ticket to some movie I barely watched. My mind was a whirlwind, snippets of the plan looping endlessly. By 7:50, I pulled into Gino's lot, spotting Trev's car already there. I ducked into the men's room to change, emerging in my dark getup. Trev was leaning against his hood when I walked out, and I spread my arms. This work? He gave a curt nod and handed me a black pork pie hat. Try this on. Let's see if it fits. The night was heavy with tension as Trev let out a low grunt, barely audible over the hum of the engine. Before muttering, "Let's go." Our destination was the Black and Tan, a dimly lit club that pulsed with life even from a distance. It was around 8:45 when we pulled into the sprawling parking lot. The kind where shadows stretched long and thin under the sparse glow of flickering streetlights. Cars were crammed into nearly every space, their metal bodies glinting faintly in the uneven light. The lot was a chaotic mess, mostly unlit, and alive with movement, singles weaving through the darkness, couples strolling hand in hand, all drawn toward the club like moths to a flame. We circled for what felt like an eternity before Trev finally spotted a gap near the very back, tucked against a sagging chain-link fence. He killed the engine and turned to me. His voice steady but laced with urgency. "Wait here. I'm gonna scope things out." I sat there alone, the silence pressing against my chest, my fingers drumming nervously on the dashboard. The air outside was thick with the distant thrum of music and the murmur of voices, and I couldn't shake the gnawing pit in my stomach. 15 minutes dragged by, each second stretching into a small eternity, until Trev reappeared. His silhouette loomed in the faint glow of a distant street lamp as he approached, and when he got close, I saw his face harden. His jaw tightening like he'd just bitten into something sour. "They're here," he said, his tone dropping low and serious. "Tony's got eyes on them. Let's move." My throat clenched, a lump forming that I couldn't quite swallow. I nodded, fumbling for the hat and sunglasses he'd handed me earlier. Trev's voice cut through my haze. "Pull the brim down low, cover as much of your face as you can. And whatever you do, don't look up, got it?" I adjusted the hat, the rough fabric brushing against my forehead, and gave him a shaky thumbs up. We joined the line snaking toward the entrance, a restless crowd buzzing with anticipation. My disguise drew a few sideways glances, curious stares that lingered a beat too long, but no one said a word. The air was humid, sticky with the promise of a packed night. And my pulse hammered in my ears as we inched closer to the door. At the front, 2 bouncers loomed like sentinels, their broad frames filling the doorway. The bigger one, a mountain of a man with arms like tree trunks, locked eyes with Trev and smirked. "Who's your friend, bro?" His voice was a deep rumble, half amused, half suspicious. Trev didn't miss a beat, his face a mask of calm. "Heck. Old army buddy. Saved my life back in the day." The bouncer's brow arched, skepticism flashing in his eyes. "Come on, man, who you kidding? You never even made it to Vietnam." Trev cracked a grin, letting the tension ease just enough. All right, you got me. He's my second cousin, Dad's side. Black sheep of the family. You know how it goes." The bouncer chuckled, a low, rolling sound, and waved us through. "Get in there. You know where Tony's at." Inside, the black and tan was a wall of sound and heat. The place was packed to the rafters, bodies pressed so tight it was almost standing room only. Dim lights clung to the edges of the room, casting long shadows over the crowd, while brighter beams spotlighted the band and the bar. The music hit like a physical force, drums pounding a relentless beat, guitars wailing over the chatter and clink of glasses. The air was a haze of smoke, thick and swirling, carrying the sharp sting of cigarettes, the sour tang of dried sweat, and every now and then, a fleeting whiff of something cloyingly sweet. The dance floor heaved with people, a sea of heads bobbing in sync with the rhythm, their movements hypnotic under the flickering lights. I stuck close to Trev as he carved a path through the chaos. His shoulders squared with purpose. Every few steps, he'd pause to lean in and exchange a few quiet words with someone, a quick clasp of hands, a subtle nod. The kind of handshake that carried unspoken history. I kept my head down, the brim of my hat shielding my face, ignoring the murmurs and stares that trailed in my wake. My chest tightened with every step, a cocktail of dread and adrenaline churning inside me. After what felt like miles of navigating the crowded room, we reached a small table near the wall. A couple of empty chairs sat waiting, and there was Tony, his sharp eyes scanning us as we approached. Trev leaned in close. "Ken, you remember Tony?" I nodded, extending a hand. Tony's grip was firm. his expression unreadable as we shook. "Thanks for helping out," I said, my voice barely audible over the music. He shrugged, a casual roll of his shoulders, and jerked his head toward the far wall. "They're over there. Showed up maybe half an hour ago." Trev nudged me into a seat where I could watch them without turning my head, a perfect vantage point. Close enough to see but far enough to stay unnoticed. My eyes flicked to their table, and there they were, illuminated in the murky glow of the club's sparse lighting. Donna and Connie stood out like beacons, their presence cutting through the haze. They were tucked into a booth against the wall, flanked by two guys. Donna sat beside a giant, had to be 6 feet 4 inches. Maybe 230 pounds, all muscle and confidence. The guy next to Connie was closer to my build, leaner but still imposing. I leaned toward Trev, keeping my voice low. "Which one's the football player with Donna?" He tilted his head slightly. "That's Kurt." I studied him, taking in every detail, the crisp lines of his clothes, the glint of a shaved head. The neatly trimmed beard framing his easy smile. He chatted with the table like he owned the place, his arms slung casually around Donna like it belonged there. A waitress materialized beside us. Her tray balanced expertly as she took our drink orders. I barely noticed her, my gaze locked on Donna. She was laughing, her head tilted back. Her voice cutting through the noise like it was the only sound that mattered. A half-empty glass of white wine sat in front of her, the liquid catching the light as she gestured animatedly. Kurt leaned in close, his lips moving near her ear, and she smiled, a bright, unguarded smile I hadn't seen in months. Connie was deep in conversation with the other guy, James. I assumed, her hands waving as she spoke. Trev and Tony traded words across the table, tossing the occasional comment my way, but their voices were a distant hum. My world had narrowed to that booth. To the scene unfolding 25 or 30 feet away, close enough to feel like a punch to the gut. As the night wore on, a steady stream of guys drifted over to their table, drawn like flies to honey. They'd linger, chatting up Kurt or James, but their eyes always slid to Donna and Connie, hungry and obvious. I sat there, frozen, my stomach twisting into tighter knots with every passing minute. Twice, the four of them rose to dance, weaving through the crowd to the pulsing dance floor. From my angle, I caught glimpses, Kurt's arm draped over Donna's shoulders, her body swaying with his. Her face lit up with laughter. She wore an outfit I didn't recognize, something sleek and stylish that hugged her in ways that made my chest ache. When they returned, Kurt's arm slid to her waist, pulling her close, and she leaned into him, carefree and glowing. No bra, I realized, the observation hitting me like a slap. By her third glass of wine, Donna's movements had softened, her edges blurring with the alcohol. Then James shifted, turning his back to the floor, and pulled something from his shirt pocket. A flick of a lighter, a faint glow. And they started passing it around under the table, a joint, deftly hidden but unmistakable. My breath caught as Donna took it, her fingers steady as she brought it to her lips. She inhaled deeply, holding it like she'd done it 100 times, then exhaled a slow plume of smoke with a practiced ease that stunned me. We'd messed around with weed a few times in Germany, years ago. But she'd always brushed it off, saying it wasn't her thing. Now, watching her, I felt the ground shift beneath me. Trev must have caught the shock on my face because he leaned over, his voice cutting through the fog. "You gonna be alright?" I nodded, barely, my throat too tight to speak. "If you can't keep it together, I'm getting you out of here," he warned. I forced myself to breathe, to pretend I was just an observer watching strangers, but the ache in my chest wouldn't let up. The night spiraled further. My emotions swung wildly, anger boiling up 1 minute, a crushing sadness drowning me the next. Tears prickled at the corners of my eyes, and I had to look away more than once. blinking hard to keep them from spilling over. Then James said something to Kurt, and he and Connie slipped out of the booth, heading for the door. Kurt lingered a moment, bending close to Donna. His hand hovered near her, brushing her arm, and she gazed up at him with glassy eyes, her fingers resting lightly on his thigh. He whispered something, and she nodded. Her eyelids fluttering shut as she leaned into his words. An hour later, James and Connie returned, their faces flushed, a smug satisfaction radiating off them. Kurt pulled back, grinning. And the four of them erupted into laughter. Donna straightened, blinking like she'd just woken up, her expression dazed. Kurt stood, extending a hand to her. She took it. Letting him guide her out of the booth, and they moved toward the door, her arm hooked through his, her body swaying slightly as the crowd parted to watch them go. Trev's voice snapped me back. This is it. We need to move. I nodded, numb, and rose with him and Tony. We threaded through the throng, the cool night air hitting me like a lifeline as we stepped outside. My head was pounding. A relentless drumbeat matching the one still echoing from the club. Trev turned to Tony. You know what he's driving? Tony nodded, his voice dry. Yeah. Lincoln Town car, 4-door, silver. What else would a dealer like him roll up in? Usually parks in the last row out back. We headed that way, picking through the maze of cars, the gravel crunching under our boots. Tony pointed to the right, his voice low. There. We slipped into the shadow of a crumbling warehouse, 4 cars away, with a clear view. Kurt and Donna sat in the front seat. Windows cracked a couple of inches, the faint glow of a cigarette, or something stronger, passing between them. I clung to a fragile hope that this was the end of it, that they'd just talk, smoke, and call it a night. But then the glow died out, and nothing changed. The front doors swung open, and they stepped out, chatting across the roof of the car. Relief flooded me, until they both opened the back doors and climbed in. Their heads came together briefly, then drifted apart. Rage hit me like a tidal wave, raw and blinding. My hands shook. My feet lurched forward, but Trev and Tony grabbed my arms, pinning me in place. Ken, no, Trev hissed, his voice sharp. Not here, not now. Clarity crashed over me, cold and sobering. And I stopped fighting. It was done. My marriage, everything I'd built, everything I'd believed in, was crumbling into ash. All I had left was Samantha, my daughter. The one piece of my world still worth holding on to. We stood there, silent, as Donna's head appeared again, tilting toward Kurt before they vanished from sight. I shook off their hands, my voice flat. Thanks, Trev. Thanks, Tony. I've seen enough. Let's go. I turned and walked to Trev's car, my hands braced against the hood, head bowed as I fought the tremor in my limbs. I wanted to scream. To shatter the night with my fury, but I just stood there, trapped in the wreckage of my own heart. Trev and Tony approached, their footsteps soft on the gravel. You okay, Ken? Trev asked. His tone gentle but probing. I spun around, bitterness spilling out. What do you think? Everything I had, gone. What do you think? Tony shifted, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ken. I'm real sorry about this. If there's anything I can do, I met his eyes, forcing a slow breath. Thanks, Tony. Maybe there is. Donna's gotta leave soon, within the hour, to beat me home. Think those two will stick around the bar after? Tony tilted his head, considering. Wouldn't surprise me. They usually do once the night's action winds down. If it doesn't mess with any loyalties. I cut him off with a nod, too drained to finish the thought, but grateful for the flicker of solidarity in his offer. The air was thick with tension as Tony's eyes met mine. a flicker of curiosity dancing in his gaze. "Sure, Ken," he said after a moment, his voice steady but laced with an unspoken question. "I don't owe those guys a damn thing. I'll give Trev a call tomorrow and let him know if I dig up anything useful." His words hung there, simple yet heavy, and I felt a rush of gratitude swell in my chest. "Thanks, Tony," I replied. My voice softer than I intended, betraying the storm of emotions churning inside me. "That means more than you know." We clasped hands, the handshake firm and deliberate. A silent pact sealed between us. Trev and I exchanged a quick nod before sliding into the car, the engine rumbling to life as we pulled away from the dimly lit curb. The ride back to Gino's was quiet, the kind of silence that presses down on you, thick with unspoken thoughts. Streetlights flickered past, casting fleeting shadows across Trev's face as he drove, his hands steady on the wheel. When we rolled into the parking lot, gravel crunching under the tires, he broke the stillness. "You wanna head inside for a drink?" His tone was casual, but I could hear the undercurrent of concern. I stared out the windshield, the neon sign of Gino's glowing faintly in the night, and shook my head. "Nah, I don't feel much like it. I'm gonna head home, keep an eye on the house, see how soon they get back." My words felt heavy, each one laced with the dread that had been gnawing at me all evening. Trev turned to me, his brow furrowing slightly. "You gonna confront her tonight?" I let out a slow breath, my fingers tightening around the door handle. "No," I said, shaking my head again. The motion slow and deliberate. "As much as I'd love to just get it over with, it's not that simple. I've got Samantha to think about. I need to figure out how to cut her out of my life without losing Sam. Losing her, that'd break me." My voice cracked just enough to betray the fear I was trying so hard to bury. Trev nodded, his expression softening with understanding. "Okay. Just don't forget we've got overtime tomorrow night." "Yeah, I know," I muttered, staring at the dashboard. "I'll be there. I'd rather not be home anyway. If you're free after, maybe we can hit Gino's. By then, I might have some kind of plan." He gave a small, encouraging smile. "Sounds good. Maybe Tony'll have something for me by then too. And hey, I'm glad you've got someone to talk to about this. I get it." His words were a lifeline, and I clung to them as I climbed out of his car and into mine, the cold night air biting at my skin as I drove off into the darkness. It was nearly 1 a.m. when I eased my car onto a quiet cul-de-sac a few houses down from ours, positioning myself so I could watch without being seen. The street was still, the houses dark, their windows like unblinking eyes staring into the night. Donna and Connie would be coming from the opposite direction, and if my timing held, I'd slip back home around 2 o'clock, right on schedule. Donna's car sat in the driveway, a silent sentinel, its presence a mocking reminder of the tangled mess I was in. I knew this wasn't going to be easy, every step had to be calculated, every move precise. 15 minutes ticked by, each second stretching into eternity, until headlights pierced the gloom. A car rolled down the street and turned into our driveway, the engine cutting off with a soft thud. I leaned forward, squinting through the shadows as Connie and Donna stepped out, their figures silhouetted against the faint glow of the porch light. They climbed the steps, their movements a little unsteady, or maybe that was just my imagination, the distance blurring the details. The door swung open, and they disappeared inside, leaving the night quiet once more. 10 minutes later, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Christ, a lanky high school kid from down the street, emerged from our house, her ponytail swaying as she headed home. From my vantage point, I could just make out Donna and Connie on the porch, their heads tilted as they watched her go. A small act of vigilance that felt oddly out of place. Christ was a good kid, quiet, responsible, the kind who babysat for half the neighborhood. I'd seen her walking her scruffy little dog past our place a dozen times, always with a shy wave. Now, she trudged along, oblivious to the weight of the moment, until she vanished into her own house. Donna lingered a moment longer, her posture stiff, before stepping back inside. Connie, meanwhile, descended the steps with purpose, slid into her car, and drove off into the night. I sat there. Engine idling, the clock creeping past 1:30. I had time to kill before my expected return, so I made a snap decision, my foot pressed the gas. And I followed Connie's taillights through the winding streets. Curiosity burned in me, sharp and insistent. Where was she going? To my surprise, she pulled into the same apartment complex we'd once called home, a sprawling maze of townhouses and faded brick. I hung back, watching as she parked and disappeared inside, her steps quick and sure. I circled the lot slowly, my headlights sweeping over her car, a beat-up sedan, its paint chipped, license plate glinting faintly under a street lamp. I committed the details to memory. Then turned back toward home, the dashboard clock glowing 2:05 as I pulled into our driveway. The house was still when I stepped inside, the kitchen nightlight casting a soft amber pool across the tile. Silence wrapped around me, broken only by the faint hum of the refrigerator. I flicked on the TV, CNN headline news flickering to life. Its muted voices filling the void as I sank onto the couch. After a few minutes, I rose and padded down the hallway, pausing outside our bedroom door. Donna's breathing drifted through the wood. Slow and even, a rhythm that once brought me comfort but now twisted like a knife. I slipped into the master bathroom, closing the door behind me with a soft click before turning on the light. The air carried a faint whiff of deodorizer, masking something I couldn't quite place. The shower stall glistened with fresh droplets, a damp towel slung carelessly over the rod. Donna's hairdryer sat on the counter, still warm to the touch, humming with residual heat. My eyes drifted to the wastebasket, and there it was, an empty box. Its implications slamming into me like a freight train. I stood there, frozen, my stomach churning as the pieces clicked into place. I stepped back into the hallway, my mind racing. Then turned toward the basement. The clothes hamper crouched beneath the laundry chute, a silent witness to the night's secrets. I dug through the tangle of fabric, socks, shirts. Sam's tiny leggings, but nothing of Donna's from tonight. My gaze shifted to the washing machine, its lid shut tight. I lifted it, and there they were, her skirt and blouse, submerged in cold water. The colors bleeding faintly into the suds. No underwear, no other clues, just enough to erase the evidence of her evening. I let the lid fall with a dull thud and climbed the stairs. My footsteps heavy. In Samantha's room, I lingered by her bed, her small form curled beneath a blanket, clutching her stuffed puppy. Her breaths were soft, innocent. A stark contrast to the chaos swirling in my head. I grabbed a pillow and blanket from the closet and settled onto the couch, the darkness pressing in as I stared at the ceiling. Donna's routine unspooled in my mind like a grim film reel: slip out, get home before me, toss the clothes in the wash, shower away the night, and slide into bed as if nothing had happened. It was seamless, calculated, and it crushed me. My chest tightened, a familiar ache rising, but I clenched my jaw and forced it down. No more tears for her, for us. She'd made her choice. And I'd make mine. For Samantha's sake, I'd stay steady, even as anger and betrayal clawed at me. Exhaustion finally pulled me under, my last thought a fierce promise. Donna wouldn't shape my daughter's future. Morning came with Sam's gentle hands tugging at my stubble. "Daddy, Daddy, your face is all scratchy. Why are you out here?" Her voice was bright, pulling me from the haze of sleep. I blinked up at her, a sleepy smile tugging at my lips. "Good morning, Samantha. Ready for breakfast? She nodded, hugging her puppy tight. Her eyes wide and trusting. Will you eat with me? Of course, sweetheart, I said, hauling myself up. We shuffled to the kitchen, and I flipped on the TV. Cartoons dancing across the screen as I scrambled eggs. After, I slipped into the bedroom to shower, Donna still a motionless heap under the covers, oblivious to the world. She wouldn't stir for hours, and I didn't care to wake her. I cleaned up, got Sam dressed, and decided to take her to my parents' place, a chance to breathe, to think. Mom and Dad had just returned from Florida, their trailer park days behind them for the season. Their apartment smelled of coffee and fresh bread, a warmth that eased the knot in my chest. They doted on Sam, her giggles filling the room as they played, while I sank into the couch, half watching a baseball game. Mom's voice cut through my daze. Where's Donna? I shrugged. Keeping it light. Still sleeping when we left. Her eyes narrowed, but she let it drop, turning back to Sam. Later, over lunch, she teased me about grandkids, oblivious to the irony. Your brother's got 2 now, you're falling behind. I forced a grin, the ache deepening. You'll be the first to know, Mom. But the truth sat heavy, that dream was slipping away. As my shift loomed. Sam and I hugged them goodbye and headed home. Donna was awake when we walked in, perched at the kitchen table with a coffee mug and the newspaper. Sam bounded over. Mommy. We saw Grandpa and Grandma and had lunch. Donna's response was flat, her eyes flicking to me with irritation. That's nice, Samantha. Ken, you could have left a note. Could've, I said evenly. Brushing past her to change. But I didn't. She trailed me down the hall, her voice sharpening. What's that supposed to mean? I turned, meeting her gaze. It means it wouldn't have mattered. You wouldn't have come, and we'd have gone anyway. Oh, and I'm working tonight, remember? She faltered, caught off guard, as I called for Sam. She ran over, and I scooped her up, kissing her forehead. Good night, Samantha. Be good for Mommy. I set her down, avoiding Donna's glare, and headed for the door. See you both in the morning, I said, letting it close behind me. Her frustrated expression etched in my mind. At work, Trev found me as I clocked in. How'd it go last night? I shrugged, the weight still there. About what I figured. Later, over a quick break. I spilled it all, Donna's cover, the washed clothes, the empty box. Trev listened, his face a mix of sympathy and quiet anger. It's brutal, man, realizing someone you loved could do this. He paused. Then added, Tony called. He hung out with the guys at the bar till closing. It was all boasts, turns out one of the women's married, and some personal stuff came up tied to Donna. James set a date with Connie for next Friday, and she's roping Donna in. They're escalating, planning a hotel room this time. His words hit hard, but I nodded, storing it away. The game was changing. And I'd be ready. The air was thick with tension as I sat across from Trevor, the faint hum of the bar's jukebox buzzing in the background like a restless fly. He leaned back in his chair. A sly grin tugging at the corners of his mouth as he mused aloud about how simple it all sounded, like the whole messy affair was just a game to him. No problem. He'd said with that casual confidence of his, as if orchestrating a betrayal this elaborate was as easy as picking up a coffee on the way to work. Their plan, he explained, was to rendezvous at their usual spot, a dingy little corner of town where secrets festered like mold, before slipping off to the Red Roof Inn when the night turned electric. I could feel my jaw tighten as he spoke, the words slicing through me like a dull blade. I didn't care how they twisted their excuses or draped their actions in flimsy justifications. Donna was dead wrong, and that was the end of it. Our marriage, once a fragile thread of trust and promises, had snapped irreparably. And I felt the weight of that truth settle into my bones with a fierce, unyielding determination. Trevor paused, his eyes narrowing as he studied me. The flicker of bar lights casting shadows across his weathered face. "Let me give you a piece of advice, Ken," he said, his voice softening into something almost paternal. A tone I hadn't expected from a guy who usually kept his emotions locked up tighter than a bank vault. "Take it from someone who's walked through this kind of hell before, don't let the anger eat you alive like it did me." He leaned forward, elbows resting on the table. His fingers tracing invisible patterns on the scratched wood as he spoke. "I spent years drowning in bitterness, letting it choke out every chance I had at happiness. Every relationship I touched turned to ash because I couldn't let go. But lately, I'm starting to see light again. Life keeps moving, man, and good things, small, quiet things, are creeping back in. I'm not saying you don't deserve to see justice done. Hell, you do. But don't let revenge be the only thing keeping your heart beating. Think about your little girl. About finding some peace for yourself, about building a life that's healthy, not just a warpath to settle scores." Then, with a crooked grin that broke the heaviness like a crack of thunder, he added, "Though, if a little justice happens to fall into your lap along the way, well, who could blame you?" His words hung in the air as we finished our shift, the clatter of machinery fading into a dull hum as I replayed them in my mind. I knew he was right. Trevor had a way of cutting through the noise with a clarity I couldn't ignore. Eventually, I'd have to claw my way out of this pit of rage and shame, let the wound scab over and heal. But right now, the fire in my chest burned too hot to smother. It wasn't just about me, it was about consequences, about making sure the people who'd torched my life didn't just waltz away unscathed. As I mulled it over, a spark of an idea flickered to life. Faint at first but growing sharper with every passing second. If I could pull it off, it'd be a clean strike, justice served, Donna sidelined. And a chance to keep Sam safe from her mother's spiraling chaos. Later, over a couple of beers at Goino's, the plan started spilling out of me as Trevor listened. His brow furrowing with every detail. "Here's my problem," I said, my voice low but steady, the weight of it pressing against my ribs. "I need Donna out of my life, completely, but I can't lose Samantha. If I file for divorce, she'll fight tooth and nail for custody, and with her charm and a decent lawyer, she'll probably win. I can't let that happen. Sam's too young, too impressionable, and Donna's influence, it's poison. She's reckless, selfish, and I won't let her drag our daughter down with her. The only way I see out of this, short of something drastic, is to get her tangled up in legal trouble so deep no judge in their right mind would hand Sam over to her." Trevor tilted his head, his fingers drumming lightly against the side of his glass. "Makes sense," he said slowly, his tone cautious but curious. "But how do you pull that off?" I leaned in, my pulse quickening as the pieces slotted together in my mind. "The drug angle, it's the key. We know where they'll all be next Friday night, Donna, Connie, Curtis, and that other guy. Curtis already has a rap sheet, makes a drug bust believable. If I can set it up so they get caught red-handed, something big enough to make headlines, Donna's chances of getting custody evaporate. I've been thinking it through. I could tip off the Tri-County Task Force. They've got that informant hotline, and I could use it to point the cops right at them. The Red Roof Inn, Friday night. All four of them in one place. But to make it stick, to push it beyond just possession, I'd need to plant enough drugs to scream, intent to distribute. We're talking a serious haul. Something undeniable." Trevor's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't interrupt as I kept going, sketching out the logistics like a man possessed. "If Donna and Connie stick to their usual routine, they'll roll up in Connie's beat-up sedan. That's the target. If they switch it up and neither of them drives, it'll be Curtis's car, same deal. I'd stash the drugs in the trunk or under a seat. Somewhere obvious enough for a search but not so blatant it looks staged. Then I call the hotline, give them the when and where, and let the cops swoop in. The biggest risk is planting the stuff without getting spotted, and keeping my hands clean when the investigation kicks off. Timing's everything. One wrong move, and I'm screwed. I sat back, exhaling hard, and looked at Trevor. So, what do you think? He rubbed his chin, his expression a mix of admiration and unease. That's ambitious, Ken. Really ambitious. Are you sure you want to go that far? I don't see another way, I said, my voice firm, edged with a resolve that felt like steel hardening in my spine. They need to face the music, Trev. I'm done letting them walk all over me. He nodded slowly, processing it all. Okay. I'm in, I'll help you. First things first, the drugs. We both know guys at the plant who could hook us up. But getting that kind of weight? It's not cheap. I've got that covered, I said, a bitter twist curling my lips. 2 years ago, when Donna started working, I opened a separate account at another bank. Every dime of my overtime pay went into it, figured I'd surprise her with a down payment on a house or some land one day. A little dream I had for us. Turns out I won't need it for that anymore. There's over 8 grand sitting there, ready to go. Trevor let out a low whistle. Alright, money's not the issue then. But I'll need to handle the buy. If your wife gets nailed in a bust and they trace any purchases back to you, it'll raise red flags, big ones. I know you're asking a lot. But I've got 4 or 5 guys I trust to keep their mouths shut. I can make it happen. Relief washed over me, tinged with a strange gratitude I hadn't expected to feel. Thanks, Trev. I owe you. That night, I came home to a house that felt more like a tomb than a sanctuary. Donna was sprawled across the couch, dead to the world, the TV flickering with some mindless sitcom she'd left on. A pair of scented candles burned low on the coffee table, their sweet, cloying smoke curling into the air next to an empty wine glass. I picked it up. The faint smudge of her lipstick still clinging to the rim, and turned off the TV with a jab of the remote. The candles went out with a quick puff, and I carried the glass into the kitchen. My footsteps heavy on the worn linoleum. There, on the counter, sat a nearly empty bottle of Chardonnay, her favorite. I tipped it into the sink, watching the last golden drops swirl down the drain. And went to toss it in the trash. That's when I saw it, another empty bottle already nestled among the garbage, its label crinkled and damp. I froze, my mind racing. Donna didn't drink alone, not like this, not 2 bottles worth. I opened the dishwasher to toss in her glass and stopped short. Another glass sat there, smudged with a faint trace of pink lipstick that wasn't hers. I pulled it out, holding it up to the light, and my stomach churned as the pieces clicked together. Connie. She'd been here, I'd bet my life on it. The candles, the wine, the secrecy, it reeked of her. Probably cozied up with Donna, plotting their big night out next Friday. Making sure she was still in on the scheme. The thought lit a fresh fuse of anger inside me, hotter and sharper than before. I scrubbed the evidence away, emptied the trash, washed the glasses, and climbed into bed, my mind a storm of jagged edges. Sometime in the night, I felt the mattress dip as Donna slid in beside me. Her presence a cold shadow I refused to acknowledge. I turned my back to her and sank back into sleep, letting the darkness swallow me whole. Morning broke gray and sluggish. The clock barely passed 9 when I dragged myself out of bed. I checked on Sam first, my little girl, curled up in her room, chattering away to her stuffed animals in a world of her own making. She was arranging them in a clumsy circle, her voice bright with some imaginary story I didn't catch. I left her to it and hit the shower. The hot water doing little to rinse away the weight clinging to me. After toweling off, I trudged back to our bedroom and gave Donna's shoulder a tentative shake. "Hey," I said, my voice flat. "It's 9:30. We've still got time to make church." She groaned, a low, gravelly sound muffled by the pillow she yanked over her head. "What? Leave me alone, let me sleep." "Donna. Did you have company last night?" I pressed, the suspicion gnawing at me like a splinter under a nail. She didn't answer, just burrowed deeper into the blankets. "Donna, who was here? Answer me." "No one," she snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut. "Now go away and leave me alone." "I don't believe you," I said, louder this time. "Why are you lying to me?" She bolted upright. Her hair a tangled mess, eyes bleary and defiant. "Just leave me alone, Ken," she barked before collapsing back under the covers, shutting me out like a door slammed in my face. I stood there for a moment, fists clenched, then turned and walked out. Sam's voice piped up as I stepped into her room, her face lighting up with that pure, unguarded joy only a kid can muster. "Hi. Daddy. Can we have breakfast now?" "Sure can," I said, forcing a smile. "How about we go to Sunday school today? It's Sunday, you know." Her eyes widened with excitement. "Okay. Is Mommy going too?" I hesitated, the lie bitter on my tongue. "Mommy's tired, Sam. She wants to sleep in." Sam tilted her head, chewing on that for a second. "Mommy doesn't go anywhere with us anymore, Daddy." "How come?" The question hit me like a punch, her innocence slicing through the armor I'd built up. "I don't know, Sam," I said softly, meeting her gaze. "You can ask her when we get home, all right?" She nodded, scampering off to grab her favorite cereal, and I followed her to the kitchen, my heart heavy but steady. Church had become our little ritual, a couple Sundays a month since Sam turned 2. Neither Donna nor I were big on religion, but we saw the value in giving Sam that foundation. A place to learn right from wrong amid the chaos of our lives. The Methodist church down the road had welcomed us with open arms, its stained glass warmth seeping into our fractured family. With my night shifts, we didn't make it as often as we could have, and Donna never seemed keen to go without me. But Sam? She lived for Sunday school, the stories, the games. The chance to run wild with her little friends. Today, the service felt like a lifeline, the pastor's words weaving a quiet comfort I hadn't realized I needed. My plans, the anger, the scheming, weren't righteous, and I knew it. But sitting there, surrounded by hymns and soft light, I felt a flicker of hope that forgiveness might find me someday. For now. It was enough to calm the storm inside me, to give me the strength to face what lay ahead. The house was silent when Sam and I got back, the kind of stillness that presses against your ears. I peeked into our bedroom, empty, the sheets a tangled heap. The faint hiss of the shower drifted from the bathroom, and I left it at that. Sam plopped onto the couch, flipping on the TV. While I grabbed the newspaper and tried to lose myself in the headlines. Donna emerged a few minutes later, her damp hair clinging to her shoulders. Her face a mask of indifference as she breezed past me into the kitchen without a word. Sam bounced up, trailing after her like a shadow. "Mommy. Mommy. I went to Sunday school, and Mrs. Benson read us Bible stories, and we played, and I had a cookie and some milk." "That's nice, sweetie," Donna replied, her voice flat, distracted. "Why didn't you go to church with us, Mommy?" Sam asked, her tone bright with curiosity. "Mommy didn't feel good and needed to rest, honey," Donna said, brushing her off. There was a beat of silence. And I could picture Sam's little brow furrowing as she puzzled it out. "Mommy, why don't you like to go places with us anymore? That's enough, Samantha, Donna snapped, her patience fraying like a worn thread. I told you I don't feel good. Now go watch TV. Sam shuffled back into the living room, her stuffed puppy clutched tight in her arms. She climbed onto the couch and pressed herself against my side, curling up as close as she could get. I draped an arm around her, my chest aching as I felt her small, warm weight settle against me, my anchor in a world that was slipping through my fingers. Her small frame was curled into the corner of the couch, her wide eyes locked on the flickering glow of the television screen. She didn't utter a single word, her silence heavier than any cry could ever be. My chest tightened as I watched her, a dull ache spreading through me like wildfire. All she craved was a fleeting glance from her mother, a crumb of affection to reassure her she wasn't invisible. But Donna, lost in the labyrinth of her own struggles, couldn't see past the shadows clouding her mind. That moment stripped away the last threads of hesitation clinging to my resolve. Whatever doubts I'd been wrestling with dissolved into the air, leaving only a clear, unwavering path forward. We stayed there, tangled together on the couch, her tiny body pressed against mine as if I could shield her from the neglect she didn't deserve. Meanwhile, Donna shuffled off to the kitchen, her movements mechanical, searching for something to eat. Eventually, she drifted back through the living room, her footsteps faint against the carpet, disappearing down the hall to our bedroom. The door clicked shut behind her, a quiet but definitive barrier between us. Not a word escaped her lips, not to me, not to Sam. The silence stung more than any argument ever could. I turned to Sam, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead, and softened my voice. Hey, kiddo, how about we go for a ride with Daddy? Her response was a small nod, her voice barely above a whisper as she murmured, okay. That was enough for me. I scooped her up and carried her to her room, where I swapped out her soft pajamas for a pair of sturdy play clothes, little jeans and a faded t-shirt that made her look ready for an adventure. We climbed into the pickup truck, the engine rumbling to life beneath us, and peeled away from the house. I needed to scope out the red roof inn and the area around it, a task that would keep Sam distracted and give us both an escape from the tension suffocating our home. The Forest Road exit loomed just beyond the city limits, stretching east from the freeway. As we approached, the Red Roof Inn came into view on the left, its faded red sign tilting slightly in the breeze, while a Best Western Motel sat across the road on the right, its neon glow a little brighter, a little prouder. The pavement ended at a dusty crossroad, giving way to sprawling cornfields that swayed lazily in the wind and a horse farm nestled just beyond. Sam's face lit up the moment she spotted the horses, their sleek bodies galloping through the pasture, kicking up clouds of dust alongside this year's batch of frisky colts. I eased the truck off the road, gravel crunching under the tires, and let Sam hop out. She scampered over to the weathered wooden fence, her tiny hands gripping the rails as she stood on her tiptoes, laughing and clapping at the horses' playful antics. The sound of her joy was a balm to my frayed nerves. While she watched, I reached into the glove box and pulled out a pair of binoculars, their weight familiar in my hands. Adjusting the lenses, I scanned the Red Roof Inn. The parking lot was half hidden from the road by a row of pine trees, their branches spaced just far enough apart to offer a decent screen. It dawned on me that I could park at the Best Western, slip across the road, and tuck myself behind one of those trees without much trouble. The inn itself was a tired, L-shaped building, 2 stories of peeling paint and chipped concrete. The kind of place where you pulled right up to your room and stepped inside from the parking lot. Depending on which room they ended up in, I could creep up to their cars, plant what I needed, and melt back into the shadows of the pines in no time. The town was quiet this weekend, a sleepy little nothing of a place, so I doubted the inn would be bustling. My eyes drifted further. searching for a pay phone. From this distance, I could just make out a weathered booth outside the Best Western's office, its glass streaked with grime. I coaxed Sam back into the truck. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and drove over to check it out. Sliding a few coins into the slot, I dialed directory assistance, listening as the line crackled to life. It worked. Satisfied, I let Sam settle into the passenger seat, and we spent the next couple of hours meandering through the countryside, the rolling hills and endless fields stretching out before us like a painting. She was nodding off by the time we turned back toward home, her head lolling against the window. I carried her inside, her small body limp in my arms, a faint smile still lingering on her lips. As I stepped through the door, the warm scent of something cooking hit me, maybe chicken, maybe onions sizzling in a pan. From the kitchen came the clatter of dishes and the soft scrape of silverware as Donna moved about. She peeked around the corner, her eyes skimming over us without quite meeting mine. A smile flickered across her face, brittle and forced, like she was trying to convince herself it belonged there. "Dinner'll be ready in about an hour," she said. Her voice flat before she ducked back out of sight. I shook my head inwardly, wondering if she felt the same tangle of guilt and defiance that seemed to radiate from her every move. Did she even notice how her absence carved hollows into us? I carried Sam to her room and eased her onto the bed, watching as she curled into her blanket, her breathing slow and steady. She was out cold. Back in the living room, I flicked on the baseball game, the announcer's voice a low hum in the background, and sank into the couch with the newspaper. If Donna wanted to play house and pretend everything was fine, I'd let her. She poked her head out once more, her hair falling into her face. "Where's Sam?" she asked, her tone clipped. "Taking a nap," I replied. "She'll probably sleep till dinner." "Okay," she said, disappearing again without another word. I turned my attention to the game. The crack of the bat and the roar of the crowd filling the silence she left behind. The newspaper rustled in my hands as I flipped through it. My eyes catching on a couple of photos in the local section. The byline read, "Dennis Thompson," a name that rang a bell. He was a freelance photographer. A local guy who'd made a decent name for himself selling shots to newspapers and magazines around the area. One of his pictures had even gone national with the Associated Press a while back. Our paper had run a feature on him 6 months ago, something about how he'd wormed his way into the good graces of the police and fire departments. Getting access to scenes the rest of the press could only dream of. An idea sparked in my mind, sharp and sudden. When Donna finally emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel, she announced, "Dinner's ready. I'll go see if Sam's awake." I didn't respond, letting her words hang there. Maybe she was trying to smooth over the way she'd brushed Sam off earlier. But it felt too little, too late. She vanished into Sam's room and stayed gone longer than I expected. After about 10 minutes, she came back, cradling Sam in her arms, whispering something I couldn't catch. Sam nodded sleepily, her arms wrapped tight around Donna's neck, clinging to her like she was afraid to let go. Donna set her down in her chair with a bright, "Dinner's ready," that sounded hollow to my ears. We sat around the table, the three of us caught in a clumsy charade. Donna acted like nothing was wrong, her smiles too wide, her chatter too light. I played along, nodding at her small talk about work and school, while Sam pretended her mother's earlier coldness hadn't sliced into her. The conversation stayed shallow, safe little lies about our days. I tossed out a fib of my own, saying I'd be registering for classes on her day off this week. The thought of spending a whole day alone with her, trapped in that fragile pretense, made my stomach churn. The rest of the evening unfolded like any Sunday night. We played with Sam, watched some TV, flipped through books. When bedtime rolled around, I feigned interest in a late-night movie, letting Donna head upstairs alone. She didn't argue. The next day, I started laying the groundwork for what was coming. I stopped at a pay phone outside the 7-Eleven down the street, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and gasoline. Draping a piece of cheesecloth over the mouthpiece to muffle my voice, I dialed the tip hotline, pitching my tone low and rough. When the operator picked up, I said, "I want to report a crime." "How does this work?" She explained the process: pick a code word or number, and they'd file my tip under it. If it led to a reward, I'd claim it with that code. She added that all calls were recorded for legal reasons. "My code's black and tan," I told her. "There's a drug buy going down Friday night at an East Side motel. The buyer's a corrections officer. The supplier's got a rap sheet for drug offenses. I'll call back with more later." I hung up before she could ask questions, adrenaline buzzing in my veins. That ought to hook them. Next. I dug up Dennis Thompson's number and called from the same pay phone. His answering machine clicked on, and I left a message: "I've got a tip, drug bust at an East Side motel Friday night. Tri-County Task Force. If you're interested, I'll call back at 4 p.m. with more." Later, at the appointed time, I rang him again from home, disguising my voice once more. "Yeah. I left you a message earlier about Friday. I checked with Tri-County, they've got nothing planned yet, but I'll feed them more. The buyer's a corrections officer, mixed up in dirty stuff at the prison. If this happens, you could get some shots and a story. Nice try on the name, but I'm staying anonymous. I'll call later with details." I hung up, my mind already racing ahead. At work. I met Trev during lunch, the clatter of the break room fading into the background as we huddled over our trays. I filled him in on Saturday night, how I'd seen Con sniffing around. Probably setting Donna up for their Friday plans. I slid him an envelope with $3,000 in cash, the bills crisp and heavy. I told him about my calls to the hotline and Thompson. He chuckled when I mentioned the photographer. "Those guys are like bloodhounds, give them a scent, and they'll tear the place apart." "That's the plan," I said. "I want spotlights on Donna and her crew. The corrections officer angle should draw a crowd." "Oh, yeah," Trev grinned. "Corruption and drugs? That's catnip for a story." I nodded. "Might dig up more before Friday." "Is $3,000 enough?" "More than," he assured me. "Talked to Tony last night, too. He's not sweating Curtis or James, says he won't lose sleep if they go down. Mentioned Curtis hangs at the airport tavern near the UPS warehouse a couple nights a week. Drives by and spots his car sometimes. Might check it out." "Good," I said. "Thanks, Trev." Tuesday was Donna's day off. I left the house as she was dragging herself out of bed, tossing over my shoulder that I was headed to the university to register. Instead, I drove to a gritty suburb of Detroit, where the streets smelled of oil and desperation. I hit up a couple of head shops, picking up cigarette papers and a roach clip. Then swung by a pharmacy for syringes. I made it home in time to grab Sam from preschool, her backpack bouncing as she ran to me. We ate dinner quietly before I headed to work. During the shift, Trev and I stole a few minutes to talk. He said Friday night was locked in, the foreman knew I'd be there. I asked how things were shaping up. "Most of it'll be ready by Wednesday night," he promised. His eyes glinting with the thrill of the chase. On that Wednesday, I found myself with a rare stretch of free time, so I decided to tackle some overdue chores around the house. The sun hung high in a cloudless sky, casting sharp shadows across the lawn as I raked leaves and trimmed overgrown bushes, the crisp scent of earth and grass filling the air. My hands moved mechanically, but my mind was elsewhere, tangled in a web of restless thoughts. Between hauling bags of yard clippings to the curb, I stole moments to sit on the porch with my laptop, diving into research on divorce attorneys. It wasn't a task I relished, but necessity pushed me forward. I dialed a few numbers from a list I'd scribbled on a scrap of paper, keeping my voice steady and my identity vague as I inquired about fees and availability. Each call left me with a tighter knot in my stomach, a mix of dread and determination churning inside. Later that afternoon, I slipped away from the house, driving down to the worn-out payphone outside the 7-Eleven. The booth smelled faintly of stale cigarettes and spilled soda, its glass panels scratched and smudged. I punched in the number for the Tri-County hotline, my fingers hovering over the keys for a moment before pressing down. When the operator's voice crackled through, I leaned closer to the receiver and spoke in a low, clipped tone. My code name's Black and Tan. I called Monday about a drug deal going down Friday night. The supplier's Curtis HCK, got a rap sheet longer than most. Drives a silver Lincoln Town car, real flashy. It's happening between 11 and midnight. Mostly marijuana and cocaine in the mix. I'll call back Friday before 10 with the motel name, room number, and the buyer's name. He's a corrections officer. My words tumbled out fast, precise. Like I'd rehearsed them in my head 100 times. Before the operator could respond, I slammed the receiver down, the metallic clang echoing in the quiet lot. My pulse raced as I stepped back into the daylight, scanning the street for any sign I'd been noticed. Back home, just as the clock ticked closer to Donna's return from work, I grabbed my phone and dialed Dennis Townsend, the photographer I'd roped into this mess. The line rang twice before his gruff voice answered. I repeated the details I'd given the hotline, my tone sharp with urgency. "You interested?" I asked, gripping the phone tighter. "Absolutely," he said, enthusiasm crackling through the speaker. "I've been talking to Lieutenant Mason, he heads the Tri-County Task Force. Your tip's been passed up to the state police. They're all over this. Seems they've been sniffing around drug trails in Ionia prison for a while, and your buyer might be a big fish." I let out a slow breath, relief mingling with the tension coiled in my chest. "How long to get near East 123, just south of the university?" I asked. 20 minutes, tops," Dennis replied. "But the task force'll need 30 to 45 to roll out." I nodded to myself. "I'll call you 5 minutes before I hit the hotline Friday. Be ready." He assured me he would be, and I hung up, the weight of the plan settling deeper into my bones. Thursday morning. I sat at the kitchen table with a steaming mug of coffee, the house silent except for the faint hum of the fridge. Donna had already left for work, and Sam was at preschool, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. I pulled out a notebook and started jotting down every possible scenario that could unfold Friday night, how I'd react, what I'd say. How I'd keep my mask of surprise intact without cracking under pressure. The pen scratched across the paper as I imagined police lights flashing, voices shouting questions, Donna's bewildered face. I wanted to be ready, not just to survive the night but to come out the other side with Sam in my arms and a new life ahead. After work, I met Trev in the break room. His sturdy frame slouched casually in a chair. I walked him through my notes, my voice low but steady. He listened intently, his brow furrowing as he offered tweaks, small adjustments to fit my personality, to make my story seamless. Together, we refined the plan until it felt like a second skin. The last few days at home had been a tightrope walk. The air between Donna and me crackled with unspoken strain, every glance and gesture weighed down by what I knew and she didn't. I kept my distance, retreating into a shell of neutrality. If she spoke, I answered in short, flat sentences, my eyes avoiding hers. Once or twice, I caught a flicker of confusion in her expression. Like she sensed the ground shifting beneath us but couldn't pin it down. She went to work as usual, her heels clicking on the hardwood each morning, while I shuttled Sam to preschool and back, keeping our fragile routine intact. Dinner was a quiet affair. Sometimes I'd cook, other times I'd grab takeout, and we'd eat with the clink of forks and Sam's chatter filling the silence. I stayed disciplined, coming straight home after my shift, steering clear of the bars where I might have once drowned my thoughts in whiskey. Thursday night, as I headed out the door for work, Donna tossed out a casual line about meeting her friends Josie and Mary for dinner Friday. I gave a curt nod, my jaw tight, and left without a word. Friday dawned with a gray, heavy sky. The kind that presses down on you like a warning. I was up before the sun, adrenaline buzzing through me as Donna and Sam shuffled out the door. The moment they were gone, I sprang into action. In the bedroom, I rifled through a drawer where Donna kept a stash of odds and ends, hospital swag, mostly, from her job. I slipped on a pair of surgical gloves, the latex snapping against my skin, and set another pair aside for later. Among the clutter were tote bags emblazoned with the hospital logo. She used one daily, but I picked an older, neglected one, brushing out crumbs and stray pens. At the bottom, I left a handful of crumpled cafeteria receipts, a subtle touch to keep it authentic. Down in the basement, I retrieved the items I'd hidden, carefully packaged. Wiped clean of prints, and layered them into the tote, topping it off with an envelope stuffed with $500 in mixed bills, a little chaos to spice up the scene. Next, I turned to Donna's purse, my hands steady despite the storm in my chest. I fished out 2 small baggies I'd prepped, one with rolled joints, the other with a pinch of powder, and tucked them into a secret compartment she never touched. Those went into a larger bag, then into my briefcase, out of sight. The rest of the afternoon, I scrubbed the house top to bottom, wiping counters, vacuuming carpets, mopping floors until every trace of my work was erased. I gathered the used gloves and other scraps, bagging them tight and dumping them in a neighbor's bin down the street. After a shower, I washed every stitch of clothing I'd worn, the hot water scalding away any lingering evidence. By the time I picked Sam up from preschool, I was a man remade, though my heart ached as I watched her play, her tiny hands stacking blocks. Guilt gnawed at me, what this would do to her. How she'd navigate the wreckage I was building. But I steeled myself, knowing I had to see it through. Dinner was a blur. Donna came home, changed, and sat with Sam at the table. Their voices a soft hum as I slipped her purse and my briefcase into place. I lingered by the door, watching them for a fleeting moment, a snapshot of normalcy I might never see again. Regret tugged at me, but I shoved it down. This wasn't my doing, I told myself, and walked out into the night. Trev and I clocked in early, our usual banter replaced by a charged silence. In the break room, I ran through my prep one last time, his nods reassuring me I'd covered every angle. When I mentioned the baggies in Donna's purse, his eyes darkened with thought. "Someone's gonna figure out it's a setup eventually," he said, voice low. "They'll come looking for who had access." I sighed, rubbing my neck. "Yeah, I know. Don'll point fingers at Connie or me. But by then, I'll have the divorce locked down, custody sorted, and Sam and me long gone. Her word against mine, who's gonna buy her story?" We worked through lunch, then headed to the lot. I tossed my backpack into his car, swapped keys, and took a slim tool from the foreman's stash, a lockout lifesaver. We shook hands, my grip firm despite the tremor in my gut. "See you at Gino's around 2, I said, forcing a grin. He nodded, and I drove off. 20 minutes later, I pulled into the Best Western lot across from the Red Roof Inn, parking in a shadowed corner. Through my binoculars, I scoped out room 120's wing. Curtis's silver Lincoln gleamed beside Connie's blue Trans Am, their presence a neon sign screaming trouble. It was just past 9:30, they hadn't wasted a second. Heart pounding, I tugged on my gloves, grabbed my backpack, and crossed the street. The night alive with distant freeway hums and the rustle of pine needles underfoot. I crouched behind a tree, eyes locked on the glow spilling from room 120's window. Every nerve alight with the stakes of what came next. The far side of the parking lot stretched out into a sea of shadows, the other rooms on this wing swallowed by darkness. I dropped low, my knees bending as I scuttled across the cracked asphalt, weaving between the hulking shapes of parked cars. My pulse thrummed in my ears, steady but quick, a rhythm born of adrenaline and purpose. I paused beside a Trans Am, crouching down until my hands brushed the gritty pavement. The hood was still warm, radiating a faint heat that seeped into my palms. They couldn't have been here long. The realization sharpened my focus, narrowing the world to the task at hand. I reached for the passenger door, fingers curling around the handle, but it didn't budge. Locked. A flicker of frustration sparked in my chest, but I shoved it down, letting it fuel my next move. Slipping the backpack off my shoulders, I knelt fully now, the rough ground digging into my knees as I unzipped the bag with practiced ease. Inside, my tools lay waiting, crude, reliable instruments of necessity. I pulled out a slim metal strip, its edges cool against my skin, and slid it carefully down the window's narrow gap. My breath hitched as I felt the latch catch, a subtle resistance that gave way with a sharp yank. The lock popped free, and a surge of quiet triumph washed over me. I retrieved a tote bag from the backpack, its weight familiar and heavy with intent. Then eased the car door open with a gentleness that felt at odds with the moment. The hinges creaked faintly, a whisper in the still night, as I shoved the bag beneath the passenger seat, tucking it out of sight. With a quick twist, I relocked the door and shut it softly, the sound swallowed by the hum of distant traffic. My hands moved back to the backpack, fumbling through its contents until my fingers closed around a small plastic baggie. Inside were scraps, remnants of my earlier work, carefully collected and now repurposed. I scattered them between the Trans Am and the car beside it, a deliberate trail of crumbs beneath the front doors. If the cops didn't have a reason to search these vehicles before, they sure as hell would now. The thought curved my lips into a grim, fleeting smile as I slung the backpack over my shoulder and started back across the lot. But then I stopped. My boots scuffing the pavement, my gaze snagging on a single lit window glowing like a beacon against the motel's shadowed facade. Room 120. I knew I shouldn't. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, to stick to the plan. Yet something tugged at me, an ache, a pull, a reckless curiosity I couldn't shake. My feet carried me forward, slow and cautious, until I was creeping along the sidewalk, the concrete cold beneath my soles. The closer I got, the louder the sounds grew, muffled laughter spilling through the glass. A tangle of voices too muddled to make out. I pressed myself against the wall, my breath shallow, and rose just enough to peer through a thin slit where the curtains didn't quite meet. The room swam into view, dim and hazy, the air thick with cigarette smoke that curled lazily toward the ceiling. 5 feet away, on the nearest bed, Donna and Curtis sprawled together. Her hair was a wild tangle, her laughter sharp and unrestrained, while Curtis leaned into her, his hands possessive, his grin wide and careless. My stomach lurched, a sudden, violent twist of shock and revulsion. I tore my eyes away, heat flooding my face, my mind reeling as I tried to unsee the intimacy I'd stumbled into. Further back, on the second bed, James and Connie sat side by side. James slouched, his broad shoulders tense, while Connie fidgeted with her hands, her nervous energy palpable even from here. She glanced at him every few seconds, her lips parting as if she wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. Then Curtis's voice cut through the haze, loud and brash, cracking a joke about the noise outside. James's head snapped up, his jaw tightening as he rose and crossed the room toward Curtis and Donna, his steps heavy with irritation. It was too much, too raw, too chaotic. My legs gave out, and I slid down the wall. my back scraping against the rough stucco. I pressed my palms over my eyes, desperate to block out the images searing into my brain. I hadn't been ready for this. In all my planning, all my careful steps, I hadn't braced myself for the gut punch of seeing her like that, Donna, the woman I'd once loved, tangled up in a world I no longer recognized. After a moment, I forced myself to my feet, swaying slightly as I staggered back across the parking lot, across the empty road, and up to Trev's car. I paused, one hand on the hood, and threw a glance back at that cursed window. Room 120 burned in my memory, a snapshot I'd carry forever whether I wanted to or not. If I could have clawed it out of my skull, I would have done it in a heartbeat. My chest tightened, a dull ache spreading as I thought of her, of us, of what we'd been before it all unraveled. 2 deep breaths steadied me, grounding me in the now, in what still needed to be done. I turned away, my resolve hardening, and made my way toward the Best Western office, its neon sign flickering faintly in the night. The payphone stood just outside, a relic of scratched metal and chipped paint. I fished some coins from my pocket, the clink of them hitting the slot loud in the silence, and dialed Dennis's number. When his gruff voice answered, I didn't hesitate. The drug buy's happening now, room 120, Red Roof Inn on Forest Road. Curtis Hawks the supplier, rolls in a silver Lincoln Town car. James Martins the buyer, works as a corrections officer up at Ionia's State Prison. They're holed up with 2 others. One's driving a blue Trans Am. My words came out clipped, precise, each syllable carrying the weight of what I'd seen. Got it, Dennis replied, his tone sharp with focus. How long till you're here? 15, maybe 20 minutes, I said. You've got a 5-minute head start before I call Tri-County. Thanks. Lieutenant Mason's waiting on you. I'm heading out now. The line clicked dead, leaving me standing there. The receiver still pressed to my ear as my thoughts churned. I stared across the road, the motel a dark silhouette against the sky, until my watch snapped me back. Time to move. I dialed Tri-County. Gave the code word when they picked up, and repeated the details I'd given Dennis, adding one more piece, James Martins armed with a gun. Curtis Hawks carrying a knife. Then I hung up. The finality of it settling over me like a shroud. I walked back to Trev's car at the edge of the lot, peeling off my gloves and stuffing them into the backpack. The drive to the Best Western's rear was short, the dumpster looming in the shadows as I pitched the bag and its contents inside, the thud muffled by the night. Then I circled back. Parking at a vantage point facing the inn, 150 feet away, close enough to see both sides of the building but shrouded in the unlit fringes of the lot. My dark clothes blended into the gloom. And I sank low in the seat, binoculars in hand, watching. 15 minutes ticked by, slow and heavy, before a car rolled in and parked near the office. 2 men climbed out. Their movements deliberate, no trip inside, just a straight path along the row of rooms. One paused at the corner, his silhouette tense, while the other pressed on toward 120. He stopped at the window. Lingering there, something small, a camera, maybe, gleaming faintly in his grip. My breath caught as he stood motionless, observing, before doubling back to his partner. They huddled, heads close. Then returned to their car to wait. Half an hour later, the cavalry arrived. 6 unmarked cars swept down the road, headlights snuffed out as they turned into the lot. A dozen figures spilled out. Windbreakers marked, police, catching the faint glow of a street lamp. One officer ducked into the office while others popped trunks, pulling gear with quiet efficiency. 2 sheriff's cars crept in from Forest Road, blocking off the block's ends like silent sentinels. The first 2 men, Dennis, I figured, conferred with an officer, gesturing toward 120. 6 cops moved in, the photographer trailing, while others fanned out, two around back, two at the lot's entrance. The group edged around the corner, inching toward the window. One peered inside. Then waved the others forward. Two took positions flanking the door, weapons drawn, while two more hefted a battering ram. The photographer hovered behind, ready. Police! The shout shattered the night as the ram slammed into the door, wood splintering with a deafening crash. A camera flash flared as the four officers stormed in, yells erupting from within. Something thudded against a wall, then silence, punctuated only by more flashes and the faint sound of sobbing. More cops swarmed the scene, marked cars rolling in with lights pulsing. Female officers entered the room, and others swept the parked cars with flashlights. Curtis emerged first, hands cuffed, head bowed, clad only in boxers. A red welt bloomed across his chest. And he stumbled as they shoved him into a car. James followed, dazed but upright, his face a mask of stunned disbelief as he was loaded into another. Donna and Connie came last. Cuffed and disheveled, escorted by women in uniform. Donna's hair hung in clumps, her clothes wrinkled and askew, her face a wreck of tears and smeared makeup. Through the binoculars, I saw her tremble, her chin quivering as she fought to hold it together. For a fleeting second, pity stirred in me, until I remembered her on that bed, remembered the betrayal, the lies. The guilt evaporated, leaving only cold certainty. I tracked the squad car as it pulled away, lights fading into the distance, my mind blank but for the weight of what I'd done. I stayed there. Rooted in the car for hours, the radio crooning mournful country tunes as the police worked. Evidence bags piled up, the crowd thinned, and wreckers hauled the cars away. The night stretched on. And I sat with my thoughts, about Donna, about the last few weeks, about the life I'd torched to get here. The future loomed, uncertain and vast, but for now, I just listened to the music and let the darkness hold me. The engine hummed as I pulled away from the house, the last of the police cars dwindling in my rearview mirror like fading ghosts. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary, the leather creaking under my palms as I navigated the familiar streets toward Gino's. The night clung to me, heavy and suffocating. A shroud of unease I couldn't shake. When I stepped inside the bar, the dim lights and murmur of scattered conversations greeted me like an old friend, both comforting and indifferent. I grabbed a beer from the counter, the cold bottle biting into my skin, and sank into the cracked vinyl of a corner booth. My body felt like it had been hollowed out. Every muscle aching with the weight of what I'd just witnessed. 10 minutes crawled by, each second stretching into eternity, until Trev slid into the seat across from me. His work boots scuffed the floor, and his face, lined with the kind of weariness only a long shift could carve, settled into a sober mask as he studied me. "Well," he said, his voice low and steady. "You're sitting here and not behind bars, so I'm guessing it all went according to plan. But you look like hell. What's eating you?" I took a slow sip of my beer. The bitter taste grounding me just enough to spill the night's chaos into words. I told him everything, the flickering shadows, the sharp voices, the moments that had seared themselves into my memory. Trev listened, his dark eyes unblinking, his head shaking slightly as if trying to dislodge the weight of my story. He didn't speak, just let the silence pool between us like spilled ink. After what felt like ages, I broke it. "I'm trying to wrap my head around the fact that it's done," I said, my voice cracking at the edges. Part of me is relieved, like a knot finally untwisting in my chest. But the rest? I'm lost, Trev. Completely adrift. 2 weeks ago, I had a map for my life, every road. Every turn laid out clear as day. Now? It's all fog. I don't know who I am anymore. My words hung there, fragile and raw, and Trev reached over. His calloused hand resting on my arm in a quiet gesture of solidarity. He didn't try to fix it, didn't offer empty platitudes, just sat with me in the wreckage of my thoughts. We finished our beers in that same stillness, the clink of glass against the table marking the end of our refuge. As we stood to leave, Trev glanced at me, his voice softening. "You ready for that acting gig tomorrow?" I nodded, though the motion felt mechanical. "Not thrilled about it, but I'm as ready as I'll ever be." His lips curved into a sad, lopsided smile. "Break a leg, man." We swapped keys again, his for my truck, mine for his sedan, and I climbed into the driver's seat, the familiar rumble beneath me a small anchor as I drove home. The driveway stretched out before me like a gauntlet as I pulled in, parking behind Donna's car. Its stillness mocked me, a silent sentinel in the night. I took a deep breath, the cool air stinging my lungs, and trudged toward the house. The door creaked open, and Christy, the babysitter, met me with wide, anxious eyes. "Mr. Kvill," she stammered, wringing her hands. "I thought you were Mrs. Kvill." "Hi, Christy, isn't Donna here?" I forced surprise into my voice, though my heart thudded unevenly in my chest. She shook her head, her ponytail swaying with the motion. "No, she left around 7. Said she'd be back by 1, maybe 1:30. It's not like her to be this late." I tilted my head, feigning confusion. Maybe she and Josie went somewhere after dinner, lost track of time. Or she's at Josie's place. Christy's brow furrowed, her discomfort palpable. But it wasn't Josie who picked her up. Or Mary. It was some woman named Connie. She came by around 7, and Mrs. Kvill left with her. My stomach twisted, but I kept my face neutral. "Connie? You sure she said Josie for dinner?" Christy nodded. "Resolute. Positive. And I know Connie, she's dropped Mrs. Kvill off a few times on Fridays. I recognized her car tonight." The name hit me like a punch, Connie, the only Connie I knew. And the last person I'd ever imagined Donna with. "That doesn't make sense," I said slowly, letting the words drip with disbelief. Christy shifted uncomfortably, her sneakers scuffing the hardwood. "I don't know anything about that, but she's been bringing Mrs. Kvill home for weeks now, every Friday I've been here." She glanced at her watch, her voice tightening. "It's past 2, though. And I really need to get home." Guilt flickered through me. "Sorry, Christy, I didn't mean to keep you. I'll call Josie and figure this out. How much do I owe you?" We settled up. And I walked her to the door, thanking her for watching Sam. As her figure retreated down the street, I prayed my tone had sold the lie. Inside, the kitchen was a tomb of shadows. I yanked the address book from the shelf, its pages crinkling under my fingers as I found Josie's number. The phone rang 6 times, each trill amplifying my dread, until a groggy voice rasped, "Hello?" "Josie, it's Ken Kvill," I said, my throat dry. What time is it?" "About 2:30. Sorry to wake you, but Donna's not home yet. I thought she might be with you." A pause stretched across the line, thick with sleep and confusion. "Ken, I haven't seen Donna since work. She told me she was meeting you and Mary for dinner." My pulse quickened. "What? No. We haven't gone out on Fridays in months." Josie's voice sharpened slightly. "Yeah, well, a couple months back, she switched our dinner night earlier in the week. Said she ran into an old neighbor who wanted to catch up. We haven't done a Friday since." The pieces clicked into place, jagged and wrong. "Thanks, Josie. Sorry again for bothering you." I hung up. My mind racing, and dialed the city police. A dispatcher picked up, his tone clipped. "Yeah? I'm worried about my wife, she hasn't come home," I said, injecting urgency into my voice. I dropped her name deliberately, twice, ensuring it stuck. He brushed me off, nothing to do unless she'd been gone 24 hours. After 15 minutes of back and forth, I let him talk me into hanging up, promising to call back if she didn't turn up. The kitchen swallowed me in its darkness as I sat there, the phone still warm in my hand. Exhaustion clawed at me. But my brain wouldn't quiet. I needed sleep, tomorrow would hit hard and fast. I changed into pajamas, the fabric soft against my frayed nerves, and slipped into Sam's room. She lay curled under her blankets, her small chest rising and falling, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Dreams, I thought, pure, untainted ones only a child could have. Envy stabbed me. Sharp and bitter, as tears welled up. I couldn't face my empty bed. Gently, I slid in beside her, the mattress dipping under my weight. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "It's just Daddy." "Sweetheart," I whispered. "Go back to sleep." "Daddy," she mumbled, nestling into my shoulder, her warmth a fragile lifeline. I stared into the void until exhaustion claimed me. A door slamming shut in my mind. The phone's shrill cry jolted me awake, echoing down the hall from our bedroom. My watch read just past 8. I eased Sam's arm off mine and stumbled to answer it. "Hello? Ken, it's Jack, what's going on with Donna?" His voice boomed, laced with panic. Jack, Donna's father, lived 20 miles away with Brenda in a modest house they'd bought after retiring. He'd been a factory man, weathered by years of labor, now scraping by on a pension and Social Security. They'd moved south from the Upper Peninsula for Brenda's health. Her fragile condition a constant shadow over their lives. I'd always liked them, warm, grounded people who adored Sam, showering her with treats and love. "She wasn't here when I got home," I said, steadying my voice. "The sitter said she'd be back by 1. I called Josie, she hadn't seen her. Even tried the police." Jack cut in, breathless. "She just called us, Ken." Hysterical, kept sobbing. It's a mistake," Said she's in Eaton County Jail but wouldn't say why." "Didn't she call you?" My chest tightened. "No, she didn't." "I'll head there now. Can you and Brenda watch Sam?" "Of course, anything you need." As I hung up, a small noise turned me. Sam stood in the doorway, her stuffed puppy dangling from her arms. "Daddy, where's Mommy?" Her voice was soft, trusting. "Mommy had to go to work early, honey," I lied, forcing a smile. "How about visiting Grandpa Jack and Grandma Bren today?" She tilted her head, then nodded. "Okay. Can I have breakfast first?" "You bet, sweetheart. We'll eat together." We scarfed down cereal, dressed in a rush, and drove to their place. Jack and Brenda met us at the door, their arms enveloping us. Brenda's face was ashen. Her eyes puffy. "Ken, what's happening?" "Donna can't be where she said, can she?" I shook my head, mute, as Jack hoisted Sam up. "Sam, there's a donut with sprinkles in the kitchen, go check." She scampered off, and Jack turned to me, his voice low. "Ken, you two having problems?" I furrowed my brow, playing dumb. "Not that I know of." "She's been off lately, tired," she said. "Has she mentioned anything to you?" They exchanged a glance. "We haven't seen her in a month," Jack admitted. "She's dodged us, too busy to talk. Hasn't brought Sam by either." "That's not her." I nodded, slow and deliberate. "I'll find out what's going on. I'll call or bring her back." Jack clapped my shoulder as I left, his grip firm. "Thanks, Ken. I'd come, but I've got it," I said. And stepped into the morning, the weight of the day pressing down like a storm about to break. The weight of worry pressed heavily on my chest as I muttered, almost to myself. I'm really concerned about Brenda right now. Jack, my father-in-law, stood there, his brow furrowed with the same unease that gnawed at me. I understand, Ken, he said. His voice steady but tinged with exhaustion. Just look after them both, Brenda and Samantha. I'll take care of everything here and get back as soon as I can. His words lingered in the air. A fragile promise amid the chaos swirling in my mind. I gave him a quick nod, turned on my heel, and made my way to the car. The engine roared to life, and I pulled out of the driveway. The tires crunching against the gravel as I set off toward the county jail. The jail sat right next to the county courthouse, a squat, unassuming building about 20 miles from home. Over the years, I'd driven past it countless times, its faded brick walls and barred windows blending into the landscape like an old scar on the earth. But I'd never had a reason to step inside. Today was different. The road stretched out before me, lined with skeletal trees swaying in the chilly March wind, their bare branches clawing at the gray sky. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary, my knuckles widening as I tried to steady the storm of thoughts raging in my head. Signs along the way pointed me toward the visitor's entrance, their chipped paint and crooked arrows guiding me like reluctant sentinels. Inside, the waiting area greeted me with a hollow stillness. The room was stark, its beige walls scuffed and peeling, lit by the harsh glare of fluorescent lights that buzzed faintly overhead. A handful of plastic chairs sat scattered across the linoleum floor. All empty except for the faint echoes of past visitors. At the far end stood a reception counter, its surface scratched and worn. Manned by 2 uniformed officers hunched over desks cluttered with papers and coffee mugs. A sign taped to the counter instructed visitors to sign in. And beside it sat a clipboard with a pen dangling from a frayed string. I reached for it, my fingers trembling slightly. When one of the officers, a woman with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense set to her jaw, looked up. "Can I help you?" she asked, her tone clipped but not unkind. Her question caught me off guard. Though I'd known it was coming. My throat tightened, words evaporating before I could grasp them. I stood there, frozen, feeling the weight of her gaze like a spotlight on my unraveling composure. Finally, I managed to stammer, I think you're holding my wife here. She called my father-in-law this morning, Jack. We're not sure why she's here." My voice cracked, betraying the confusion and dread twisting inside me. "Her name's Donna. Donna Quill." The officer didn't flinch. She pulled a file from the stack in front of her. Flipping through it with practiced efficiency, her eyes scanning the pages without meeting mine. "Yes, she's here," she confirmed, her voice flat. She turned to her colleague. A burly man with a graying mustache tapping away at a keyboard. "Who's assigned to the red roof bust from last night? Williams and Prescott?" He nodded without looking up. "Yeah, that's them." She reached for the phone, dialing a number with quick, deliberate movements. Turning slightly away, she murmured something into the receiver, her words too soft for me to catch. Then she hung up and faced me again. "Have a seat," she said, gesturing toward the row of chairs. "Detective Williams will come get you." I shuffled over and sank into one of the seats. The plastic creaking under my weight. My eyes dropped to the floor, tracing the scuff marks and cracks in the tiles as my mind spun. 10 minutes crawled by, each second stretching into eternity. Until the faint hiss of a security door opening snapped me out of my daze. A man emerged from the back, dressed in plain clothes, a rumpled button-up shirt and slacks. He was in his 40s, I guessed. Shorter than me but built solid, with broad shoulders and a stocky frame that suggested he could hold his own. His dark hair was cropped close. And his face carried the quiet confidence of someone who'd seen too much to be rattled. He scanned the room, his eyes landing on me. "I'm Detective Williams," he said, stepping forward. Are you the husband of Donnockville? Yes, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. Yes, I am. Is she okay? What's going on? Why is she here? My questions tumbled out in a rush. Each one laced with a growing panic I couldn't suppress. He motioned down a hallway. Come on back to my office. I followed him. My footsteps echoing against the tiled floor as we passed through a doorway labeled Detectives. The room was small and cluttered, 4 desks shoved together. Surrounded by towering file cabinets that leaned against the walls like tired sentries. Papers spilled across every surface, and the faint scent of stale coffee hung in the air. We were alone in there. He shut the door with a soft click and pointed to a chair beside his desk. Have a seat. Can I see your driver's license, please? I fumbled in my wallet, handed it over. And watched as he opened a file on his desk. He compared it to what looked like a photocopy of Donna's license, nodding to himself before sliding mine back to me. Then he leaned back. His expression softening just enough to hint at sympathy. Mr. Kville, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but your wife was arrested last night during a drug bust at the Red Roof Inn on Forest Road. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I blinked, trying to process them, and forced a shaky laugh. What? No, there has to be some mistake. My voice sounded foreign to me. Thin and desperate. No mistake, Mr. Kville, he said, his tone firm but not harsh. Acting on a tip, the Tri-County Task Force on Drug Enforcement raided a specific room at the inn. They seized a significant quantity of illegal drugs, cocaine, mostly, and recovered 2 firearms. Your wife was among those arrested. I slumped back in the chair. The air rushing out of me as if I'd been deflated. My hands gripped the armrests, anchoring me as the room seemed to tilt. Detective Williams watched me for a moment. His brown eyes softening with something close to pity. I've been reviewing the officers' accounts of the incident, he said. I can share what they observed, if you want to know. But I should warn you, it might be tough to hear. I stared at him, my mind a tangle of fear and disbelief. After a long pause, I nodded, unable to speak. He leaned forward slightly. His voice steady but measured. When the officers entered the room, they found several individuals engaged in suspicious activity. Drugs were out in the open, piles of it, along with paraphernalia. One of the suspects resisted arrest, tried to shove past the team. Everyone in that room was detained and brought here. His words carved through me. Each one a jagged edge tearing at the fragile image I'd held of my wife. I bent forward, pressing my palms against my eyes, whispering, no, 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 this can't be happening. The mantra spilled out. A futile shield against the reality crashing down. I felt the tears welling up, hot and unstoppable, and when I looked up at him, they blurred my vision. I'm sorry, Mr. Kville, he said gently. But I need to ask you a few questions. The request jolted me. I wiped at my eyes, startled to find my hands trembling. Hearing him lay out the details had ripped open a wound I hadn't even known was there, the raw, aching betrayal of Donna's secret life. You can't be forced to testify against your wife, he continued. But is there anything you'd like to add? Anything you know that might help us? I shook my head slowly, the motion heavy with exhaustion. I don't understand any of this. We have a 4-year-old daughter, Samantha. How could she do this? How could she? The tears came harder now, streaming down my cheeks as my voice broke. Did you have any idea your wife was involved with illegal drugs? He asked, his tone careful. I met his gaze, my eyes red and stinging. No. Never. We've never been into that stuff. The only time was. God, 4 years ago, maybe more. We tried marijuana once, just messing around. She hated it, said it made her feel sick, so we never touched it again. I paused. A memory flickering to life like a spark in the dark. Wait, there was something. 6 or 7 months ago, I came home from work late. Donna had been out that night. I found her in the bathroom, hunched over the sink, looking awful, pale and shaky. She said she'd been with Connie, an old neighbor of ours. Admitted she'd smoked weed again. We fought about it, big time. She swore she'd never see Connie again, and I believed her. Detective Williams's eyes sharpened at the mention of Connie's name, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. He jotted something down. Then looked up. "Mr. Kville, your wife's going to need an attorney. Her arraignment's set for Monday morning, between 10 and 11. If she doesn't have one by then, the court will appoint someone. Bail will be determined there." I pulled out a handkerchief, wiping my face as the tears slowed. "Can I get a copy of the arrest report? And, what exactly is she being charged with?" He nodded. "I'll make you a copy. As for who she was arrested with, I can't officially tell you that. But I'll warn you, a reporter was sniffing around the scene last night. If they got names, it might hit the papers tomorrow or the next day, even though they're not supposed to release anything until the arraignment." He grabbed the file and stepped out, leaving me alone with my thoughts. When he returned, he handed me a few sheets of paper. I scanned them, my eyes snagging on the list of charges: felony drug possession with conspiracy to deliver, possession of drug paraphernalia, and, my breath caught, solicitation. Solicitation? I sputtered, my voice rising with a mix of anger and disbelief. "You mean, what, prostitution? Illegal deals? What the hell is this?" I shot to my feet, the papers crumpling in my fist. "I can't believe this, I won't believe it." He remained calm, his expression somber. "As far as we know, it's accurate. Some charges might shift, dropped or added, depending on the prosecutor. That'll play out at the arraignment or pre-trial." I stormed toward the door, then stopped, spinning back to face him. "Are we done? I need to get out of here." He met my gaze, unflinching. "Do you want to see her? Visiting hours start at 11. I glared at him, my chest heaving. "No. I don't want to see her. Not after what she's done, to me, to our daughter." He nodded, understanding flickering in his eyes. "The arraignment's in Judge Brown's court. My partner and I might need to talk to you afterward. Until then, try to stay calm, okay?" I didn't respond. I just turned and walked out, the door slamming shut behind me. The drive back to Jack and Brenda's house was a blur. The road unfolding in a haze of muted colors and distant sounds. My stomach churned with dread as I thought about breaking the news. How would they take it? Jack, with his quiet strength? Brenda, with her soft heart that could shatter under this weight? When I stepped inside, the living room was warm and alive with the chatter of a cartoon on the TV. Samantha sat nestled between Jack and Brenda on the couch, her tiny legs swinging as she giggled at the screen. "Hi, Daddy," she chirped, her bright eyes lighting up. "We're watching Looney Tunes." "I see that, honey," I said, forcing a smile. "I need to talk to Grandpa for a minute, then we've got to head home, okay?" She nodded, already distracted by the antics of Bugs Bunny. I caught Jack's eye and tilted my head toward the kitchen. He followed, his steps slow, as if he sensed the storm brewing. "What is it, Ken?" he asked once we were alone, his voice low. "Where's Donna? Why isn't she with you?" I didn't answer with words. Instead, I handed him the arrest report, the pages trembling slightly in my grip. He took it, his eyes scanning the text. And I watched as his face crumpled, shock giving way to disbelief, then to a deep, aching sorrow. He sank into a chair, the wood creaking under him, and looked up at me. This can't be right. This isn't Donna. I shook my head, the weight of it all pressing down on me. It gets worse, Jack. I can only tell you what the detective shared, what the officers saw. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. They stormed the room and found two people fighting back. Drugs everywhere, piles of it. They arrested everyone there, hauled them in. That's all I know. Jack's eyes widened, tears spilling over as a choked sob broke free. He covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking. I stood there, helpless, waiting for him to pull himself together. When he finally looked up, his voice was raw. Did you see her? Did you see Donna? No, I said, my throat tight. I can't face her right now, Jack. I need to get home, figure this out, think about what's best for Sam. He dropped his head into his hands again, his body trembling under the weight of it all. I rested a hand on his shoulder, a feeble attempt at comfort. I'll leave it to you to tell Brenda. I'm so sorry, Jack, for all of us. He nodded, silent tears streaking his weathered face. We walked back to the living room together. Come on, Sam, I called softly. Say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma. Time to go. As Samantha hopped off the couch, I caught Brenda's gasp. She was staring at Jack, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. He looked older in that moment, the lines on his face etched deeper, as if the past hour had stolen years from him. She stepped toward him, searching his expression. But I couldn't stay to witness the fallout. I took Samantha's hand and led her out, the door closing softly behind us, sealing away the wreckage of a family unraveling. As I gazed deeply into Jack's weary eyes, he pulled Brenda into a fierce, protective embrace, his arms trembling slightly as if he could shield her from the storm brewing in their lives. Gathering my daughter Sam into my arms, her small frame warm against me, we shuffled toward the door, the weight of the moment pressing down on us like a heavy fog. I paused just before stepping into the car, turning back to them, Jack's stoic nod barely concealing the turmoil etched into his furrowed brow. Brenda clinging to his arm as though it were her lifeline. As we drove away, the tires crunching over gravel, Sam pressed her face against the window, her wide eyes tracing the fading figures of her grandparents. Daddy, she asked in that soft, curious voice that always tugged at my heart, why are Grandpa Jack and Grandma Bren so sad? The question hung in the air, and I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles widening as I wrestled with how to answer. After a long, heavy minute, I decided it was time to ease her into the truth, to prepare her tender heart for the jagged edges of reality. Well, sweetheart, I began, my voice steady but laced with a quiet ache. We just found out that Mommy isn't feeling very well. She's going to stay somewhere special for a few days to get some help, and that's why they're sad. In the rearview mirror, I watched Sam strapped into her car seat, her little brow furrowing as comprehension dawned. Her lips quivered, and she whispered, "But Daddy, I don't want Mommy to go away. I want to see her." Tears welled up in her bright eyes, shimmering like tiny pools of grief, and my chest tightened painfully. "You will, honey," I promised, forcing a smile, "just as soon as she feels better. But we have to be patient." "Do you know what that means?" She nodded faintly, then began to cry, soft, hiccuping sobs that pierced me deeper than any words could. "But I want Mommy, Daddy, please," she pleaded, and I bit my lip hard, tasting the metallic tang of my own restraint as I searched for a way to pull her from the brink of despair. "Sam," I said gently, an idea flickering to life. "How would you like to go up to the lake and visit Grandpa and Grandma'ville? We could even stay overnight." Her crying paused, her tear-streaked face tilting as she mulled it over, sniffling softly. "Can I go swimming?" she asked, a spark of hope igniting in her voice. I chuckled despite myself, picturing the icy waters of the lake in early May. "It's probably too cold to swim, sweetie. But you could wade in the shallows if you want." She hesitated, then pressed, "Can I go for a ride on the boat?" The thought of her beaming on the water melted some of the ice in my chest. "I'm sure Grandpa would love to take you out on the boat," I assured her. Her eyes lit up, and with a decisive nod, she declared, "Okay, let's go see Grandma and Grandpa." When we got home, the house felt eerily quiet, shadows stretching long across the hardwood floors as the late afternoon sun dipped low. "Sam, grab some clothes and toys to take with us," I called, watching her scamper off with renewed energy. "I'll help you pack in a bit." While she rummaged through her room, I picked up the phone and dialed my parents up north. My dad's gruff voice answered, warm and familiar, and I asked, "Hey, Dad, would you and Mom like some company tonight? I'm off work, and I thought Sam and I could drive up." His reply came quick and hearty, "Absolutely. Your brother's coming up tomorrow morning to help us put the docks and boats in, ours and Harvey's next door. We could use an extra pair of hands." I smiled faintly, promising we'd be there in a couple of hours, then hung up. Packing my overnight bag was mechanical: socks, a spare shirt, toothbrush, but helping Sam was a small joy. She'd optimistically tucked her swimsuit into her pile of clothes, her faith in a warm day unshaken. "Just in case, Daddy," she said brightly, and I couldn't help but grin as I zipped up her bag. The 130-mile drive stretched out before us, and Sam dozed off almost instantly in her car seat, her head lolling gently against the straps. The hum of the engine filled the silence, giving me too much space to think, to rehearse the words I'd need to break the news to my parents. They adored Donna, ever since we'd come back from Germany. She'd been like the daughter they never had. They doted on her and my brother's wife, Sandra, with the same fierce love they showered on their grandkids. This news would hit them like a freight train, just as it had Jack and Brenda. It was mid-afternoon when we rolled into their driveway, the crunch of tires on pine needles announcing our arrival. Dad was tinkering in the garage, grease smudged on his hands, while Mom raked the endless carpet of needles beneath the towering pines that framed the house. They dropped everything as Sam burst from the car, yelling, "Grandma!" "Grandpa!" with uncontainable glee. They swept her into their arms, their laughter mingling with her squeals until she wriggled free and bolted toward the lake, drawn to the sandy shore like a moth to flame. They turned to me then, Mom's sharp eyes narrowing. "Where's Donna?" she asked, her tone laced with suspicion. I hefted the suitcases and sighed. "Let's go inside, and I'll explain." We settled on the front deck, the weathered boards creaking under us, with a clear view of Sam tossing pebbles into the rippling water. I laid it all out, the chaos of the night before, the babysitter's frantic call, Jack's shaky voice on the phone that morning, the grim visit to the jail where the detective's words had landed like blows. Mom and Dad listened, their faces paling, disbelief warring with the evidence I pulled from my bag, the arrest report, stark and undeniable. Mom's hands shook as she read it, her voice breaking. "Ken, this can't be true. You don't believe this, do you?" "Donna would never," Dad cut in, his tone gruff but unsteady. "This doesn't sound like her." "Are they sure?" I nodded, weary. The detective was certain. There was even a reporter there when it happened. Mom's breath hitched, and she murmured, "Oh God. I'm so sorry. How could she do this? Jack and Brenda must be shattered." She rose abruptly, retreating inside to hide the tears she couldn't hold back. Dad and I sat in silence, the lake's gentle lapping a stark contrast to the storm in our hearts, until Mom returned, tissue in hand. "Why don't Sam help me with dinner?" she suggested softly, sensing I needed time with Dad. "You two take a walk." I called down to Sam, and she scampered up, sand dusting her sneakers, as Dad and I set off along the dirt road behind the house. The air smelled of pine and earth. And he waited until we were out of earshot before asking, "What are you thinking, son?" I kicked at a stone, my voice low. "If this is true, and it looks like it is, I can't trust her anymore, Dad. Not with Sam, not with anything. What she did, it cuts too deep. I don't see how we come back from this. Divorce feels like the only way, and maybe some distance too." He nodded slowly. Then brightened as I added, "I finished school a semester early. Degrees in the bag." His weathered face split into a proud grin. "That's my boy. Congrats. Ken, though I know it's bittersweet right now." I shrugged, mentioning the 100+ resumes I'd sent out, hoping for a job far from home. "The further, the better," I admitted. We wandered on, talking about their Florida place, plans to spruce up the lake house, my brother's family. Dad mentioned they were ditching the city apartment, too much upkeep with the lake house and their Florida trailer. "Your brother and I always wondered why you kept it," I said. And he chuckled ruefully. As we looped back to the house, he stopped me, his hand firm on my shoulder. "Whatever you decide about Donna, make sure it's for the right reasons. You loved her, maybe still do. We don't believe in divorce unless it's the last resort, but your mom and I are here for you and Sam. Anything we can do?" My throat tightened, and I managed, "Thanks, Dad. Could you and Mom keep Sam this week? I've got a lot to sort out, and I need to keep working till I find something else." He clapped my back. "I'll talk to your mom. She'd love having Sam around. And so would I." That evening passed in a blur: dinner, games with Sam, laughter that skirted the edges of our unspoken pain. By bedtime, exhaustion dragged at me. The sleepless night before and the day's emotional toll pulling me under. I crashed with Dad's warning ringing in my ears, "We're starting at 9 tomorrow." At 8, I was up, sipping coffee as Harvey, the neighbor, ambled over. In his 70s, with a shock of white hair and a quiet kindness, he'd owned the cottage next door for decades. His wife's passing had left him adrift, splitting time between the lake and his kids' homes. He settled with a mug, and my parents bragged about my engineering degree. "My granddaughter Casey's graduating next week, kinesiology," he said, chuckling at the word. "She's planning to come up this summer, soak in the lake before life gets busy." My brother John rolled in soon after with his daughter Elaine, a year Sam senior, and the day churned into motion. With Dad, John, Harvey, and me pitching in, we wrestled docks into place. Hauled boats to the water, pontoons, a speedboat, Dad's fishing rig. Sam and Elaine hooped as we piled onto the pontoon for a sunset lap around the lake. The cool breeze a balm against my frayed nerves. For a few hours, I shoved Donna's betrayal to the back of my mind, though John's stunned questions later dragged it all back. We promised to talk more. But for now, the lake held us together, its quiet strength a refuge from the chaos waiting beyond its shores. Later that week, I found myself lingering over the idea of lunch with Sam, Grandma, and Grandpa, imagining a chance to sit down and unravel the tangled threads of our recent conversations. The thought of it stirred a quiet warmth in me, a flicker of hope amid the chaos. I wandered over to Sam, her small frame curled up with a book, and broached the idea of staying at the lake with her grandparents. Her brow furrowed instantly. A shadow of worry crossing her face, she didn't want to miss preschool. The thought of being away from her little world, her crayons and friends, tugged at her. I crouched down, meeting her wide eyes, and promised I'd call the school. My voice was steady, reassuring her they wouldn't mind if she skipped a week. Relief softened her features, though a trace of hesitation lingered like a faint echo. That evening, after a hurried dinner, plates clattering in the sink, the the aroma of roasted chicken still hanging in the air, I stuffed clothes into a duffel bag and ushered everyone toward the door. The goodbyes were quick but heavy. I wrapped Sam in a tight hug, her small arms clinging to me, and whispered for her to be good for Grandma and Grandpa. Her hair smelled faintly of strawberry shampoo, a fleeting comfort. I told her I'd call every day, my words a lifeline stretched across the miles, and that Grandpa would drive her home come Friday. She nodded, her trust in me absolute, and I carried that trust like a fragile treasure as I climbed into the car. The drive home was a slow unwind. The road stretching out beneath a sky bruising into dusk. With each mile, tension seeped from my shoulders, a weight I hadn't realized I'd been carrying for weeks. Sam was safe. Tucked away with people who loved her, and that certainty freed my mind to grapple with the mess I'd left behind. I could finally focus, bring some kind of ending to the storm brewing in my life. By the time I pulled into the driveway, twilight had settled like a soft blanket over the house. I grabbed the pile of Saturday's mail and the Sunday paper from the porch, their edges curling from damp air, and dumped them onto the kitchen table with a muted thud. In the den, the answering machine blinked insistently, its red light pulsing like a heartbeat. 3 messages waited. I pressed play, and Trevor's familiar voice crackled through first, warm and steady, asking how I was holding up. I smiled faintly, he was the kind of friend who checked in without prodding. Next came Jack, his tone clipped, urging me to call him back. I frowned, sensing an undercurrent of strain. Then Donna's voice spilled out, faint and fractured, and my chest tightened as if a fist had closed around it. Ken, where are you?" she whispered, her words trembling on the edge of a sob. She was pleading, her voice raw and desperate. "Please, come get me out of here. It's a mistake, I don't know what you think happened, but it's not true. Daddy will hardly talk to me. And Mom won't even come to the phone. I don't know who else to call." Her sobs broke free, loud and unrestrained, before the line cut off. I stood frozen, the room tilting slightly. I tried to summon the anger that had burned so fiercely last Friday, the betrayal that had seared through me, but all I found was a deep, aching sadness pooling in its place. Shaking it off, I grabbed the phone and dialed Jack. He picked up on the second ring, his voice flat and weary. "Jack, it's Ken. How's Brenda?" I asked, bracing myself. He sighed, the sound heavy with exhaustion. "Ken, I tried to reach you, but you weren't home. Brenda's in the hospital. I took her to emergency yesterday after I told her everything you said. Her blood pressure spiked, dangerously high. The doctors think she might be having an emotional breakdown. They're keeping her under observation for a couple of days." His words landed like stones, each one sinking deeper. "I'm sorry, Jack." "I hope she'll be okay," I said, meaning it. "Me too," he muttered. "Oh, and Donna called again this morning. I could barely talk to her, I'm so damn frustrated with what she's done to Brenda." I ended up hanging up. I nodded, though he couldn't see me. "Yeah, she left a message here too, asking me to come get her, saying it's all a mistake." I paused, weighing my next move. "I'm going to the arraignment tomorrow." "You?" Jack hesitated. "I need to be at the hospital. Brenda calms down when I'm there." "All right," I said. "I'll call you tomorrow afternoon or stop by the hospital before work to fill you in. Give Brenda my best." "Will do." "Thanks, Ken," he replied, and the line went quiet. I turned to the mail, sifting through it with distracted hands. 2 envelopes caught my eye, responses from engineering firms I'd applied to. The first was a polite rejection, no openings, but they'd keep my resume on file. The second suggested I contact their employment agency for future opportunities. I tossed them aside, disappointment prickling faintly, and flicked on the TV. The Sunday paper lay open before me, its pages rustling as I flipped through, the drone of a news anchor fading into background noise. My eyes were heavy, skimming headlines without focus. Until a story at the bottom of the Metro section jolted me awake. Major drug bust on East Side, it read, sprawling across columns and spilling onto an inside page. 2 photos anchored the piece. One showed a Lincoln Town car, trunk yawning open, officers rifling through it, a hotel room door ajar in the background. The other captured a man in handcuffs being shoved into a police car. From the angle, he looked like James, same sharp jaw, same slouch. The article detailed the arrest of 2 men and 2 women, a stash of drugs seized from their vehicles. One suspect, a state corrections officer, had piqued the prosecutor's interest. The arraignment was set for Monday. Dennis Thompson's byline sat beneath the photos, a name I recognized from past dealings. A freelance reporter with an office at the paper, I made a mental note to track him down tomorrow. Before bed, I called Trevor back. His voice lifted when he answered. And I poured out the weekend's chaos, Sam at the lake, Brenda's collapse, Donna's plea. We lingered on how it was tearing through our families, the weight of it pressing on my parents and hers. I told him I'd be at work all week with Sam cared for, and as we wound down, he chimed in with news of his own. Got my letter from General Motors, he said, pride edging his tone. Apprenticeship starts in 2 weeks. I grinned into the phone. Congrats, man. No one deserves it more. Trevor was solid, hard-working, sharp, too bright to waste his days on a factory line. We hung up, and I collapsed into bed, the day's edges softening into sleep. Morning came early, the clock barely past 7 when I rolled out of bed. By 8. I was on the phone with a divorce attorney I'd contacted last week, lucking into an afternoon appointment. At 8:30, I stood outside Dennis Thompson's office in the newspaper building. Knuckles rapping against the door. It creaked open, and he peered out, tall, lanky, a scruffy edge to him like he'd rolled out of bed and into yesterday's clothes. Yeah, what do you want? He asked. His tone cool. Mr. Thompson, I'm Ken Kvill. I'd like to talk about the photos from Sunday's drug bust story. He squinted. Oh, yeah? Come in. Have we met? You sound familiar. I pitched my voice a little higher, dodging recognition. Don't think so. He shrugged. All right, what's your interest? I took a breath. My wife, Donna Kvill, was one of the women involved. His eyes sharpened, locking onto me. Sorry to hear that, he said, though his voice lacked warmth. Yeah, I'm sure, I shot back dryly. I'm filing for divorce. From your photos and something a detective mentioned, I think you've got more pictures that could help my attorney. He leaned back, sizing me up. Yeah, there are more. But why should I hand them over? I went straight for it. I'll pay you $500 for a set, and I'll sign an agreement there for my personal use in litigation, not publication. He chewed on that. Then smirked. Or what, your attorney subpoenas me. This way I get cash and no hassle. He rummaged through a stack of envelopes on his desk, slid one toward me, and pulled out contract forms from a drawer. 2 sets of 5x7s in there. Some are intense, check them, make sure they're what you want, $550 total, $500 for rights, $50 for prints. Return the prints. I refund the $50. I grunted, knowing damn well those prints weren't coming back. My fingers hesitated as I opened the envelope, pulling out the photos. My throat closed up as I flipped through, images sharp enough to cut, faces I knew and didn't want to. Yeah, this is it, I rasped, recognizing the other woman too. I didn't know about any of this. Did I? He asked, pausing his pen. I nodded mutely, and he shook his head. Kids involved? Another nod. I do PI work sometimes, he muttered. Hurts like hell when you find out who they really are. My hands shook as I wrote the check, signed the papers, and handed it over. Thanks, he said, pocketing it. Couldn't use most of those anyway, too risky. I stood, clutching the envelope. Might send more business your way. The other woman's ex-husbands would kill for these. His laugh followed me out the door, but I barely heard it over the roar in my head. As I rose from my chair, the weight of the moment pressed heavily on my chest. The man across from me extended his hand, his grip firm but weary, and slipped a sleek business card into my palm. I wish you luck with the divorce, he said, his voice carrying a quiet sincerity that didn't quite mask the exhaustion in his eyes. With those pictures in your corner, custody shouldn't even be a debate. I nodded mutely, the bitter taste of betrayal still coating my tongue, and turned on my heel. Without another word, I strode out into the crisp morning air, leaving behind the dim room and its secrets. The courthouse loomed ahead as I pulled into the parking lot well before 10 a.m., its gray stone facade casting long shadows across the pavement. My footsteps echoed faintly as I wandered the labyrinthine halls, the faint hum of conversation and the shuffle of papers guiding me toward Judge Brown's courtroom. Inside, a scattering of about a dozen people dotted the benches, some fidgeting nervously, others staring blankly ahead. I claimed a seat in the back row, the polished wood creaking under me as I settled in. Gradually, the room filled with a mix of faces, anxious family members clutching tissues, friends whispering hushed theories, sharply dressed attorneys flipping through files, and a few uniformed police officers standing like silent sentinels. My gaze snagged on Detective Williams, his broad frame leaning casually against the doorframe, and then drifted to a lone man who slipped in and took a seat near the aisle. His features tugged at a distant memory, Connie's first husband, Mark, I realized with a jolt. Years ago, when we'd lived next door to her, I'd caught fleeting glimpses of him picking up their son. I filed away a reminder to intercept him later. The judge swept in, robes billowing, followed by the bailiff, and the room snapped to attention. The first case was called, and a procession began, a steady stream of orange-clad figures shuffled in under guard, their wrists bound or free depending on their alleged crimes. Each stood before the bench as charges were read in a monotone drone: possession, theft, assault, followed by the scratch of the judge's pen as he reviewed arrest reports and prosecutor notes. Bail was set, trial dates assigned, and they were whisked away as quickly as they'd come. I watched, detached, until the third group was led in, and my stomach twisted. There they were, Donna, Connie, Curtis, and James. Curtis limped forward, a bandage plastered across his swollen nose, his face a storm cloud of defiance and rage. James trailed behind, head bowed, his shoulders slumped as if the weight of the world had settled there, his eyes fixed on the scuffed floor. Donna and Connie, though, looked like they'd been dragged through a nightmare, hair tangled and wild, eyes swollen from crying, faces etched with deep lines of exhaustion and dread. They scanned the room desperately, searching for a familiar face, a lifeline. I shrank back, ducking behind the broad shoulders of the man in front of me, my heart pounding as I willed myself invisible. Their postures sagged further when no one emerged from the crowd, the realization of their isolation sinking in like a stone. Curtis was summoned first. The clerk's voice rang out, listing a litany of charges: drug possession, distribution, resisting arrest, assault on an officer. His lawyer, a wiry man with a pinched expression, muttered a not guilty plea. Judge Brown's gaze flicked over the file before he declared bail at $100,000 and set a court date for the following month. Curtis glared at the bench, his jaw tight, as he was led away. Next came James. The charges mirrored Curtis's: drugs, mostly, with an additional count I couldn't quite make out. A man in a crisp suit stood, introducing himself as the county prosecutor, and approached the bench alongside James's attorney. After a hushed exchange, they stepped back. And the defense entered another not guilty plea. The judge's voice cut through the murmurs, bail at $200,000, court date to be determined. A ripple of surprise passed through the room, $200,000 was steep, and the whispers around me buzzed with speculation. Connie stepped forward, her movements shaky, as the familiar drug charges were read. Plus something extra that didn't fully register. Her plea was not guilty, her bail a modest $25,000 compared to the others. She kept her eyes down, fingers twisting together. A portrait of quiet despair. Then it was Donna's turn. My wife. She rose unsteadily, tears carving glistening paths down her cheeks. Her body trembling so violently her attorney had to grip her arm to keep her upright. The same drug charges echoed through the courtroom. And her lawyer's voice shook slightly as he entered her not guilty plea. Bail was set at $25,000, matching Connie's. She didn't lift her head as they were all herded out. Her sobs a faint echo in the cavernous space. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and slipped into the aisle as the next group was brought in. Mark was already heading for the exit. Mark. I called, jogging to catch up. He paused, turning with a furrowed brow. You probably don't remember me, I'm Ken, Donna's husband. Recognition flickered in his eyes. Yeah, I think I do. Quite a mess, huh, he said, his tone dry but heavy. I nodded, the knot in my chest tightening. I'm meeting a divorce attorney this afternoon, but I wanted to catch you first. You were trying to get custody of your son a while back, right? His lips twisted into a humorless smile. Yeah, never got anywhere with it. But this? This might change things. I pressed the photographer's business card into his hand. These are from the case, pictures that could help you. They'll cost a bit, but they're worth it. You might want to tip off Connie's other ex, too. They're impactful. He raised an eyebrow. That good, huh? More like that useful, I replied. He pocketed the card with a nod. Thanks. I'll pass it along. As I turned to leave, a hand brushed my arm. Mr. Kvill? Detective Williams's voice was calm but firm. I stopped, meeting his steady gaze. Oh, hey. How's it going? You need something? Just a few minutes to talk, me and my partner, he said, gesturing to a man nearby. It was polite, but the undertone felt like an order. I sighed inwardly. Resignation settling over me. Sure, let's go next door. He led me to the sheriff's building, where we settled into a stark interview room. His partner, a stocky man with sharp eyes, joined us at a table cluttered with files. Williams flipped one open. I've got some questions to help with our investigation. You can have a lawyer present if you want. I don't have one yet. But I'm seeing a divorce attorney later. Do I need one now? I asked, unease creeping in. Are you filing for divorce? He countered. Yeah. I saw the photographer this morning, he showed me the rest of the pictures. Could you live with that? My voice dripped with bitterness. He offered a sympathetic look but sidestepped my question. If you get uncomfortable, just say so, and we'll pause until you've got counsel. Fair? I nodded. Yeah, sure. I'd braced myself for this, they'd want my side eventually. Do you know Connie Wilkerson? He began. Yeah, we were neighbors years ago. Haven't seen her since we moved out of that townhouse complex. Did you know your wife was meeting her regularly? I shook my head, the sting of deception fresh. No. I mentioned Saturday that I knew they'd gone out once. She swore it wouldn't happen again. Guess that was a lie. Not friendly with Connie. I take it? You got that right. Apparently, my wife wasn't either, or so I thought. I launched into the tale of our friends John and Tracy. How Connie had wormed her way into their marriage's collapse, and how she'd neglected her own kids, wielding them like pawns against her exes. Williams nodded, scribbling notes. Ever hear of Curtis H. or James Martin? Not until this morning's arraignment. But I've got some solid pictures of them now. Donna never mentioned them. What was she gonna say? Hey, meet my drug buddies? He ignored my sarcasm. You know the Black and Tan nightclub? Sure, everyone around here does. That where they met? He shrugged. We think so. A witness puts them there multiple times last month. I shook my head, disbelief warring with anger. No clue about drugs either, huh? Not a bit. Makes me look pretty stupid, doesn't it? Our schedules were insane, me at MSU and the plant, her at the hospital and with our kid. Barely saw each other outside weekends. No red flags at work, but she'd been off lately. Her parents noticed too. Now I get why. He slid me his card. That's all for now. Call if anything comes up. Got a question about bail? I nodded. Someone's gotta bail her out, how's that work? He handed me a list of bondsmen, explaining the 10% cash bond and quick release. I left feeling lighter, the interview less brutal than I'd feared. Next stop, Jack and Brenda at the hospital. Brenda lay sleeping, pale but peaceful, while Jack kept vigil. He rose, silencing me with a finger to his lips, and we stepped outside. She's good, blood pressure's stable. Out tomorrow with meds. How'd it go at court? Charges filed, not guilty plea, $25,000 bail, I said. He nodded, relief etching his tired face. The bail was set at a steep $25,000. An amount that loomed over everything like a dark cloud. The entire process unfolded in a fleeting 10 minutes, a whirlwind of legal jargon and stern faces that left little room for emotion. She reached out again as the sun barely peeked over the horizon that morning, her voice trembling through the phone line. When I broke the news that her mother was confined to a hospital bed. Tethered to machines and uncertainty, her reaction erupted into near hysteria. Her words spilled out in a frantic rush. She missed Mrs. Sam desperately, her voice cracking with longing and confusion. Why wouldn't Sam return her calls? Why wouldn't she come to see her? The questions hung heavy, each one laced with a raw, aching bewilderment that gnawed at my chest. She pressed further. Her tone shifting to a plea as she asked if someone, anyone, would show up at the arraignment. I explained that I couldn't tear myself away from the hospital, where the sterile halls echoed with worry. But I assured her someone would likely be there to stand in the chaos of the courtroom. Her voice broke as she begged for rescue, for someone to pluck her from the cold, unyielding grip of that place. I murmured a vague promise, we'd see what could be done, though my words lacked warmth, edged with a detachment I couldn't shake. She'd looked like hell that morning, I added, my voice flat. Almost clinical, as if describing a stranger. Jack, standing nearby, turned his gaze on me, his eyes brimming with a quiet sorrow that made my stomach twist. What are you going to do, Ken? He asked. His voice soft but heavy. Are you going to bail her out? I met his stare, unflinching, and let the truth spill out. Jack, I can't have her near Sam or me right now. Not after everything. The decision had crystallized in my mind, sharp and unyielding. I told him about my appointment that afternoon with an attorney, a meeting I'd scheduled to untangle the mess and weigh my options. Jack's face tightened, his distress palpable. Is it that serious, Ken? No doubts left at all? His voice trembled slightly, and I could see the weight of it pressing down on him. I nodded. My jaw tight. You saw the story in Sunday's paper, I said, my tone clipped. I'd spoken to the photographer earlier that morning, a gruff man who'd confirmed the worst. There were more pictures. Images that seared into my mind like a brand. As Donna's father, I wanted to shield Jack from ever laying eyes on them. As her husband, those snapshots would stalk my nightmares. There's no doubt, I said, my voice cutting through the air like a blade. None. Jack wiped at his eyes, his fingers trembling as he tried to hold himself together. Okay, Ken, I get it, he managed. His voice thick. The bail bond's $2,500. If you need help with that, I'm here. As for where she goes after, I don't care much. Maybe Connie's place, the other woman tangled up in this. I doubt her situation's stable, so there'll be room soon enough. I shook my head, cutting him off. No, I'll talk to Brenda once she's awake. It'll be a hell of a conversation. But I think she'll still want Donna with us. That's the thing about being a parent, no matter how much you hate their choices, you're stuck loving them, supporting them through the wreckage. His words landed like stones, heavy with a resignation we both felt. Our eyes met, and I saw the glisten of tears mirroring my own. Jack, I said, my voice softening. You and Brenda can see Samantha anytime. This doesn't change that, or us. I've always thought the world of you both. He nodded, a faint smile flickering before we pulled each other into a brief, tight embrace. He turned quickly, retreating into the hospital room, but not before I caught the choked sound of him fighting back sobs. I lingered for a moment, then walked away. The weight of Donna's chaos pressing down on me like a storm cloud. That afternoon, my meeting with the attorney unfolded in a small, wood-paneled office that smelled faintly of old coffee and paper. I laid it all out, the arrest, the hospital, the photographs that had turned my life into a jagged-edged nightmare. I handed him a copy of the arrest report. My hands steady despite the turmoil roiling inside me. My priority was clear, I needed custody of Samantha, and I wanted Donna kept as far from her as possible. The settlement? I didn't care about the money. He leaned back in his chair, scribbling notes, and assured me he could file divorce papers the next morning, citing infidelity as the grounds. He'd also push for an injunction, branding Donna an unfit parent, a label that felt both brutal and necessary. Given the evidence, he said, it should be straightforward. I asked him to call me when the papers were ready. I wanted to deliver them to Donna myself, to look her in the eye as the final thread snapped. When I got home late that afternoon, the house was too quiet, broken only by the insistent ring of the phone. I picked it up, and Mary's voice crackled through the line. Ken, it's Mary. Donna didn't show up at work today, no call. Nothing. What's going on? I leaned against the counter, the weight of the day settling into my bones. She's in jail, Mary. Eden County. Her gasp was sharp, disbelief coloring her tone. What? I sighed. You didn't see Sunday's paper? The drug bust at the Red Roof Inn on Friday night, she was one of the 4 they nabbed. I could picture Mary's wide eyes. Her hand clutching the receiver as she processed it. Oh my God, Ken, I heard something about it but didn't read it. You're serious? Her shock mirrored mine from days ago. Dead serious. She won't be at work for a while. I'm handling what I have to. Her voice softened. I'm so sorry, Ken. Yeah, I muttered, me too, and hung up. The click of the receiver echoing in the empty kitchen. That night, I dragged myself to work, the fluorescent lights humming overhead as Trev and I traded updates. He listened, his brow furrowed. As I recounted the unraveling of my life over the past 3 days. Back home afterward, I wandered the house like a ghost, each room a silent witness to how much had shifted. I climbed into bed, our bed, for the first time since Thursday night, the sheets cold and unfamiliar without her. Nearly 5 years of marriage, unbroken since my army days, and now this was my reality. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, knowing I'd better get used to the solitude. Tuesday dawned gray and heavy. I hauled myself out of bed and tackled the list I'd scrawled the night before. Down in the basement, I dragged out Donna's suitcase and a stack of battered boxes, the dust stinging my eyes as I began packing her life away. Her clothes, dresses she'd worn to dinners, jeans she'd lounged in, went into the trunk of her car, folded with a precision that felt absurd given the circumstances. Shoes, toiletries, all the small pieces of her I'd once known so well, tucked into boxes. The closet emptied out, hangers clattering as I laid her dresses across the back seat. Just as I finished, the phone shrilled. It was a reporter from a local TV station. His voice slick and probing. "Does Donna Kvil live here?" I snapped a curt no and slammed the receiver down. It rang again, same guy, insistent. Claiming this was the listed number for Donna Kvil, arrested Friday night. "Where'd you hear that?" I demanded. "Today's paper," he shot back. I told him no one by that name was here and hung up again, my pulse thudding. I hadn't grabbed the paper from the porch yet, so I stepped outside, the damp air clinging to my skin as I unfolded it. There it was, second page, a follow-up on the bust, complete with mugshots. Donna's face stared back, hollow-eyed and unrecognizable. The story detailed the arraignment, tying Curtis and James to a drug ring festering in Ionia prison. The street value of the haul? Over $100,000. My stomach churned. Curtis must have been neck-deep in something massive. I added "change phone number" to my list, then grabbed the checkbook and savings statements. At the bank, I opened a new account in my name only, siphoning half our joint funds into it and scrubbing my name from the rest. On the way home, I swung by the post office, redirecting Donna's mail to her parents' place. Then hit the phone company to request a new number, mine alone. Back home, the phone was ringing off the hook, the answering machine blinking with a full queue. Most were reporters, their voices buzzing like flies. 3 stood out, the hospital, asking for an update on Donna, Jack, saying Brenda was home and they were settling in, and a lawyer representing Donna, demanding a conversation. I called Jack first, relieved to hear they were okay. I told him I'd bring Donna's car over, packed with her stuff, and asked for a ride back. He agreed, suggesting it'd give us time to talk. I made quick calls to cancel joint credit cards, set up new ones, and arrange with the landlord to drop Donna from the lease, booking a visit for later that week. By mid-afternoon, I pulled into my in-laws' driveway. Brenda's frail frame leaned into me as we hugged, her silent tears soaking my shirt. I held her, whispering that I felt the same ache. Jack and I unloaded Donna's things into a spare room, her life reduced to boxes and bags. I handed him her mail and bank books, asking him to keep them for her. On the drive back, I broke the silence. "I'm filing for divorce, Jack. I can't keep going after this." He nodded, unsurprised. "Figured as much yesterday. I called a bondsman today, picking up the bond tomorrow at 11. Tough day ahead." I straightened. "I want to come with you to the jail. I need to tell her myself, make sure she gets it." He sighed, agreeing, and we rode the rest in quiet, lost in our thoughts. At home, I set up with the attorney to grab the divorce papers tomorrow, then called my parents up north. Sam's voice piped through, bright and oblivious, asking for Mommy. I swallowed hard, promising she'd feel better soon, my heart breaking as I hung up. As I ended the call with Samantha, a heavy ache settled deep in my chest, the kind that twists your insides and leaves you breathless. We'd chatted for a few fleeting minutes, her sweet voice bubbling with excitement about the Toon ride and whatever else her little mind could dream up. But then she announced she had to run back to the dock to check on Grandpa, and the line went quiet. I stood there, phone still pressed to my ear, staring into the empty space of my living room. A gnawing unease crept over me like a cold shadow, my thoughts spiraling toward the moment she'd realize her mother, Donna, wasn't coming home anytime soon. How do you explain that to a 4-year-old whose world is still painted in bright, unbroken colors? The thought alone made my throat tighten, and I rubbed a hand across my face, trying to push it away. I dragged myself to work that morning, the weight of it all clinging to me like damp clothes after a rainstorm. The newspaper had spilled the story wide open. And by the time I clocked in, it was all anyone could talk about. Friends sidled up with cautious curiosity, their voices low and probing, while coworkers peppered me with questions I didn't have the energy to answer. Each word felt like a pebble tossed into an already overflowing bucket, and by lunchtime, I was drowning. I found Trev hunched over his sandwich in the break room, his broad shoulders slouched in that familiar, easy way of his. "I can't take it anymore," I muttered, my voice cracking under the strain. He looked up, his sharp blue eyes narrowing with understanding, and gave a slow nod. "Let's go see the foreman," he said, wiping his hands on his jeans like it was no big deal. Trev was like that, steady, unshakable, the kind of guy who'd wade through hell with you and still crack a joke on the other side. We trudged across the yard to the foreman's office. The gravel crunching under our boots, the air thick with the smell of oil and metal. I laid it all out, Donna, the drugs, the mess she'd left behind, and the foreman. A grizzled man with a face carved from years of hard decisions, didn't hesitate. "Take the rest of the shift off," he said, his tone gruff but kind. "Get your head straight." I thanked him, my gratitude spilling out in a rush, and Trev walked me to the gate, his heavy steps matching mine. As we reached the rusty chain-link fence, I stopped and turned to him, my mind snagging on a detail that wouldn't let go. "Trev, one thing I don't get, the paper said the street value of those drugs was over $100,000. Where'd that even come from?" He let out a dry laugh, scratching the stubble on his jaw. "Man, you know how it goes. Weird shit happens. Word is, they were cutting some kind of deal that night, James and Curtis especially. Got in over their heads, I reckon." I glanced around the yard, the hum of machinery buzzing in the distance, and lowered my voice. "Any talk about what really went down?" Trev shrugged. "Kicking at a loose stone. Not much. Neither of them's made bail yet. But I heard Curtis is pointing fingers at his almost ex-wife. Apparently. She caught wind he was messing around with some chick from the club and lost it. Might have set him up." His words hung there, heavy and tangled, and I just nodded, filing it away. I told him I'd probably see him tomorrow and headed home, my mind a storm of half-formed thoughts. That night, I slumped on the couch, the TV flickering with some mindless show I wasn't really watching. My thoughts churned in relentless circles, Donna, Sam, the life we'd had, the life she'd torched. I knew I had to see her tomorrow. Maybe for the last time. She'd been my everything once, the woman I'd loved with a fire that burned through every doubt, the one I'd pictured growing old with on a porch somewhere quiet. Now, she was a stranger who'd shattered our world, and the anger boiled inside me, sharp and unforgiving. Worse was the pain she'd inflicted on Sam, a little girl who didn't deserve any of this, whose innocence was about to be cracked open like a fragile shell. I couldn't shake the guilt gnawing at me either. Had I done right by Sam? Could I have swallowed my pride? Patched things up for her sake, even if it meant years of quiet misery for me? The questions coiled tighter, suffocating, until I couldn't stand it anymore. I stumbled to the kitchen, fumbled through the cabinet for a couple of sleeping pills, and washed them down with a gulp of water. Sleep came hard and fast, pulling me under like a tide. The next morning, I drove to the attorney's office, the sky a dull gray that matched the heaviness in my bones. He greeted me with a firm handshake, his desk cluttered with papers and coffee mugs, and handed me the stack of documents I'd come for. He walked me through it all, the injunction, the evidence, the judge's likely reaction. Once he sees this, he said, tapping the folder, it'll be a done deal. But Ken, I gotta warn you, Donna's still Sam's mom. You can't keep her away forever. Courts'll give her something eventually, unless she completely falls apart. I nodded, my jaw tight. I'll deal with that when it happens, I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside. He promised to call with court dates and sent me on my way. By noon, I pulled into the jail parking lot, the concrete walls looming like a fortress. Jack and Brenda, Donna's brother and his wife, were already there, waiting in the reception area. Jack, a wiry guy with a perpetually furrowed brow, clutched a bond slip, while Brenda fidgeted beside him, her hands twisting in her lap. They'd always been decent to me, caught in the middle of this mess through no fault of their own. The officer at the desk took Jack's paperwork, gave it a quick once-over, and said, processing'll take about an hour. We can bring her to interview room C if you want to wait. I turned to them, my voice low but firm. I need to talk to Donna alone first. After that, you can take her home. That okay? They exchanged a quick look, Jack's eyes softening with something like pity, Brenda's brimming with quiet worry, before Jack nodded. Sure, Ken. We'll be out here. The officer led me through a maze of security doors, the clang of metal echoing down the sterile hallway. He pointed me to the interview room, a cramped box with a scratched table and 2 chairs. We'll bring her down once she's changed, he said, then left me alone. I paced the room, my boots scuffing the linoleum, my mind wrestling with the words I needed to say. When the door finally swung open, I froze. Donna stood there, a ghost of the woman I'd known, her hair yanked back in a messy ponytail, her face pale and drawn. Her clothes a mismatched set that screamed desperation. She looked utterly drained, like the life had been wrung out of her drop by drop. The second she saw me, her eyes lit up with a fragile hope. Ken. You came. Please, take me home, she cried, rushing forward and clutching my arms, her sobs shaking her whole body. I stood rigid, my heart pounding as I gently pried her hands off me. Hold on, Donna. Sit down. We need to talk. She sank into the chair, confusion clouding her tear-streaked face. But Ken, can't we just go home, she begged, reaching for me again. I slid my hands out of her grasp and leaned forward, keeping my voice even. Don't you have something to explain? About why you're here? Her lips trembled, and she shook her head frantically. Ken. I swear, I don't know how anything got in my purse or my car. You have to believe me. I studied her, searching for the truth in those wide, pleading eyes. Maybe that's true, Donna. But what about who you were with? What happened that night? Don't you owe me that much? Her face drained of color, and she pulled back, wrapping her arms around herself like a shield. Ken. Whatever they told you, it's not true. It's all a mistake, a misunderstanding, she whispered, her voice breaking. I sighed, the weight of her denial pressing down on me. Donna, don't lie to me. I know about Connie, James, Curtis, all of it. She began to shake, her breath hitching. Please, Ken, just take me home. It's a lie, I swear. I reached for the manila envelope I'd brought. My fingers steady despite the storm inside me, and pulled out 4 glossy photographs. One by one, I laid them on the table, snapshots of that night, captured in stark, unforgiving detail. The first showed the room as the officers had found it, a scene so damning the judge hadn't hesitated to act. They couldn't sign the papers fast enough when they saw your little photo shoot, I said. My voice bitter as bile. Donna stared at the images, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Before she could speak, I stood, ready to walk away, but she lunged forward, grabbing my arm. Ken, I care about you. Please don't do this, don't take Samantha away from me. I shook her off, my frustration boiling over. It's always about you, isn't it? What about me, Donna? I loved you with everything I had, did that mean nothing? What about Sam? Did her love mean nothing? You've torn us apart, and now I've got to tell our little girl why her mom's gone. Tears streamed down my face, hot and unstoppable. And you know what I really wanted to ask? Why? Why did you do it? But looking at you now, I don't think you even know. She collapsed back into the chair, her hands covering her face as sobs racked her body. I stood there, my own tears staining my shirt, the silence stretching between us like a chasm. Finally, I spoke, my voice barely above a whisper. The saddest thing? That home in the country we dreamed of, the brother we wanted for Sam, it's all gone. She looked up, defeated, and I turned away, walking out without another word. Jack and Brenda waited at the end of the hall, their faces falling as they saw me and heard Donna's cries echoing behind. We embraced, a silent pact of shared grief. And I stepped outside to gather the fragments of my life. 18 months later, I sat on the edge of a hospital bed, cradling my newborn son. His tiny fists curled near his face. His eyes squeezed shut in that perfect, fragile way only a baby can manage. I glanced at my wife, exhausted but radiant, holding his twin, her smile a beacon of love and pride. Samantha perched beside her, grinning so wide it lit up the room. Well, Sam, have you ever seen anything so beautiful? I asked, my voice soft with wonder. She giggled, her eyes sparkling. Oh, Daddy, Mama, my wish came true twice. As I sat there, surrounded by my new family, my mind drifted back to that day at the county jail. I'd left broken, drained to my core, but determined to rebuild. Job offers had poured in that week, and I'd jumped at the chance to interview with the County Road Commission near Traverse City. The man I met, Don Fineout, was a Vietnam vet with a gruff warmth and a handshake like iron. We clicked instantly, trading stories of resilience and grit. The pay wasn't the best, but it was close to my parents' lake house, where Sam was staying while I sorted out our future. That night, I'd sat with them on their porch, the water lapping at the shore, and knew I'd found a fresh start, for me, for Sam, for us all. The moment I walked through the door after another grueling night shift at the auto plant, little Samantha, my Sam, came bounding toward me with the kind of energy only a child can muster. Her small arms wrapped around my waist, squeezing tight, and before I could even catch my breath, her voice piped up, soft but insistent. Daddy, how's Mommy? When can I see her again? Her big eyes searched mine, shimmering with a mix of hope and worry that tugged at my heartstrings. I knelt down to her level, forcing a smile despite the exhaustion seeping into my bones. I hope it'll be soon, sweetheart. Mommy's starting to feel a little better every day, and the second the doctor says she's strong enough, she'll be here to see you. I promise. The words felt heavy, laced with a quiet guilt that gnawed at me. I hated not having a more solid answer for her. Her face crumpled slightly, tears welling up as she whispered, I miss her so much, Daddy. Will you tell her for me? Please. Her voice broke on that last word, and it took everything in me not to let my own emotions spill over. Of course I will, honey, I said, pulling her into a tight hug, her small frame trembling against me. I could feel the warmth of her trust, her need for reassurance, and I clung to that as much as she clung to me. Over her head, My mom stood in the doorway, her eyes soft and sad as she watched us. Sam pulled back just enough to look up at me, her expression brightening a little. Grandma helped me make a get-well card for Mommy. Will you give it to her too? She asked, her voice lifting with a flicker of pride. Mom gave me a faint nod. Her hands clasped in front of her like she was holding herself together. You bet I will, Samantha, I said, ruffling her hair. Now, why don't you tell me all about what you've been up to out here on the lake? I needed to shift her focus, to pull her out of that heavy place, and maybe pull myself out too. Her face lit up like the sun breaking through clouds, and she launched into a whirlwind of stories. She told me about fishing with Grandpa. How she'd squealed when a slippery perch flopped in her hands, and how Harvey from next door had laughed so hard he nearly tipped the boat. She described helping Grandma spruce up the house for the big Memorial Day weekend bash, her little hands scrubbing windows and arranging flowers with a seriousness that melted my heart. Then there was the speedboat ride, her favorite, zipping across the water with Harvey and his granddaughter Casey, the wind whipping her hair as she shrieked with delight. She chattered on about Casey, her new best friend, with an enthusiasm that filled the room. Mom chuckled from her spot by the counter, her laughter warm and knowing. Those two have been thick as thieves, she said. You'd think they'd known each other forever. On the days Casey's not out hunting for a job, they're glued at the hip. I listened, nodding along, but a small knot of worry twisted in my gut. I hadn't seen Casey in years, not since she was a gangly kid herself, and I didn't really know her anymore. Was Sam, with all her boundless energy and endless questions, too much for her? I hoped not. Mom must have caught the flicker of doubt in my eyes because later, as we cleared the table, she leaned in close. Sam's loving every second with Casey, she said softly. And Casey, she's so patient. So kind. I think she's genuinely happy to have Sam around. Her words eased me a little, though I still wondered what Casey made of my whirlwind of a daughter. That night, over a dinner of Mom's famous meatloaf and mashed potatoes, the conversation turned to my job hunt. I'd gotten an offer, one I was actually excited about. The guy I'd be working for, Don, he's solid. I said, cutting into my food. I met him last week, and he's got this quiet confidence I really respect. The work sounds challenging but good, you know? My parents listened intently, their forks pausing midair. Only thing is, I'm not sure about finding a place to live yet, and I don't know how it'll shake out with the divorce or custody stuff. Dad glanced at Mom. A silent conversation passing between them in that way only decades of marriage allows. She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners, and said, I know what you're thinking, and I'm all for it. I blinked, confused, as Dad let out a hearty laugh that filled the kitchen. Here's the plan, he said, leaning forward. You and Sam move in here with us, at least through the summer. Until we head to Florida in the fall. Gives you time to get your feet under you, find a place to settle. Plus, we get Sam all to ourselves for a while. What do you say? His grin was wide, inviting. But I hesitated, my fork hovering over my plate. Are you sure? I don't want to crowd you guys. Mom waved a hand dismissively. We've got plenty of space. It only gets tight when John, Sandra, and the kids roll in on weekends. And this way, you're not scrambling for childcare while you're starting out. Dad chimed in, sounds perfect, right? No stress about that while you're getting going. I chewed on the idea, doubt lingering. I just don't want to be a burden, I said, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. Mom's smile widened, teasing now. Oh, please. A burden? Not our Sam, and if it makes you feel better, you can pitch in for rent. She winked, and just like that, it was settled. All I had left to do was check with my lawyer to make sure it wouldn't stir up any legal trouble. The next morning, I was up before the sun. The sky still streaked with pink as I drove back downstate. The road stretched out ahead, quiet and empty, giving me too much time to think. As soon as I got home, I dialed my attorney. Pacing the kitchen with the phone pressed to my ear. "I've got a job offer out of town," I told him, my voice steady despite the nerves. "Just want to make sure it's fine to take it." He was calm. Reassuring. "Shouldn't be an issue as long as you stay in state. You're good." Relief washed over me, and I hung up, immediately calling Don to accept. We hammered out a start date, 2 weeks from now, and that night at the plant, I handed in my notice. The shift dragged, the hum of machinery a familiar soundtrack to my racing thoughts. Afterward, Trev and I hit Gino's for a beer, the dim lights and clink of glasses a backdrop to our quiet farewell. We sat there, nursing our drinks, the weight of change settling between us. "End of an era, huh?" he said, his voice rough. I nodded, staring into my glass. Next week, he'd start his apprenticeship across town at Plant 3, and I'd be gone. It felt like the ground was shifting beneath us. But there was no going back. The days that followed were a blur of packing. Jack, my soon-to-be ex-brother-in-law, kept calling every few days, checking on Sam. He and Brenda were bummed she was still up north, their voices tinged with disappointment over the phone. I'd mentioned it to Mom, and she'd insisted they call her. "Have Brenda ring me up," she'd said, her tone firm but kind. "We've always gotten along, and I'd love for them to come see Sam." It had cheered them up, and I was grateful for that. Whenever Jack called, he'd inevitably veer into updates about Donna, my estranged wife. I'd let him ramble for a bit, how she'd holed up in her room after they bailed her out of county jail. How she'd swing between tears and sleep, barely eating until Brenda forced her out to face her lawyer. Today, when he called, I let him go on about Donna's suspension from the hospital. The investigation dragging on, but I cut him off when he mentioned her wanting to talk. "Jack, I'm waiting for the courts to sort it out," I said, sharper than intended. She even sent me a letter, I sent it back unopened. The truth was, I couldn't stomach it. The turmoil still churned inside me, stealing my appetite, my sleep. Leaving me second-guessing every choice I'd made. I didn't need her stirring it up more. When Jack asked about my plans, I told him about the move. He went quiet, the line crackling faintly. "So this is it, then," he said finally, his voice heavy. "We were still hoping you two might work it out." I sighed, rubbing my temple. "No, Jack. I told you, it's done." He muttered something about it being tough on Donna, and I bit back the urge to snap. "Can't be helped," I said instead, keeping it simple. Kinder than admitting her mental state wasn't my problem anymore. We talked logistics. I didn't know what to do with the furniture. I wanted a couple pieces, but the rest could stay for Donna. Jack pointed out she probably wouldn't move back into our rental, so I offered to store it all, covering 3 months' rent. He agreed it was the best call. The next 10 days flew by. I went north for Memorial Day weekend, pulling into the driveway to find Sam in her element. My brother John, his wife Sandra, and their 2 kids had taken over the house, turning it into a chaotic, joyful mess. Sam darted between them and next door, where Harvey hosted Casey's parents and her brother Jason. I caught glimpses of Casey out on the lake, her laughter carrying over the water, but never got close enough to talk. Back at the plant, my last week was short, 2 days of work, then leave. I roped in Trev and a couple guys from my crew, and we cleared out the house in a day. I met Jack to hand over the storage keys and some boxes of Donna's stuff I'd sorted, things I figured she'd need. My final day in town, I sat down with my lawyer. Donna had hired her own attorney, still pushing against the divorce, suggesting counseling. "No," I told him firmly. push it through. That Friday, I loaded the pickup and a U-Haul with the last of my things, handed the keys to the landlord, and drove away. With every mile, the weight on my chest lightened. The horizon ahead promising something new. When I pulled up to Mom and Dad's, Sam raced out, her joy uncontainable. She threw herself into my arms, talking a mile a minute, first about her mom. Then Jack and Brenda's visit earlier that week, and finally Casey and their boat rides. Later, after she'd crashed from the excitement, I asked Mom about Casey. She paused. A warm smile spreading across her face. Casey adores her. Thinks Sam's the most amazing kid she's ever met. She's a good one, that girl. Exhausted, I slept hard that night. Waking late to Mom bustling in the kitchen. Sam was out with Dad and Harvey, and I decided to kick off my new running routine, 5 miles around the lake. It nearly killed me, but I made it. Staggering back sweaty and triumphant. I threw on swim shorts, grabbed a towel, and hit the lake, diving into the icy water. Floating on my back, I heard laughter, Sam, Mom. And a woman I figured was Casey, giggling from Harvey's pontoon. I hauled myself out, dried off, and joined them on the dock. Sam leapt into my arms, beaming. "Daddy, you were so funny," she squealed. I grinned, catching Casey's eye. "Hey, Casey. Been a while. Thanks for hanging out with Sam, it means the world." She smiled back, warm and easy, and for the first time in a long time. I felt like things might just be okay. The sun hung lazily over the lake, casting a golden shimmer across the water as I stood on the dock, my lips curving into a warm, genuine smile. "It's truly my privilege," I said, my voice carrying a quiet pride. "Ken, Sam is such an incredible little girl, and every moment we spend together feels like a gift." My eyes flicked toward Sam. Her small frame bouncing with energy, and I couldn't help but feel a swell of affection. Beside me, Casey nodded enthusiastically, her words tumbling out with a bright, infectious energy. "Oh. Absolutely, she's a joy. But let's not get too carried away praising her, we wouldn't want it all going to her head, would we?" She flashed a teasing grin, and I chuckled. Reaching out to ruffle Sam's hair with a playful tenderness. The little girl giggled, ducking away, her laughter ringing like tiny bells in the morning air. As Casey spoke, I stole a moment to take her in. She stood tall and strong, her athletic frame a testament to hours spent outdoors. Her short, chestnut-brown hair caught the sunlight, framing her face in a way that made her seem almost radiant. There was a healthy flush to her cheeks, the kind that comes from fresh air and exertion. And her hazel eyes danced with a lively spark as she chatted. She wore a faded tank top and shorts, her movements casual yet confident, exuding an effortless vitality that drew me in despite myself. I glanced sideways and caught my mom watching me, her lips pressed into a knowing smile that made my stomach twist. "Okay, Mom," I thought, narrowing my eyes at her silently. *, you just stay out of this. You've already had your fun stirring the pot, *. So, Mom broke the silence with a laugh that crinkled the corners of her eyes, "Now that you've had your run and your swim, how about some breakfast?" Her tone was light, but there was a warmth beneath it that felt like home. I stretched my arms, feeling the pleasant ache of a morning well spent. "That sounds amazing. Did everyone else already eat?" I asked, curiosity tugging at me as I scanned the dock. Mom waved a hand dismissively, stepping down from the boat with the agility of someone half her age. "You were the only one who decided to sleep in today, lazybones. Come on, you can catch up with these two later." I followed her lead. My sneakers thudding softly against the weathered wood of the dock, but not before casting a quick glance back at Sam and Casey. Sam was busy chattering away, her small hands gesturing wildly. while Casey's gaze seemed to linger in my direction. Was that a flicker of color rising in her cheeks? She laughed it off, calling out, "We're just going to hang out here for a bit. Sam'll be fine." I tilted my head toward Sam. "You staying out here, kiddo?" Casey's laugh rang out again, a little louder this time, and she brushed a strand of hair from her face. "Oh, don't worry. We've got big plans, probably involving fish or skipping rocks. She's in good hands." There was a softness in her voice that made me pause, a hint of something unspoken that I couldn't quite place. I gave her a small nod and turned to follow Mom into the house, the screen door creaking as it swung shut behind us. Mom didn't waste a second. As we stepped into the cool shade of the kitchen, she shot me a sidelong glance, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "So," she said, her voice dipping into that tone she used when she knew she had me cornered. "What did you think about what I said earlier?" I tried to play dumb, scratching the back of my neck and avoiding her gaze. What are you talking about?" She wasn't buying it for a second. "Don't give me that innocent act, Ken. I saw that look on your face when Casey smiled at you, and don't think I missed how you lit up right back at her. You can't fool me, mister. I've been around long enough to know what's what." Her words carried a mix of amusement and certainty, and I felt heat creeping up my neck. "Okay, fine," I relented, my shoulders slumping as I let out a sigh. I can't say I didn't notice her. She's something. But come on, Mom, aren't you jumping the gun a little? It's only been a month since," my voice faltered, the weight of the past settling over me like a dark cloud. Mom's expression softened, but her tone grew firm. "Not if it's really over, Ken. And I know you, once you've made up your mind, there's no turning back. Besides, Brenda filled me in when she and Jack were here last week. Donna finally came clean to her about everything. And Brenda told me some of the details you've been keeping from me. After all that, I can't imagine you'd ever take her back." A shiver ran through her as she spoke, her disgust palpable. And I found myself at a loss for words. I shrugged, the gesture feeble against the storm of emotions churning inside me. "I'm not saying I'd rush into anything with someone else either," I said quietly, bitterness seeping into my voice as I stared at the worn linoleum floor. "It's going to take time to move past this. And honestly, who'd even want a guy like me now? A single dad who couldn't keep his wife from walking out the door." The insecurities I'd buried deep clawed their way to the surface, raw and jagged. Mom stopped dead in her tracks, turning to face me fully. Her hands gripped my shoulders, and she looked me square in the eye, her gaze fierce with a mother's love. "Ken, you listen to me, and you listen good. You shove those thoughts right out of your head. You've faced your mess head-on and taken responsibility for Sam. Anyone with eyes can see that. Your dad and I are proud of you. And Harvey and Casey know about the divorce too. We couldn't hide it when you and Sam showed up here without Donna." Her words hit me like a punch, and I blinked, caught off guard by the intensity of her conviction. "And as for someone being interested in you," she went on, her voice softening but no less resolute, "have you looked at yourself lately?" I shook my head, a faint no escaping my lips. She pressed on, undeterred. "Well, you should. I'd bet you've dropped at least 10 pounds these last few months. You've always been fit, but now? There's not a scrap of extra weight on you. And you were never hard on the eyes to begin with. Your face is leaner now, with just enough lines to show you've lived a little, makes you look mature. Grounded. With your education, your experience, your whole future ahead of you. Ken, you're a catch, plain and simple." I ducked my head, embarrassed by the praise. "Oh, come on, Mom. You're my mother, you have to say stuff like that." She swatted my arm playfully, shooing me toward the stairs. "Go on, get changed. I'll whip up some breakfast. Her tone brooked no argument. And I trudged upstairs, her words echoing in my mind. The rest of the weekend slipped by in a quiet, unremarkable blur. I spent Saturday tinkering in the garage with Dad and Harvey. The three of us elbow-deep in some half-finished project involving an old motor and a lot of grease. Harvey, a wiry man with a quick laugh and hands perpetually stained with oil, kept the mood light with his dry humor, cracking jokes about my city boy hands getting dirty for once. Later, I took Sam fishing off the end of the dock. Her small fingers fumbling with the bait as she chattered about school and the tadpoles she'd seen earlier. Sunday night, the phone rang, and Mom answered it with her usual cheer. It was Jack, calling to chat about coming up again to see Sam. After a few minutes, she handed the receiver to me, her eyes twinkling. "Jack wants a word with you." "Hey, Jack," I said, leaning against the counter. "How's Brenda holding up?" His voice crackled through the line, steady but tinged with fatigue. "She's doing better, thanks for asking. I actually wanted to run something by you. I gave Donna that card Sam sent her, she asked me to thank you for it. She'd like to write back to Sam, if that's okay. I know there's still the injunction. But I figured I'd check with you first." I paused, rolling the idea around in my head. The thought of Donna reaching out stirred a mix of unease and resignation. But I couldn't deny Sam that connection. "Yeah," I said slowly, "I think that'd be fine, Jack. As long as she sticks to the story about being sick and seeing a doctor, no talk about us getting back together or promises she can't keep." Jack let out a breath, relief flooding his tone. "Thanks, Ken. You don't know how much that means to her, to us. And the bit about treatment? It's not far from the truth. We finally got her into counseling last week for depression. We've been really worried about her." I shifted uncomfortably, unsure how to respond. "No problem, Jack. Glad she's getting help. Mom mentioned you're coming up tomorrow?" "Yeah," he replied. "She asked us to stay the night, so maybe we can catch up more then." "Sure," I said, my enthusiasm lukewarm at best, and we hung up. Monday morning dawned crisp and clear. I made the commute to the county seat for my first day at the new job, nerves buzzing beneath my skin. My boss, a gruff but amiable man with a handshake like a vice, ushered me around the office, introducing me to a parade of faces: road commissioners, board members, engineers, all of them sizing me up with polite curiosity. By mid-morning, he paired me with Tom, a lanky engineer with a dry wit and a thermos of coffee that never seemed to empty. We spent the day crisscrossing the county in his beat-up pickup, touring winding back roads and proposed project sites. He pointed out crumbling bridges and flood-prone stretches, his voice a steady drone of facts and figures that I scrambled to absorb. By the time I dragged myself home, the sun dipping low over the trees, I was bone-tired but oddly satisfied. Stepping through the front door, I was greeted by a tableau that stopped me cold. Mom, Dad, Jack, and Brenda sat in the living room, their faces a mix of quiet concern and forced calm. Sam lay sprawled across Brenda's lap, her small body curled into her aunt's embrace, her face pressed against Brenda's chest. She clutched a handful of papers, her knuckles white, and when she looked up at me, her cheeks glistened with tear tracks. "Daddy! Daddy!" she cried, her voice trembling with a desperate hope. "Mommy wrote me a letter, look." She thrust the crumpled sheets toward me, her eyes wide and pleading. I crossed the room in 3 strides, kneeling beside her. "That's great, sweetheart," I said, my voice soft as I smoothed the papers in her hands, glancing at the looping scrawl of Donna's handwriting. "What did she say?" Sam sniffled, swiping at her nose with the back of her hand. "She says she loves me and misses me more than anything. That she's been sick but she's getting better, and she wants to come see me. Can she, Daddy? Can she? Her gaze locked onto mine, bright with unshed tears, and I felt my chest tighten. I flicked my eyes around the room. Mom and Dad were dabbing at their own tears, trying to play it off, while Jack and Brenda watched me with cautious hope. I scooped Sam into my arms, her small weight grounding me. As soon as she's better, we'll make sure she comes to see you, okay? I murmured, brushing a strand of hair from her damp cheek. She nodded vigorously, clutching the letter like a lifeline. I'm gonna save it in my notebook, and Grandma Brenda's gonna help me write one back. That's a fantastic plan, Sam, I said, managing a smile. Mom stood, brushing her hands on her apron. Dinner's about ready, Kentucky. Go get changed. That night, after Sam had drifted off to sleep, the four of us, Jack, Brenda, Mom, and I, gathered around the kitchen table, the air thick with unspoken tension. Jack leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly. Did you mean what you said to Sam about visitation, Ken? I bristled slightly, my guard up. Yeah, about visitation, I meant it. I can't keep them apart forever, and if Donna gets herself together, I'll follow whatever the courts say. But custody? My voice hardened. I'm not budging on that. After everything she did, I'll fight tooth and nail to keep Sam with me. Brenda reached over, her hand warm on mine. Thank you, Ken. Visitation's all she can hope for right now, and we all know Sam's better off with you. Seeing her will help Donna heal. Her reassurance eased some of the knots in my stomach, and I exhaled, the weight of my fears loosening just a fraction. Jack nodded, his expression grim but determined. She's already asked her divorce lawyer about visitation, but he told her to settle the criminal stuff first. Her criminal attorney met with her today, recommended a plea bargain to wrap it up fast. The prosecutor's more focused on the guys involved, they see the women's roles as small potatoes. We're hoping for a deal by the end of the week. I masked my unease with a nod. I'd wanted more time before facing Donna again, but for Sam, I'd swallow my reservations. The next day, after Jack and Brenda headed out, I got home from work to find Sam down by the lake with Casey. Mom met me at the door, her apron dusted with flour. Harvey and Casey are staying for dinner, so if you want a quick swim, now's your shot. I didn't need telling twice. I changed in record time and bolted for the lake, the cool water a shock against my skin as I dove in. I swam hard, cutting through the gentle waves, then hauled myself out, dripping and refreshed. Casey and Sam were hunched over something on Harvey's pontoon, a tangle of fishing line, by the looks of it, too absorbed to notice me trudging back inside. Dinner that night was a lively affair. The five of us crowded around the table, plates piled high with Mom's cooking. Harvey regaled us with a story about a botched boat repair, his hands waving animatedly, while Casey chimed in with sarcastic asides that had Sam giggling into her mashed potatoes. For a moment, the world felt steady, the chaos of the past few weeks fading into the background. But beneath it all, I couldn't shake the quiet current of what lay ahead, Donna, the courts, and the fragile hope in Sam's eyes. That night, as the stars blinked faintly above us, the air was thick with the hum of conversation. Harvey's deep voice carried across the room, brimming with pride as he spoke about Casey, her resilience, her quiet strength, and I could see her cheeks flush slightly, a mix of embarrassment and gratitude flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Mom and Dad turned their warm gazes toward me. Their words of praise soft but steady, like a gentle current lifting me up. Every now and then, Casey and I would catch each other's eyes across the table, a fleeting spark igniting between us. Our smiles were small, almost secret, a shared moment of joy that felt like a thread pulling us closer before we'd snap back to the chatter around us, Harvey's booming laugh, Mom's teasing remarks. Dad's low hum of agreement. The evening wound down slowly, the energy softening as the clock ticked on, and eventually, it was time to tuck Sam into bed. Casey knelt beside her, wrapping her arms around Sam in a hug that lingered just a little longer than usual, her tenderness toward my daughter stirring something warm and unspoken in my chest. Then, with a quiet wave, she and Harvey slipped out the door, their silhouettes fading into the night as they headed home. Over the next few weeks, this rhythm became our unspoken ritual. Several nights a week, we'd all gather for dinner, the locations alternating between Harvey's place and ours like a dance we'd perfected. Harvey wasn't much for cooking, his talents lay elsewhere, in storytelling and good-natured debates, but Casey? She seemed to thrive in the kitchen, her hands moving with a kind of graceful purpose as she seasoned and stirred. Often, we'd fire up the barbecue, the smoky scent of charcoal drifting through the air as Harvey and Dad squared off in a playful rivalry, each determined to outdo the other with the perfect grilled masterpiece. Their laughter would echo across the yard, mingling with the sizzle of meat on the grill, while Casey and I exchanged amused glances, silently rooting for our respective champions. Weekends, though, were a different beast, brimming with the chaos of family and friends. The house would buzz with visitors, a revolving door of familiar faces. My brother and his brood were fixtures, their kids tumbling through the grass with Sam, their shrieks of delight piercing the lazy afternoon air. It was the kind of fullness that made time feel both fleeting and endless. One weekend, Trev rolled into town with Vicky, his fiancée, on his arm, their arrival kicking up a swirl of excitement. Trev had always been a lone wolf, content in his solitude. But something had shifted in him, a quiet epiphany about not wanting to face the years ahead alone. Now, standing there with Vicky, he radiated a contentment I hadn't seen in him before, his broad grin softening the edges of his usual gruff demeanor. Vicky, with her bright eyes and easy laugh, seemed to fit him perfectly, and she took to Sam instantly, crouching down to her level with a warmth that melted any shyness away. Watching them together, I couldn't help but wonder if they were already dreaming of a family of their own, their future stretching out like the open road they'd driven up on. Before the weekend was over, Sam got her chance to meet Casey. The two of them clicking in a way that felt effortless, Casey's gentle patience drawing out Sam's giggles like sunlight coaxing flowers to bloom. On Sunday, as the visit wound down, Trev and I stole a moment alone, leaning against the porch railing while the late afternoon sun dipped low. He'd been pulling long days since starting his apprenticeship, his hands rougher now, his shoulders broader. He and Vicky had been regulars at the Black and Tan, he told me, his voice low and steady as he filled me in on the gossip. Donna, my soon-to-be ex-wife, hadn't set foot back in the club since everything fell apart. Connie, though, she'd picked things back up with James now that he and Curtis had scraped together bail. Curtis's freedom didn't last long, though. A blowout with his almost ex-wife over suspicions he couldn't shake landed him back behind bars, his temper flaring hot enough to call the cops. His bail was yanked, and it looked like he'd be rotting in a cell for a while. Jack and Brenda, Donna's parents, were constants too, showing up every week to see Sam. Their visits a quiet lifeline in the storm of everything else. The week after Trev's update, Jack pulled me aside, his voice heavy with news. Donna had cut a deal, guilty to 1 count of possession. A first-time offender's bargain. She'd get a suspended sentence, a year of probation, and a mandatory stint in a substance abuse program, plus a fine and 200 hours of community service. She'd also have to testify against James and Curtis, her betrayal of them a bitter twist I hadn't seen coming. The hospital had cut her loose, and now she was scrambling for work, drowning under court costs, fines, and legal fees. Jack and Brenda were doing what they could to keep her afloat, their worry etched deep into the lines of their faces. A few days later, my lawyer's call jolted me out of my thoughts, a divorce hearing was set. Donna's attorney had reached out, all she wanted was regular visitation. She wouldn't fight for custody. Happy to take the furniture and whatever scraps were left in our accounts as her share. My lawyer floated the idea of pushing for supervised visits given her mess. And since I didn't want to drag it out, I wouldn't even have to show up to court. I gave him the green light, and he promised a final agreement within weeks. That night, with Mom and Dad off playing cards across the lake, I tucked Sam in and wandered down to the water's edge. Settling into Mom's big wooden swing, I let the creak of its chains fill the silence as I stared out at the glassy lake and the vast, star-strewn sky. The divorce loomed heavy in my mind. A tangle of relief and dread twisting together as I tried to picture what visitation would mean, for me, for Sam. The crunch of footsteps on gravel broke my reverie. And I glanced up to see Casey emerging from the shadows next door, her silhouette familiar even in the dim light. "Hey, Ken," she called, her voice bright but soft. Like she sensed the weight I was carrying. "Could you use some company?" I managed a half smile, my heart thudding louder than I'd admit. "Hi, Casey. Not sure I'm great company tonight. But grab a seat." I scooted over, the swing swaying slightly as she settled beside me. For a few minutes, we just sat there, the night wrapping around us like a blanket. Her presence was a quiet comfort, close enough that I could feel the warmth of her arm near mine. Finally, she turned to me, her tone gentle but probing. "Something's got you down, Ken. What's going on?" I hesitated, the words sticking in my throat as I debated how much to let spill. "It looks like Sam's mom will get visitation soon," I said. My voice shaky despite my efforts to steady it. "I'm not sure how I feel about that." Casey's hand found my arm, her touch light but anchoring. "Your mom mentioned a little about your divorce. Want to talk about it?" And just like that, the dam broke. I poured it all out, the betrayal, the wreckage Donna had left behind, the way it had hollowed me out. Casey listened. Her eyes widening with shock, narrowing with anger, softening with empathy. She didn't judge, didn't make me feel small. By the time I'd talked myself hoarse, exhaustion settled in. But her hand slipped into mine, squeezing gently as she murmured, "You're stronger than you think, Ken. It'll work out." Voices drifted from the house, Mom and Dad were back, and Casey leaned closer. Her breath warm against the cool night air. "Be strong, okay?" Then she was gone, slipping back next door, leaving me stunned by how much lighter I felt. In the days that followed, those late-night talks became our sanctuary. Every couple of evenings, we'd find each other, on the swing, on one of our pontoons, sitting side by side as the lake whispered around us. Our conversations deepened, peeling back layers we'd both kept hidden, and summer took on a kind of magic I hadn't expected. Work felt lighter. The hours slipping by with a purpose I hadn't noticed before. Casey and I were inseparable, nights and weekends blurring together, sometimes just the two of us, sometimes with others tagging along. She'd join me on my runs around the lake, her laughter trailing behind us as we pushed through the miles. The best moments, though, were with Sam, Casey weaving herself into our little trio effortlessly. We'd pile onto the pontoon at dusk, the sky bruising purple as we drifted, or we'd wander the lake's edge. Sam's small hand swinging between ours. One afternoon, Casey begged to ski, her grin infectious as I manned the boat, Sam perched at the edge, cheering her on with wild, gleeful shouts. True to his word, my lawyer called a couple weeks later. The divorce was nearly done, a tentative custody deal in place. Within 60 days of signing, it'd be final. Donna would get one supervised 4-hour visit a week, at her expense, her responsibility to arrange. A week after that, a social worker friend called to set up the first one, Sunday, 2 to 6, with Donna and a worker picking Sam up. She'd asked if Jack and Brenda could come too, and I didn't have it in me to say no. That night, as I sat on the edge of Sam's bed, her little face peering up at me, I fumbled for the right words. "Sweetie, Mommy's coming to pick you up Sunday afternoon," I started, and her eyes lit up, bright and eager. "Daddy, is she picking you up too?" My heart clenched. "No, just you, Sam. Grandma Bren and Grandpa Jack will be there too." Her excitement dimmed, tears welling as she whispered, "Don't you want to see Mommy?" I took a slow breath, tucking her closer. "When Mommy got sick, we decided she'd stay with Grandma and Grandpa until she got better. You and I moved here with Grandma and Grandpa by the lake while I started my new job. But now, Mommy and I have decided we won't live together anymore. Sometimes grown-ups do that, but we still love you just as much and take care of you together." Her quiet sobs broke me, and I held her tight, murmuring, "You'll see her every week, and as she gets better, and you get bigger, you can see her more if you want." She pulled back, sniffling. "When I'm 5, can I see her all the time?" I climbed into bed beside her, and we talked until her breathing evened out, sleep finally claiming her. Slipping into the living room, I found Mom and Dad, TV flickering, book in Mom's lap. "How'd it go?" she asked, her eyes searching mine. "Better than I thought," I admitted. "She's okay with it, I guess. We'll see how she feels after Sunday. I'll call Jack tomorrow. Ask him to prep Donna." Mom tilted her head. "Why not tell her yourself?" I sighed. "I'm not ready." "You'll have to face her sometime," she pressed gently. "I know," I muttered, lost in thought. "I'm going down to the lake for a bit." Mom smirked. "Tell Casey I love that cherry pie she made last night." I glanced at them, both grinning now. "Sure, if I see her," I mumbled. Dad chuckled. "Son, everyone around here knows you two are a thing, except maybe you. Relax, Ken. No one's got a problem with it. You light up around her." Mom nodded. "She's a good one. Don't keep her waiting." Flustered, I bolted outside, their laughter trailing me. Was it that obvious? The idea of being with someone, admitting it, sent a nervous jolt through me, but as I headed toward the swing, Casey's silhouette already waiting, that fear started to feel a little less heavy. Under the vast canopy of a twilight sky, I found myself wandering down to the lake, my thoughts swirling like the gentle ripples on its surface. Casey was unlike anyone I'd ever known, a spark that both grounded and disoriented me. Each time her name danced through my mind, I felt a tug, of longing, confusion, maybe even fear, like I couldn't tell if I was stepping forward or stumbling backward. As I neared the water's edge, the silhouette of a figure emerged beside a towering maple tree, its branches swaying faintly in the evening breeze. My pulse quickened. It was her. When I got close enough to see the contours of her face, Casey stretched out her hand, her fingers brushing mine before locking them together in a grip that felt both tender and urgent. "What took you so long, Ken?" she asked, her voice laced with a quiet worry that made my chest tighten. I could hear the unspoken questions beneath her words, the ones she was too kind to voice. I sighed, the weight of the day pressing down on me. "I had to sit with Sam for a while," I explained, my mind drifting back to my daughter's small, tear-streaked face. I told her about her mother and me, everything that's happened, what it means for her. I stayed until she drifted off to sleep, her little hand still clutching mine. "Donna's coming by to see her on Sunday, so that should help." Casey's arms slid around me then, warm and steady, pulling me into an embrace that felt like an anchor in a storm. She tilted her head up, her eyes catching the faint glow of the setting sun as she searched mine. "Sam's tougher than you think, Ken. She's got that fire in her, and she's got you. She'll find her way through this, even if it takes time." Her words were soft but certain, wrapping around me like a promise. I couldn't help but pull back just enough to let a playful grin tug at my lips, a spark of mischief cutting through the heaviness. You know, Mom and Dad cornered me earlier. They're convinced we're dating, like, officially, and apparently I'm the last one to figure it out. Is that true? Her laugh rang out, bright and unrestrained, bouncing off the still water. About time they noticed. Grandpa's been muttering under his breath for weeks, saying you must have lost your mind not to see it. She shook her head, her amusement softening into something warmer. But beneath her teasing, I caught a flicker of expectation, and it stirred a pang of guilt in me. Casey, I started, my voice dipping low, I'm sorry if I've let you down. It's only been a couple of months since the divorce. I'm still picking up the pieces, you know? I'm not sure I even trust myself to know what I want anymore. She didn't hesitate. Her hands found my face, cupping it with a firmness that jolted me, her thumbs brushing against my jaw. Well, I'm sure, she said, her voice steady as steel. And as long as one of us is. That's enough for me. I've been waiting to take this, us, to something deeper, Ken. I've wanted it for a while now. Her eyes held mine, brimming with a hope that felt both fragile and fierce. And it knocked the breath out of me. Are you sure, Casey? I asked, my own voice trembling with a mix of doubt and yearning. She didn't flinch. I've been in relationships before, she said. Her gaze unwavering. Some faded out peacefully, others crashed and burned. But this? This feels different. For the first time, I think I'm actually in love. There, I've said it. Her confession hung in the air, raw and unguarded, and I could see the tension in her shoulders, the way she braced herself for my response. My hands found hers, squeezing them gently as I wrestled with the storm inside me. Casey, I've been fighting this, trying not to let myself feel what I do for you. I know I want you here, in my life, but I'm terrified. My track record's a mess, and it's beaten me down more than I care to admit. Can you get that? She didn't answer with words at first. Instead, she wrapped her arms around me again. Her head resting against my shoulder, her breath warm against my neck. I held her close, my arms tightening as if letting go might unravel everything. Yeah, I get it, she murmured finally. But not everyone's going to break you, Ken. Let me show you, please. I pulled back just enough to meet her eyes, my heart thudding against my ribs. I don't know much right now, Casey. Except that losing you isn't an option. How about we do something Friday night? Just us? Her face lit up, a smile breaking through the moonlight that bathed us. It's a date. And a promise. The next evening, I found myself pacing the kitchen, the idea of a real date with Casey simmering in my mind. I leaned against the counter and glanced at Mom, who was fussing over a pot of soup. Hey, Mom, I said, rubbing the back of my neck, I'm taking Casey out tomorrow night, just the two of us. Could you watch Sam for me? She turned. Her eyes twinkling with that knowing look she'd perfected over the years, and let out a hearty laugh. Of course, Ken. About time you two did something proper. I chuckled, feeling a flush creep up my face. I was thinking we'd head to the Blue Gill Grill across the lake. Maybe take the pontoon over. It's supposed to be warm, clear skies, perfect night for it. Friday arrived with a golden dusk settling over the lake, the air thick with the promise of summer's end. I walked next door to Casey's place, my boots crunching against the gravel path. When she stepped out, my breath caught. She wore a sleeveless summer dress, pale and flowing, hugging her frame in a way that made her tan arms and legs glow against the fabric. Her hair danced lightly in the breeze, and she flashed me a smile that felt like sunlight breaking through clouds. We climbed aboard the pontoon. The motor humming softly as we glided across the glassy water, the sun dipping low and painting the horizon in hues of orange and pink. Our conversation flowed effortlessly, quiet, intimate, each word stitching us closer together. Dinner at the Bluegill Grill unfolded lazily, the scent of pan-fried fish, caught fresh from the lake, mingling with the crisp bite of white wine. We sat across from each other, the wooden table worn smooth by years of laughter and stories. We talked about Sam, her bright spirit and stubborn streak, then drifted to memories of college, my job, and Casey's search for work. She leaned forward, her voice softening. You know, I started caring about Sam even before you moved back up here. And then meeting you again, it shifted everything. I didn't expect to start rethinking my whole life. I laughed, a little sheepish, and steered the conversation elsewhere. I still can't believe you haven't landed something yet with all that talent. She reached across the table, her hand finding mine, her touch electric. Ken, I've turned down interviews, good ones, down in Detroit. I hope you're not upset. I blinked, caught off guard. No. Not at all. Why would I be? She squeezed my hand, her eyes earnest. Because I don't want to leave this place, or you. Does that make sense? Understanding bloomed between us, unspoken but palpable. And we finished our meal in a comfortable silence, the clink of glasses and the murmur of other diners fading into the background. By 9 p.m., we were back on the pontoon. The night wrapping around us like a blanket. I flipped on the running lights as we pulled away from the dock, the water stretching out dark and endless. Casey stood beside me as I steered. Her presence a quiet comfort. Let's stop at the sandbar for a bit, she murmured, leaning close, her breath tickling my ear. I didn't answer, just turned the boat toward the shadowed edge of the lake. The sandbar was a hidden gem, a sandy spit jutting out from an untouched stretch of shore, shallow and inviting. During the day, it buzzed with boaters and picnics, but now, under the stars, it was ours alone. I cut the engine as the pontoon nudged the bottom, tossing the anchor onto the sand with a soft thud. The air was still, the lake a mirror reflecting the sky. I settled beside Casey on the cushioned bench, and she leaned into me, her shoulder pressing against mine. Let's go swimming, she said suddenly, her voice brimming with a childlike thrill. I raised an eyebrow, surprised. You sure? She laughed, already kicking off her sandals. It's a gorgeous night, the water's warm, come on, let's live a little. She slipped into the lake. The water lapping at her thighs, then turned back with a grin, daring me to follow. I stripped down quickly, the late July air kissing my skin, and waded in after her. The water was a warm embrace. And I chased her as she swam out, her laughter echoing across the surface. Then she vanished, ducking beneath the waves. I spun around, scanning the dark water. My heart skipping, until she surfaced behind me, her arms snaking around my waist. Gotcha, she crowed, her voice a melody of triumph. I laughed, turning to face her as she looped her arms around my neck, her wet hair clinging to her face. Well, look at you, having a blast, she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. We splashed and played. The night unfolding in bursts of joy, the water cradling us as we floated together. We fit here, she whispered, her voice soft against the rhythmic slap of the waves. I nodded, lost in the moment. The world shrinking to just us. Time slipped away, and soon her lips brushed mine, tentative at first, then deeper, a crescendo of whispered feelings spilling between us. I held her close, lifting her gently as the water buoyed us, our connection tightening with every murmured word of affection. Emotion crashed over me, overwhelming and sweet, and we drifted in silence, wrapped in each other. Eventually, I curled against her, my head resting on her back, her warmth seeping into me. Words felt superfluous, our closeness said it all. We dozed off like that, tangled together under the stars. When I stirred, my watch read nearly midnight. "Casey," I whispered, nudging her gently. She mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "It's almost midnight. We should head back." She sighed, reluctant but agreeing. We climbed aboard, dressed in the cool night air, and I started the engine, steering us home beneath the Milky Way's glow. Our hands stayed clasped until we docked, a silent tether. At her door, I wished her good night, our shared glance heavy with meaning. As I sank into bed, I knew this was more than I'd ever felt before, deeper, truer. Saturday dawned bright, but Casey was swept up with her family, who'd arrived while we were out. I didn't see her, and by Sunday, a restless funk settled over me. The air buzzed with anticipation, but doubt gnawed at my edges. Around 2 p.m., tires crunched outside, and soon Jack's voice boomed through the house. "Hello." I stepped to the back door, finding him with a woman I didn't recognize. "Ken, this is Mrs. Christensen," he said, his tone warm but formal. "She's from the Friend." The late summer sun dipped low over Traverse County, casting a golden glow across the sprawling lake that shimmered like a sheet of glass outside the house. Inside, I stood by the window, peering out as the familiar rumble of a car engine approached. My chest tightened, not out of fear, but a strange mix of anticipation and unease. Mrs. Christensen, a court-appointed supervisor with a kind but no-nonsense air, stepped out first. She smoothed her skirt and adjusted her glasses as she approached me on the porch, her shoes clicking softly against the wooden boards. I extended a hand, forcing a smile as we exchanged introductions. Her grip was firm, her demeanor steady. And I could tell she'd seen her share of tense family moments. She explained her role with a calm precision that put me at ease despite myself. She'd be watching, observing every interaction during this visitation, ensuring it unfolded in a space that felt secure for Sam, my little girl. Her job was to scribble down notes, impressions, and details, anything that might matter, and pass them along to me and the court later. I nodded, my throat tight, and murmured that I didn't expect any trouble. My voice sounded more confident than I felt. Jack, Sam's grandfather, chimed in from behind her, his weathered face creasing into a hesitant smile. He mentioned that Donna, Sam's mom, was waiting in the car with Brenda, his wife. They'd planned a simple day: take Sam to the county park, spread out a blanket for a picnic, then bring her back before heading home. It sounded so ordinary, yet the weight of it pressed against my ribs. I gave a curt nod, muttering that I'd fetch Sam, and turned toward the front deck. The air outside was warm and thick with the scent of pine and lake water. I leaned over the railing, squinting down at the sandy shore where Sam's small figure darted among the ripples. Her laughter faint but unmistakable. "Sam! Sam!" I called, my voice carrying over the gentle lapping of waves. "Grandpa Jack's here." Her head snapped up, blonde curls bouncing as she spun around from where she'd been digging with my mom. Her eyes lit up, wide and bright, and she bolted up the path, kicking up little puffs of dust. "Grandpa Jack! Grandpa Jack!" she shouted, her excitement spilling out in breathless bursts. Then, softer, almost hopeful, "Is Mommy here?" "Is she?" My heart twisted at the sound of it. "She sure is, Sam," I said, managing a smile as Jack stepped closer. "She's out in the car with Grandma." Sam didn't wait for us to catch up. She tore through the back door, her bare feet slapping against the floorboards. And we trailed behind, moving slower, like we were wading through something heavier than air. From the edge of the garage, I caught sight of the car, just the side of it, glinting in the fading light about 30 feet away. Donna emerged then, her movements tentative as she stepped onto the gravel. She knelt down just in time to catch Sam. who barreled into her arms with a cry of "Mommy" that echoed in the stillness. Donna's arms wrapped around her tightly, and as she stood, Sam clung to her like she might never let go. Across the distance, Donna's eyes found mine. They shimmered with unshed tears, a quiet storm brewing behind them. Her lips moved, and though the sound didn't reach me, I could have sworn she mouthed, "Thank you." My own vision blurred, a sharp sting rising behind my eyes, and I turned away quickly, muttering to Jack and Mrs. Christensen, "You all have a good visit. I'll see you around 6. They nodded, heading toward the car, and I retreated inside, the door clicking shut behind me like a shield. Mom and Dad were already back from the lake, their faces flushed from the sun. The house felt too quiet now, the absence of Sam's chatter leaving a hollow ache in my chest. I paced to the window, staring out at nothing in particular, my mind spinning. Mom's voice broke through the fog. "She'll be back, you know. There's no need to worry." Dad nodded in agreement, but their assurances felt flimsy against the gnawing uncertainty inside me. I just dipped my head, unable to muster a reply, and kept my gaze fixed outside. Mom hesitated, then added, "Thought you'd like to know, we're invited to a barbecue this afternoon at Harvey's place. Casey'll be there, along with her parents and Jason. Figured it might lift your spirits." I turned to her, a faint smile tugging at my lips. "Thanks, Mom. That sounds great." Later, as we strolled over to Harvey's patio, the smoky scent of grilling meat wafted through the air, mingling with the laughter and chatter of the gathering. Casey spotted me right away, weaving through the small crowd to slip her hand into mine. Her touch was warm, grounding, but when I glanced up, I caught everyone, Harvey, Casey's parents, even Jason, grinning at us like they'd just uncovered some grand secret. "What?" I asked, my brow furrowing as a flush crept up my neck. Harvey let out a booming laugh. "Looks like someone came to their senses this week. Where was I when that happened?" Casey's mom and dad joined in, their chuckles warm and teasing. "Grandpa, Mom, Dad. Play nice," Casey shot back, her tone light but firm, "or we'll take the boat out and leave you all behind." Harvey handed us drinks with a wink, "Here, you two. Relax," and the tension dissolved into easy conversation. The food was good, the company better, and for a while, I could almost forget the ache of Sam's absence. But Casey knew me too well. Her sidelong glances told me she saw the shadow lingering in my eyes. As 6 o'clock neared, I excused myself, the weight of the day settling back onto my shoulders. I crossed the yard to our house, the crunch of grass under my boots the only sound until the car rolled up. I was at the door when Jack and Mrs. Christensen approached, their faces calm but expectant. I stepped outside, my gaze drifting past them to where Donna stood by the car, cradling Sam in her arms. She was whispering something to her, her expression soft and unguarded. Mrs. Christensen cleared her throat, pulling my attention back. Mrs. Kvill had a wonderful visit with her daughter. It was warm, affectionate, nothing concerning at all. You could see how much they've missed each other. I'll be recommending to the court that these visits continue. Her words were clipped, professional, but there was a hint of empathy beneath them. I nodded, a flicker of relief loosening the knot in my chest. "I understand." "Thank you," I said, my voice steadier now. Jack clapped a hand on my shoulder. "Thanks, Ken. Seeing Sam means the world to Donna." "Sure, Jack," I replied. "When do you want to schedule the next one?" He shifted uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, Ken, we're not sure yet. Having Mrs. Christensen here, it's not cheap, you know. And with Donna's legal bills piling up, she hasn't found work yet. Brenda and I have been helping as much as we can, but," his voice trailed off, heavy with the strain of it all. I frowned, guilt prickling at me. Oh. I hadn't thought about that, I admitted, glancing back at Donna and Sam. They were lost in their own little world. Sam giggling as Donna brushed a curl from her face. I barely noticed Jack and Mrs. Christensen until Jack coughed lightly. "Well, Ken, we'll get going," he said. But something snapped into focus then. A sudden clarity cutting through my hesitation. "Wait," I called out. "Jack, Mrs. Christensen, what if I had my lawyer drop the supervision requirement from the custody agreement? I'd be fine with you and Brenda overseeing the visits. Would that work?" Mrs. Christensen didn't hesitate. No objections at all. Jack's face broke into a wide, grateful smile. "Of course, Ken. That'd help a ton." He shook my hand, his grip firm and appreciative, and I promised to call my lawyer the next day. As they headed back to the car, Donna gave Sam a final squeeze before setting her down. Sam raced toward me, her voice bubbling over. "Daddy! Daddy! Mommy gave me a new Barbie, she's got a bathing suit so I can play with her by the lake." She thrust the doll up for my inspection, and I crouched down, oohing and awing over it as she beamed. We turned together, waving as Donna, Jack, and Brenda pulled away, their taillights fading into the dusk. A few days later, Jack's voice crackled through the phone again, brimming with gratitude. He thanked me over and over for lifting the supervision, then said they'd like to come back Friday afternoon. I told him that was fine. By now, I trusted them to pick up Sam without me hovering. But then he paused, his tone shifting. "Ken, I know you've said no before, but Donna wants to talk to you. It's important. Her counselor says she needs to face the people she's hurt to heal." My gut clenched, the old instinct to shut it down flaring up. But then Mom's words echoed in my mind, about needing to talk eventually, and I thought of Casey, of moving forward. I exhaled slowly. "Okay, Jack. What's the plan?" He sounded relieved. "We'll stay at the Doty Hotel Friday night after Sam's visit. Donna was hoping you'd meet her at the restaurant there for dinner. Maybe around 7. I swallowed hard. "Yeah, I can do that. I'm home by 5:30. 7 works." "Thanks, Ken," he said, and I hung up, dread curling in my stomach like smoke. That night, sitting on the swing with Casey, her head resting against my shoulder, I struggled to tell her. When I finally blurted it out, her calm acceptance didn't hide the flicker of unease in her eyes. She insisted she was fine with it, but her voice lacked its usual warmth, and she left earlier than usual. I went to bed, trying to push it all away. Friday came too fast. Sam was already back from her visit when I got home, climbing into my lap to recount every detail with wide-eyed glee. "Can I go play with Casey next door?" she asked when she'd finished. "Sure," I said, and Mom watched her scamper off before turning to me. "They reconnected fast, didn't they?" I nodded, and she hesitated. "Is this meeting with Donna bothering Casey? She's been quiet lately." I sighed. "I think she's worried Donna's going to worm her way back in through Sam. We were married 6 years, after all." Mom's expression softened. "You and Donna will have some kind of tie until Sam's grown. You've got to figure out what that looks like." I grunted, retreating to my room to change. I pulled into the Doty Hotel lot just before 7, the neon sign buzzing faintly overhead. Donna stood by the restaurant entrance, her posture stiff, her face unreadable as I approached. "Hello." "Donna," I said, forcing the words out. "You look well." She managed a small smile. "Thanks, Ken. I know I look better than I did a month ago. But you look good. The tan. The way your face has sharpened up. It suits you." Her eyes lingered on me, searching. Yeah, well, I'm outdoors a lot, work, the lake, I mumbled, shifting on my feet. She looked fragile, too thin. Her skin pale despite the careful makeup and neatly styled hair. Shall we take a table? I asked, eager to move past the awkwardness. I made a reservation, she said, her voice trembling slightly. We sat in silence until the menus arrived, then filled the space with safe topics, Sam, my job, while we ordered. My appetite was gone, I settled for a salad and coffee. Donna picked soup and salad with tea, her hands fidgeting as she spoke. Gradually, she relaxed, sensing I wasn't there to judge. After the small talk fizzled out, she leaned forward. Her voice dropping. Ken, I need to thank you, for lifting the supervision, for letting me see Sam, for the money you gave Dad for my bail. I've been such a weight on them, on you. I can't ever repay it, but, thank you. Her words hung there, raw and earnest, and I felt the air shift between us, heavy with everything unspoken. The air in the diner felt heavy. Thick with the weight of unspoken words as I sat across from Donna, my fingers nervously tracing the rim of my coffee mug. She'd been talking about Samantha. Her voice laced with a quiet gratitude that at least one of us had been there for our daughter through the chaos. I shifted in my seat, unease prickling at my skin. Hoping to steer the conversation away from the jagged edges of the past, I asked, so, what's next for you, Donna? What are your plans now? But she didn't answer. Instead, her gaze dropped to the table, her hands fidgeting with the napkin in her lap, and she pressed forward as if my question hadn't even registered. I know Dad told you, she began. Her voice trembling slightly, that I've been seeing a therapist for a while now. It's been a long road, psychological counseling, finishing up that substance abuse program. And then there's the community service I've been doing. I've been spending my days at a shelter for women and children who've been through hell, trying to make amends in whatever small way I can. It's part of my sentence, sure, but it's more than that. She paused, her chest rising with a shaky breath. And I've gone back to our old church, too. One of the pastors there, he's been helping me work through things, piece by piece. For the first time since we'd sat down, her eyes flicked up to meet mine, searching, almost pleading. I need you to know, Ken. I've changed. I'm not who I was. I nodded slowly, my throat tightening as I watched her. There was a rawness in her expression, a vulnerability I hadn't seen in years. I didn't know what to say, so I just waited, letting the silence stretch between us like a fragile thread. She took it as her cue to keep going. The last thing you asked me, back when you left me at the jail, was why. My therapist keeps saying that if I want to move forward, I have to face that question head on. But the truth is, there's no single answer I can point to. It wasn't just one thing. It was a tangle of decisions I made, mistakes I let pile up, and struggles I didn't know how to fight. All I can do now is try to explain how it all unraveled, and pray you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Her voice broke, and tears spilled down her cheeks, glistening in the dim light of the diner. She fumbled with a handkerchief, dabbing at her eyes as she tried to hold herself together. Donna, I said softly. Reaching out instinctively but stopping short, you don't have to explain anything. That's all behind us now. My words were gentle, but inside, my chest ached with the weight of what she was carrying. No, she insisted, shaking her head fiercely. I do need to explain. I told myself I wouldn't fall apart like this. She pressed her lips together, taking a moment to steady her breathing as the waitress arrived with our plates. The food sat untouched between us, steam curling up from the fries and gravy. But neither of us had the stomach for it. We pushed the plates aside almost in unison, retreating to the safety of our coffee and tea. Donna stared out the window, her face etched with a deep, lingering sadness, like she was watching some distant memory play out across the glass. After a long pause, she turned back to me, her eyes glistening but resolute. "Please, Ken. Let me get through this, okay?" I nodded, leaning back in my chair, bracing myself for whatever came next. She took a shaky breath and began. "After that first fight we had, about me going out with Connie, I thought we'd patched things up. I really did. Everything felt okay again, like we'd found our footing. But then Connie started calling. Every few days, her voice would crackle through the phone, all bright and insistent, asking me to hang out again. I kept brushing her off, saying no, but she wouldn't let it go. She'd say things like, "You deserve a break, Donna. You're always home with Sam, night after night. Don't you ever want something for yourself?" It started wearing me down. A couple of weeks later, she stopped calling and just showed up at the house, always after Sam was tucked in bed, fast asleep. I'd pour us a couple glasses of wine, and we'd sit there in the quiet, talking. She'd paint these vivid pictures of the nightlife, music pulsing through the air, people laughing, the kind of freedom I hadn't felt in years. It sounded so alive. She paused, her fingers tightening around her mug. The second time she came over, she tried to get me to try something harder than wine. I said no, held my ground. But the next time, I didn't. I gave in. Her voice dropped, heavy with shame. "You were buried in your studies back then, pushing to finish your degree while working 6 nights a week. We barely saw each other, and when we did, it felt like Sam was your whole world, like I'd slipped out of focus." Connie fed into that feeling. She'd whisper in my ear that you didn't care, that I was invisible to you. That I deserved to carve out something for myself. So, every time she came by, we'd share a bottle of wine, laugh a little, and I'd let myself forget the guilt for a while. Then one night, she suggested we go out for real. I said yes. Her eyes drifted back to the window, lost in the memory. That Friday, we ended up at the bus stop, a little dive bar with sticky floors and neon lights buzzing overhead. A group of guys was sitting at the table next to ours. And one of them sauntered over the second we sat down. His name was James. Turns out, he and Connie had a history, on again, off again. The kind of messy thing she conveniently forgot to mention until later. She'd even called him ahead of time, tipped him off that we'd be there. He brought his friend Curtis over. And the 4 of us ended up squeezed around that tiny table. We talked, danced, had a few drinks. The music thumped through the room, and for the first time in forever, I felt light, like I could breathe. James and Curtis were charming in their own rough-around-the-edges way, good-looking, quick with a joke, smooth on the dance floor. Nothing happened that night, though. We just went home. She swallowed hard, her hands trembling slightly. But the next Friday, we went back. Same place, same guys. After a couple of hours, James suggested we move on to the Black and Tan, a grittier spot with live music that hit you right in the chest. I hesitated, it felt like crossing a line. But I'd had a few glasses of wine by then. And they all chimed in, saying it'd be fine, that I'd love it. So I went. Connie and I turned heads that night, 2 women stepping into a world that wasn't ours. Curtis started getting clingy, though. He'd drape his arm around me, pull me close on the dance floor, make sure no one else cut in. Meanwhile, James and Connie slipped out to the car for a while. When they came back, she was all giggles. Her eyes bright and wild. She leaned in and whispered that they'd been having some fun. That's when the first crack of doubt split through me. What was I even doing there? She rubbed her temples. Like the memory physically hurt. When Connie drove me home that night, I told her I wasn't sure about any of it. She laughed it off, said it was just harmless fun. That I didn't have to do anything I wasn't comfortable with. She kept repeating that over the next week whenever she'd stop by. By then, I'd started craving those nights, the way they unwound me. Loosened all the knots I carried around. So the next time she said James and Curtis wanted to meet us at the Black and Tan, I didn't fight it. The guys were waiting at the door when we got there, ushering us through the smoky crowd like we belonged. Connie and I had smoked a little on the way over, and after a few drinks, I was floating, carefree, untethered. Curtis asked if I wanted to step out to his car for a bit. I was in such a haze, I said yes without thinking. We climbed into the back seat, the radio humming low, and I leaned back, letting the world spin around me. Then I felt him shift closer, his breath warm against my neck, and something in the air changed. That's when I realized, for me, the high and everything that came with it went together like peanut butter and jelly. She stopped, her face crumpling with pain, and for a moment, she just sat there, staring down at her hands. After that, I was gone. Hooked. I started living two separate lives. The one with you and Sam was warm, steady, safe, you loved me, and we had this beautiful bond. But the other one? It was reckless. Electric, dangerous. Curtis wanted me, and I let him have me. I knew I couldn't let you find out, and deep down, I knew I needed to stop. But I'd tell myself, just one more week. Just one more. I could feel how irrational it was, and I had this gnawing suspicion that Curtis and James were tangled up in something shady, drugs, maybe worse, but I shoved it down. Anything to keep that rush alive. Then one night, they took us to that hotel. By that point, I'd follow them anywhere. James even started dropping hints that he wanted me too. I wasn't shocked, Curtis didn't seem to care, and then the police kicked the door down, and everything I'd built just shattered. She faltered, her voice barely above a whisper now, and looked at me with a stoic calm that didn't match the storm in her eyes. You know what happened next? When you came to the station. You brought those pictures, held them up like a mirror I couldn't escape. I saw what I'd turned into, what everyone else could see plain as day. You called me out, Ken, and you were right. I wanted you to fix it, to swoop in and save me, but you were the one I'd hurt the most. I'd burned through everything, trashed every part of my life. And the two people I loved more than anything, you and Sam, took the brunt of it. We sat there, the silence swallowing us whole. I didn't ask anything, she'd laid it all bare, every ugly detail. Finally, she lifted her eyes to mine, her voice soft but steady. Ken, you asked me earlier what my plans are. I guess that depends on you. She hesitated, her fingers twisting the edge of her napkin. Is there any chance at all for us? Any chance you could forgive me for what I've done and let us try to put our family back together? Her tone was desperate. Her eyes searching mine for even a flicker of hope. I didn't answer right away. The weight of her words pressed down on me, and I sat there, staring at the chipped tabletop. I'd known this moment would come if we ever faced each other like this again. Once, I'd loved her with every fiber of my being, she'd been my world, the woman who'd given me Samantha. The greatest gift I could have asked for. But those memories, the betrayal, the lies, they were carved too deep to sand away. The only thing that might have swayed me was the fear of being alone, but now, sitting here, I realized I wasn't. And if I played my cards right, I never would be again. Donna, I said finally, my voice low, it's not about me forgiving you. It's about whether you can forgive yourself. As for us, I shook my head, feeling the finality settle in. There's no going back for me. Tears welled up in her eyes again, spilling over as she whispered, Is there someone else, Ken? I nodded, slow and deliberate. I think so. I hope so, at least. Her face crumpled further. "Is it Casey?" she asked. Her voice breaking. I nodded again, silent. "Sam talks about her all the time," she murmured, almost to herself. She's a lucky girl." Her words hung there, wistful and fragile. As I pushed my chair back and stood. I needed to get home, to breathe air that wasn't so thick with regret. Donna gathered her purse, and we walked out to the lobby together. She turned to me one last time, her eyes red but steady. "Thanks, Ken, for listening." She gave a small, fleeting wave, then headed for the elevators. I stepped outside. The cool night air hitting my face, and didn't look back. When I walked through the door at home, the warmth of the house wrapped around me like a bomb. Mom, Dad, and Casey were at the dining room table, surrounded by a mess of crayons and Sam's coloring books. Mom glanced up, her brow wrinkling. "You were gone longer than I expected, Ken." "Sam just went to bed, she's probably still awake if you want to check on her." "In a minute," I said, my eyes locking on Casey. She must have caught the intensity in my expression because her face shifted, a flash of worry crossing it. "I'll head out," she said, starting to stand. "You three probably need to talk." "No," I said quickly, catching her hand and easing her back into her chair. I sat down beside her, holding on tight. "Casey, it's you I want to talk to right now. I know what I want for my future." Looking into her eyes, I felt the weight of the past lift, just a little, and the promise of something new take its place. The air in the room felt thick with anticipation as I knelt before Casey. My heart pounding so fiercely I thought it might leap out of my chest. Given everything I've endured, everything marriage means to me, something sacred. A promise woven into the fabric of my soul, and if Sam gives her blessing, "Casey, will you marry me?" The words spilled out, raw and trembling. Carrying the weight of every sleepless night I'd spent imagining this moment. Casey's face drained of color, her lips parting into a perfect, stunned "oh," as the gravity of my question sank in. Her wide eyes shimmered with a storm of emotions, shock, joy, and perhaps a flicker of fear. Across the room, my mother's hands flew to her mouth. A futile attempt to stifle the gasp that escaped as tears welled up, glistening like tiny diamonds in the soft light. Dad, meanwhile, couldn't contain his delight, his grin stretched wide. A radiant beam that seemed to light up the dim corners of the living room. Casey stammered, but, her voice a fragile thread, barely holding together under the swell of her feelings. I took a deep breath, steadying myself against the tide of vulnerability washing over me. "And Casey, I love you. I've known it for so long, deep in my bones. But I couldn't find the courage to say it until this very moment." The confession felt like shedding a heavy coat I'd worn too long, leaving me exposed yet strangely free. Casey lunged forward, enveloping me in a hug so tight it squeezed the breath from my lungs. Her whispered words brushed against my ear, soft and fervent. "Oh, Ken, yes, I want to marry you more than anything in the world." Her voice cracked with emotion, a melody of certainty and longing. Behind us, Mom's quiet tears turned into open sobs, her shoulders shaking as she leaned into Dad, who wrapped her in his arms. Still wearing that unshakable smile, as if he'd known this day was coming all along. Casey pulled back slightly, her brow furrowing with a sudden shadow of doubt. "But what about Sam? What if she doesn't want me?" Her eyes searched mine, a plea for reassurance amid her whirlwind of joy. I squeezed her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin against mine. "Well, let's go find out. Shall we?" I said, pulling her gently to her feet. Together, we moved down the hallway, the hardwood creaking under our steps, each sound amplifying the nervous energy buzzing between us. Sam's room lay at the end, a sanctuary of stuffed animals and pastel walls. I rapped lightly on the door. "Sam, it's Daddy," I called, my voice softer than usual, tinged with both hope and trepidation. A sleepy murmur drifted through the wood. "Daddy, did you come to say good night?" I pushed the door open, and we stepped inside. The faint glow of moonlight spilling through the window. "No, Sam, Casey and I want to talk to you, okay?" I flicked on the bedside lamp, casting a warm golden hue over the room. Sam sat up, rubbing her eyes with tiny fists, her dark curls tousled from sleep. "Okay," she mumbled, blinking at us as curiosity slowly replaced her drowsiness. We perched on the edge of her bed, the mattress dipping slightly under our weight. I took Sam's small hand in mine, her fingers delicate and trusting. "Sam, would it be okay with you if Casey and I got married? That would mean the three of us would live together, and Casey would become your second mother." My heart hung on her response, every beat a silent prayer. Sam tilted her head, her brow creasing as she mulled it over, her thoughtful gaze darting between us. "We would live together always?" she asked, her voice a quiet melody of wonder. "I would like that." Then a flicker of worry crossed her face, her lips pursing. "But what about Mommy?" I squeezed her hand gently, offering a reassuring smile. "Mommy will still be your first mommy, Sam. You'll see her whenever you want. But Casey would be your second mommy." Sam nodded slowly, processing this new constellation of family. Then, with a soft, almost shy tone, she said, "But if she's my second mommy, I can't call her Casey anymore, can I?" Casey leaned in, her voice tender as a lullaby. "Would you like to call me Mama Casey, Sam?" Sam's eyes lit up, a spark of delight igniting in them. "Mama Casey. Mama Casey. Okay, I'll call you Mama Casey," she chirped, clapping her hands with uncontainable glee. And so she did. Her sweet voice echoing "Mama Casey" through the house in the months that followed, until, with time, it softened simply into "Mama," a word that rolled off her tongue as naturally as breathing. The divorce finalized 6 weeks later, a quiet unraveling of old threads that left space for new ones to weave. 2 months after that, Casey and I stood hand in hand at a modest altar in the local Methodist church, the stained-glass windows casting a kaleidoscope of colors over our small gathering. It was a crisp day, the air tinged with the promise of winter, just before Mom and Dad packed up for their annual escape to Florida. Trevor, my oldest friend with his easy laugh and steady presence, stood beside me as my best man, clapping me on the shoulder with a grin that said he'd never doubted we'd get here. Sam, our radiant flower girl, skipped down the aisle in a flurry of petals, her dress swaying with every step, her giggles a melody that danced through the pews. Casey followed, her arm linked with her father's, her white gown shimmering faintly in the muted light. Her dad, a wiry man with a gruff exterior and a heart softer than he'd ever admit, walked with a proud stride, his eyes misty as he handed her to me. We found a house perched on a hill overlooking Grand Traverse Bay, its sprawling waters a shimmering mirror for our new beginning. The moving boxes barely had time to settle before the first snowflakes of a northern Michigan winter dusted the ground. One frigid night, as the wind howled outside, we huddled by the fireplace, its crackling flames painting shadows across the room. Casey nestled against me, her head resting on my chest, and murmured something about going off the pill a month before the wedding, a promise she'd made to Sam, a vow to grow our family. She'd already thrown herself into her work at Munson Medical Center, with occasional shifts at the VA hospital, her hands steady and her spirit tireless. But within a year, the swell of her belly forced her to step away, the demands of pregnancy reshaping her days. Jack and Brenda, Casey's parents, grew weary of the weekly trek to see Sam, their old sedan rattling over the miles. One day, Jack, his voice gravelly from years of shouting over machinery, announced they were moving within 30 miles of us. Cuts 2 hours off the drive to my other grandkids in the UP, too. He added with a wry chuckle, though I knew Sam was the real anchor pulling them closer. Meanwhile, Donna, Sam's first mother, stayed rooted in her own orbit, tending to her aging mother with a quiet resolve. She'd landed a job with a team of cardiac specialists, her days filled with charts and stethoscopes. She and Sam carved out their own rhythm, coffee dates a couple times a week, the occasional weekend sleepover at Donna's place, where Sam would return with stories of baking cookies or watching old movies. Donna and I rarely spoke, our conversations clipped and functional. But word trickled back that she'd started dating again, dipping her toes into a life beyond our shared past. My reverie snapped as a voice called my name, sharp and familiar. I glanced up from the hospital bed where I sat, Casey beside me, our newborn twins cradled between us. In the doorway stood a cluster of faces, my parents, Casey's parents, and Harvey, Trevor's wiry younger brother who'd tagged along with a camera slung around his neck. "Hold those babies up and let me take a picture of all of you," Dad bellowed, his grin as wide as ever. "Wait. Dad, Sam, you sit right here in front of me," Casey said, patting the space on the bed. We settled Sam between us, placing a tiny bundle in each of her arms. She beamed, her smile a sunburst of pride as Casey and I leaned in, steadying the babies while flashing our own weary, joyful grins at the lens. That photograph, 5 of us frozen in a moment of pure, chaotic bliss, now reigns over our mantle, a testament to a life I never dared dream could be mine. Each time my eyes linger on it, I'm struck anew. I am, without question, the luckiest man alive. Years ago, I'd haunt Gino's bar, a dimly lit haunt from the early 60s to the late 70s, its wood-paneled walls soaked in the laughter and grit of factory workers. It was my refuge in the 70s and early 80s, a place where the jukebox hummed and the beer was cold. Gino sold it in the 90s, 5 years before he left this world. And it never held the same soul after. The airport tavern still stands, though it's shed its dive bar skin for linen tablecloths and a wine list, a stranger to the rough-edged haven I once knew. But that's a story for another day, another flicker of memory in the tapestry of a life that's brought me here, to this hill, this family, this unshakable love.